What is it, a kiss away or a shot away? You keep going back and forth. It's the Bennington Show on a Friday. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
And that was our friend Patty Smith, who was all part of Under the Covers today. Just cover songs. That's it. That's what Under the Covers is about.
But it's got a great title.
It does have a great title. I'm very, very happy with it. And it was almost covered up, but nope, we went under the covers. Or we were thinking about calling it cover songs.
That's pretty good, too.
Just cover songs. Hey, here's a little fun for the whole family. You could go out to Brian Regan Unmasked Monday, August 10th, 3 p.m. at Caroline's Comedy Club in New York City. Now, Brian is going to be playing live at Radio City Music Hall Saturday, September 26th, 9 o'clock. It's going to be actually showing. It's showing on Comedy Central. But when you come to Unmasked, free.
Freebie.
You know why? Love. That's all.
It's the love that you have.
It's the massive amount of love we have for you, the Sirius XM subscriber. We don't consider you just friends. You're also subscribers to us. And you've subscribed. And now you're part of that. And you get something like this, a nice free day. It is the Bennington Show on Opie Radio. Here's the telephone number because it's a little different. 866-969-1969. Year of rock, year of the moon landing. Helter Skelter came down that year, everybody. Manson. That's why we picked it. It's the moon and Helter Skelter. And a little concert you may have heard of called Woodstock.
I have heard of it.
Yeah. That's because we got to get ourselves back to the garden. We were walking in today and the guy up front just says to us, morning.
Morning.
And I'm like, what a strange thing. You've taken the good out of good morning, and now you're just saying the time of the day to us.
This is literally what's happening. Morning.
Yes, morning.
Yes, it is.
6 a.m.? No, it's 7. I am from Chicago. Okay, then it is 6 a.m. to you. But isn't that strange that we've taken it down to just that?
Afternoon? Night?
Do people say afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay, afternoon and night. I'd probably say night. I'd probably say night more than I do say good night.
I think you say nighty night.
I say that when I'm taking my baba upstairs and my whoopee.
Sure. Up them steps. It's bedtime.
What do you normally say to people in the morning? Sup? You're always in that sup thing.
Sup?
Sup?
I think I throw a good in front in the morning.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna make a point of it now. I'm gonna be one of those people. Good morning to you. Good.
They're trying to dig the good out of morning.
Yes, I know. Just in the same way that I managed to take the Christ out of Christmas. No one thought I could pull it off.
You did it, though, single-handedly.
I did it, and that's because I'm a tastemaker. And I just say Xmas. See, Xmas you can write, but you don't ever say.
Yeah.
No one ever says Xmas.
Oh, it's almost Xmas.
But I went in a different direction, too. With that type of thing, because I just feel like not only do I try to take Christ out of Christmas, I try to put Muhammad in. You know what I mean? Muhammad missed everybody. And everyone's like, oh, is that happening now? Is that what people are saying? Because I want to say the right things.
I didn't know they were doing that.
Yeah, all you got to do is just do it that way. Mm-hmm. When someone says Merry Christmas, you mean marry all the religiousness? Then yes.
It's all our mess.
I'm disgusted with you as I look at you because you're not thinking of people like the handy-capable. You don't think of the handy-capable this time of year, do you? I do. I like people to know I'm thinking of more things than them. Like I'm saying Happy Special Olympics to people.
That's very thoughtful of you.
Well, you try to do, what you can do. Have you seen the problem that they're having with out of the Special Olympics in LA with just handicap parking? Oh, these people are just lined up. I'm thinking, there's so many other spots you could use. They're like, I don't want to. I've got this little card on the front. Well, it is an early morning here in Chichester as we get this started. I like the morning show because we only do it once in a while.
Yeah.
I think if it's an everyday thing, then it would start to wear and tear on you. But I like to do it because it's something that just comes up for us every now and then.
Yeah, it's like a friend you don't get to see very much.
I love this story. James Woods is suing a Twitter troll. And I'm going to start and do this to Twitter trolls, too. This Twitter troll called him a coke addict. So James Woods, one of America's finest actors, who's goddamn good in everything that he ever does, and a strong proponent of the Republican Party. If you ever go to his Twitter, I don't know why you would troll him, because he just, picks out the same kind of stuff that Breitbart and Drudge does, Like, he doesn't even put his own spin on it. It's like, here's a link you need to see. He's got a link Twitter. But so I don't think that he normally even gets in conversations with people. But a troll on there called him a coke addict. And he's like, what? I'll see you in court, my friend. I'll see you in motherfucking court. So off they go. Now, it's tough to prove that you're not a coke addict, no matter who you are.
Yeah, well, I didn't think he would be so sensitive.
Who? James Woods? He's got a hair trigger.
I didn't realize.
Remember, you might have been too young for it, but he's had some breakups that went, in the national news. Him and Sean Young just, played it out in the newspapers. And then supposedly, I don't know, was she leaving doll parts on his, she was leaving some doll parts out there, like a hanging doll or something.
That's very dramatic.
Because I think, they tried to signify that a pregnancy was I got to be careful with him. I don't know all the details. I'll just say I don't know what I'm talking about.
Right.
But
he'll come after you like a nut. He'll do it.
Yeah, so I can't imagine that you're going to get anything out of someone saying something to you on Twitter.
No. Is this his first time experience? Does he think this is the first time this has ever happened?
He just doesn't want to put up with shit. He's doxing that son of a bitch, pulling him out, letting him see what the hell's going on. Fucking call me a name, I'll see you in court. The guy's just like, what? I was just on Twitter a second ago. I don't have $10 million to give this dude. I heard he was a coke addict.
Maybe he just watched his role in Casino, where he was doing just a shitload of coke.
I'm confused, that's all.
Well, the thing is it's hard to prove someone is an addict or not an addict, but there's a lot of people who do coke that you could argue aren't addicts.
Sure. Occasionally.
They argue that they aren't addicts all the time. All you've got to do is go into court, snort a bunch of coke, and say, that's it. I don't want any more. Because that's the way you can prove it, not the fact that you say, I never do coke.
Watch me for the rest of this trial. See if you see me do that again.
I saw him in Drugstore Cowboy. He was like a fucking maniac in that. Like his hair was on fire. God, he's made some good movies.
Now, do you think that he thinks that this is not typical? Like, he must be aware that everybody deals with this.
He's not putting up with it. He's not everybody. He's not putting up with the shit. And Trump is going like this. Holy shit, we can do this? Good. You should see my Twitter feed right now. It's horrific. Now, you know what? There's somebody who said something about you on Reddit. You know what I mean? Why stop?
There's a whole world of people out there.
But I don't even think that you could walk down. Like, first of all, I don't know why it would ruin his character, because most of us don't put in the @James Woods to see what other people are saying to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if I was following him, I might see what he says, but I wouldn't know what somebody actually tweeted to him unless he retweeted. Certainly, I wouldn't look it up if he favored it. I would have to wait.
How could you find it?
I would have to wait for him to RT it before I even found out about it. Brian in Charlotte.
Hey, Ronnie, that line about the handicap parking really made me laugh pretty hard. I guess I probably should, but I always wondered, why was there handicap parking spots at roller rinks?
First of all, it's handicapable parking, and I don't know. I can't tell you the last time that I was even aware I was anywhere close to a roller rink. But I believe if you have a business of any kind, you got to at least put a couple spots out there.
Yeah, I mean, they might not be the ones rolling. They could be the ones driving, though.
Oh, because there's special kind of cars.
Yeah,
that have the gas pedal up on the dash. If I was in a wheelchair and I went to a roller rink, I would just go out on the floor and say, "Look, finally, everybody's out here."
I brought my own wheels, thanks.
Spinning and winning.
Time for backwards skate.
Yeah. I do like a good backwards skate because you never know what's behind you.
Oh, yeah. You always need one.
I would only, when they would say backwards skate, I'd say no, thank you. Sounds a little too dangerous for me. I forward skate.
It's a little too adventurous.
Yeah. I guess if I'm playing roller hockey, I'm going to be forced into a backward skate, but not now, my friend. And if I do play ice hockey, I'm playing in my figure skates because I like to dig in. Joe, I guess you grew up playing a lot of iced hockey.
Yeah, I did play a lot of iced hockey.
I can't picture you playing.
Well, I never played organized iced hockey, but I would play a lot of pickup iced hockey.
See, he's from Minnesota, a land where ice rules 10 months out of the year.
Yeah.
Frozen tundra.
Yeah, it is.
Challenged to deal with that.
See, if you say frozen tundra to him, it actually infuriates him because that's Green Bay.
Come on.
Sorry.
Come on, Gail.
Field.
Didn't realize.
And that's see, they have a one-sided problem with Green Bay. Green Bay doesn't know it because they win so much. It doesn't even occur to them that someone doesn't like them. V just wave from the other room.
It's such a good waiver.
Green Bay just had to change the field on Lambeau Field to turf because all their fans were grazing during halftime.
Okay, that's great.
Thanks.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Cattle does not show up to games. Just so you know that. Your joke makes no sense.
You have a hard time believing that.
I doubt it very much, my friend. Very much. I love the, my God, people are like writing fucking old jokes to us. It's really strange. Came out of nowhere.
An old joke.
Well, if I'd play them if I really wanted to.
Now I'm like looking.
Yes, that's the people at home can't.
You don't have the privilege.
All right, I'll put them on. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, how's it going? Good morning.
Good morning, buddy.
So the thing with James Woods, and being a drug addict, drugs are only a problem when you can't get them.
Why would you think we'd never heard that before, Robert?
I don't know why I thought that. I just wanted to call in and say good morning.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Just morning.
Just morning's fine.
Reg in Florida. What's up, Reg?
Hey, good morning, Ronnie. Thanks for taking my call.
It is my job, isn't it, Reg?
Yeah, it is. Listen, I know we're talking about handicap parking and everything, and it's always been a driving question in my mind when you drive through a drive-through bank teller and you're sitting there at the teller window. Why is everything described in Braille when you're looking at the window as well?
What's thinking, huh? What's wrong with this?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Stanley doesn't even know what a bank teller window is.
Why is it a milkshake and not a milk's mix? They don't shake it, they mix it. Right. I'm just doing some observations, folks. Why do they call it Easter? We don't stir anything, huh? I don't want to get on the plane. I want to get in the plane. Oh, wait, I think that was Carlin who did that thing. No one ever sits around and just does the Carlin voice. I've never... Well, yeah, there was one guy who goes out and does a fake Carlin show.
Oh, really?
He does like a Bon Jovi type show for George Carlin. Please don't start typing today. Thanks. I would just love it if I didn't have to hear that typing all day long. It is the morning show here with the Bennington kids, putting it to bed after a long week. 866-969-1969. 866-969-1969. And it's the Bennington Show at Gmail. Bennington Show at Gmail. We started off the show today with Miss Patti Smith, one of those rock and roll stars who has equal parts feminine, equal parts masculine.
Yeah.
You have to have that if you want to be a rock and roll star. Whether you're a male, you got to be a little bit glammy. And if you're female, you got to be a little bit badass. I was watching Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll last night. And it's the Robert Kelly get together. And Joan Jett came on.
Oh, yeah. She definitely has that down. Perfect.
A lot of masculinity there.
Yeah. Any good rocker. That's like the key.
Started with Elvis. Elvis was a boy the fellas could kiss, is the way he was. It was first booked down south. The boy with a girl face.
This is a nice tagline. I'd show up for that.
Well, people did. They showed up in droves, and they actually so much that they soon anointed him king of rock and roll.
But that's the issue with whatever previous generation is always like, they look like girls, like whatever it is. Like the Beatles had that.
Well, yeah, I think young boys look like girls to men. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why prison, they're so happy to see a youngster come in because it reminds them of the ladies.
Oh, hello, little lady.
But no one ever looks at an older man and go, oh my God, he's like an old lady. I guess somehow the feminine part of us dies.
Yes. No one says, it's a beautiful, mature woman.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that way. Now, in radio, you don't need, to mix masculine and feminism.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that's true. You probably don't, but I think it's good for any personality. It's like everybody has a little bit of both.
The fluid. Now you're talking like Bruce / Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Which, by the way, Sunday night is show 2. You'll never be as good as show 1, I don't think. I think
right.
That show had to have peaked in the first one.
I think that you will see a very strong drop off in the message. We got the message out of the way for the first episode. Let's get back to what Caitlyn knows best, which is reality TV about drama.
Yeah, it'll be like, we're going to Knott's Berry Farm today, and we have a bet of who can. Yeah, they just make up these bizarre things that no one is doing. All right. Sean has something for us. Sean.
Hey, morning, Benningtons.
Good morning.
I just passed Monmouth Park. I live like a 2-minute walk away from
That's got to be
the
great.
entrance. American Pharaoh just came in yesterday. I woke up this morning. There's fucking helicopters hovering around. The place is more packed than it is on a Saturday just for his morning workout. They're absolutely going insane around here.
Yeah, well, first of all, you should. Because how many times in your life do you get to spot a horse like that? But on the other hand, why would they still keep running this horse? It's amazing to me.
Yeah, that really shocked me. I thought for sure you win the Triple Crown, you're retired immediately.
Stud?
Yeah, you're out to stud.
Yeah.
They used to get like 35,000 for the Hess. Well, it's a big race, around here, and they're expecting like 2.5 times that. It's going to be 70,000, 80,000 people there. It's going to be a fucking, it's insane.
Now, what is the point of this race, though? Is this...
It's like our big race, like Monmouth Park, and we had the Breeders' Cup a couple years back. It's like $1 million race. So usually we'll get like the Derby winner, or one of the big race winners to come through.
I wasn't even aware of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's first Sunday in August every year, Monmouth Park. I mean, it's not... the park's not bad because you can bring your own. I mean, just like any other place. So it's like, I mean, it's just...
Yeah.
This is
well, I'm going to go to that. I'm going to be staying at Eastside Dave's house. He lives down that way.
Yeah.
He's a graduate of that fine university.
Yeah, CB Gay. That was the high school he went to. No offense to gay people, but...
It seems that way, though. It seems like it's offense to them. When you name a school after someone, you've offended them. All right, thanks, Sean. Enjoy the race. Make sure that horse's leg doesn't break. That's what I'm nervous about.
Gosh. That was the most exciting thing. That was crazy.
Well, more excitement to that or the women's winning the World Cup?
I'm going to go World Cup.
Me too.
I mean, that was massive. But that's pretty exciting. I didn't even think about the fact that that happened within the same year. That's two really huge sports stories.
It's been a wonderful year. And now you got the big ladies UFC story. And is Ronda Rousey, is that her last name?
Yeah.
And she said not only is she going to win, but she's not going to end it early and make the other girl suffer. Because the other girl said some bad things, she said. So she's going to keep her in the ring and try to tear ligaments. And that's sportsmanship to me. That's pure.
Yeah.
That's what the sport was designed for. Paul, what's up, buddy? Paul. All right. Let's go over to Zach. Zach, what do you say, pal?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, pal?
How's it going? It's Max, actually.
Max?
Yeah.
I like to call you Zach. All right. What can we do for you, Zach?
I'll go with Zach. So as far as old rockers, I think they do start looking like women. Look at Paul McCartney. He looks like a grandmother. I mean, or Mrs. Doubtfire, but I mean, he definitely does not look like a man anymore.
All right, I'm gonna take a look at that later. I never noticed that he was matronly.
Very matronly.
I have heard this about Paul.
He does not look like a man anymore.
Well, I think that's something also like when a man is well kept in his old age. You know what I mean? I think there ends up being a bit of a feminine look.
Yeah, but young Paul McCartney was like a pretty girl.
That's true. It could just be his look. But I do think that happens with like a lot of older, rich men where if they're very well kept, they have a look of femininity.
But you're saying European men is what we're talking about. European men who love to perfume themselves.
A fancy man, if you will.
Yeah. All right, let's go here to Jack in Baltimore. Jack.
Hey, Ronnie, here's the reason they're still racing that horse. They sold the stud fees before the final race. So they can't increase the stud fees because they sold them before he won the Triple Crown. So now the only money they can make off him, but they can't stop him from racing him. So they're going to race him, they said, for probably 2 more years to make as much money as they can. Because they would have made more money on stud fees, but they gambled and bet, and they sold it before the final race.
They bet against themselves.
Wow.
Yeah. They sold it for like $22.5 million, but they would have probably gotten 40 to 50 after the Triple Crown.
All right, this is this makes a lot more sense because they don't give a shit if this horse snaps an ankle.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, it is.
The stud fee guys cannot stop them from racing. They still own the horse. The guys own the semen.
So somebody else owns the semen and they own the horse. And like, you're going to see this horse taking kids for rides down at the mall. They don't give a shit what happens to them. You throw in $30, you can shoot a Triple Crown winner with a paintball gun. That's going to be how they end up selling this gimmick.
He's going to be pulling a cart through Central Park.
I know you went too far. That's really, you know what I mean? The first two made a lot of sense.
Fair.
But that cart through Central Park is never going to happen. First of all, that's to stand out there on 57th Street all day. I always have a feeling when I walk past those horses that one of them's going to bite me on the shoulder. I just have a thing and watch.
Like,
my head's on a swivel. And I go, if you bite me on the shoulder, I'm fucking you up.
Well, they're huge. They're massive creatures. When you pass a horse and you look at it, you're like, huh. If you just like decided to go nuts, you just murder me right now.
Well, every once in a while they do go crazy and they start kicking up there or they'll run into the street. One got hit by a cab when I was on my way home.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. He was fine.
Oh, good.
I want to say the truth.
Are you guys glad that the horse is fine?
Yeah. Worked out, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Worked out really good for everybody.
I'm happy the story wasn't so sad.
Yeah, there for a second it seemed like the horse was going to be dead until I lied.
What?
One thing about a horse, they cannot take they can't take a bump of any kind. If they go off their pins, forget about it. You got to just put them down.
Yeah, the limbs aren't really well designed, I think. And then also I think they have like a lot of stomach issues, like because of the length of their neck or something, they can't throw up.
What?
Yeah, horses can't throw up. I'm pretty sure that's true.
I don't even know how that would come up, but I have never seen a horse throw up. I will agree with that.
I'm almost positive that I read this. The shape of their neck, or from stomach to mouth, they can't.
Because there's like a hook to their neck and head. But
it's got too far to travel.
But I'm going to say this. I've never seen an elephant throw up. I mean, most animals, other than a human and a dog, I don't know an animal who throws up.
Yeah, dogs love to throw up.
Yeah, I don't know if they love it, but they do it quite often.
Cats are into it.
Birds to feed their young.
Yeah, but that's chewing and like a bird. But does a bird get a flu? Like the bird flu that goes around. You ever see a bird just like, oh my God, I'm so sick, just throwing up? Hey, Lois, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys are talking about all the great stuff happening in sports this year. You forgot to mention Serena Williams. She's going for like another dinner plate or something.
Well, that hasn't happened yet. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, but
until the fall.
she didn't she do something big already before that?
Well, she won the other three, but we're not excited. It's the fourth when you get to see the Grand Slam, and that's coming in New York.
So it has the potential to be another big one.
It has the potential to be the greatest thing that's ever happened to women on the planet Earth.
It's going to be a big year for us.
She has never won the Grand Slam. She won something called the Serena Slam, which is 4 in a row, but not 4 in a row in the same calendar year.
Right.
So she's really playing it down there. Like, are you excited about the slam? And she's like, well, I've done it. And they're saying, no, you haven't done it. It's like saying I won the first half of the Super Bowl, so I'm a champion. But first half champion. And I give myself that. Well, Deflategate was the first, gigantic sports story, but that's one of the terrible ones.
Yeah, that wasn't a positive.
And, everyone's saying team of the year goes to the gals.
Oh,
for the big soccer win.
Easily. That was nuts. That was so exciting.
That's the thing about sports, though, is you don't retain any of the excitement at all. It just happens.
It's in the moment, and then it's not like
that day. You're like, this is the greatest moment of my life. This is what I was born for, to watch this. And then the next day, you're like, what did you watch yesterday? Nothing.
Nothing good.
Yeah. The ESPN guys always act like every single thing is the most important thing that ever happened.
Yeah, leading up to it and during. And then 2 days later, somebody brings it up and you're like, well, that's already happened.
Heard about it. Saw it. Over. Halftime sucked. That's what everyone likes to say after Super Bowl. Did you see that halftime? It sucked. Like, when have you ever seen a good halftime? Marching bands turn you on? Why should a halftime be good? And those commercials blew. You mean like every other day?
Yeah,
and every other show?
Bad. It's more rare if you have a good halftime show. Like Prince was exciting. That was fun. Then other than that, was there another like extremely memorable halftime show that you're like, great performances?
Well, I think people like the Bruce Springsteen. I like the Tom Petty. It didn't really have the pop that most people were doing. But I had predicted that he would end with American Girl.
You were right.
Yeah.
I didn't see it coming.
Do you think anyone ever says to him that's in his bed, Tom, we doing American Girl tonight? End with it? Yeah, we're going to end with American Girl.
Just want to check the set list.
Okay.
Same as usual, or?
I don't know. I'm thinking about ending with Refugee. No, we're going to end with American Girl. And like everyone's so excited when he goes into it. Like, I can't believe it. He's playing his signature song.
He did it.
Well, when we saw Mr. Bruce Springsteen up at the Apollo, everyone made a big deal there. That was all the Springsteen heads. And there's many here. There's many people here that work here that have seen him 150 times or whatever. And they were all running around yelling, this is the first show since 1974 that he didn't do Born to Run. I never saw people excited that someone didn't do a song.
Really?
Yeah.
Because they just are like, we've all heard it. There's no reason to.
No, they were just excited because it was a historical footnote.
Right.
And that's what I was saying to him. Well, this wasn't a full concert. You know what I mean? This was a radio concert that he had to pack in so much time. I'm sure if it was a full 3.5, 4 hour Springsteen concert.
What did he do? Like an hour?
Hour and a half, probably, something like that. I'd have to go back and check.
So it was pared down quite a bit from the regular.
Well, it was a radio, it was a radio broadcast to promote a new album. Yeah.
But they were just like, he didn't do the thing.
They were ecstatic that he didn't do it, only because they were going out of their minds that they saw something or didn't see something that other people had seen before. I think that's what they were trying to say. Jason, Panic in Detroit. What can we do for you?
Hey, Mr. Bennington and all the rest of the Bennington family.
Hey.
Isn't it odd that nobody ever loses in sports nowadays? They just choke. And everybody at ESPN, they choked. Nobody just loses.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I mean, to call someone a choker, you'd have to be predicted to win. You know what I mean? Like a underdog doesn't choke.
Right.
Just life played itself out the way it was supposed to.
But they do play up the drama of the, like, what's anticipated and who lost, and like, this is devastating.
I always like this. He must be thinking of his dead brother right now. You just won the World Series. Are you sad that your brother can't be here? And the guy's like, what? My brother? Yeah.
I am now.
Yeah. Well, tears are flowing where there once was joy just moments ago. Reminded.
But you did this to me.
You wish you had your brother here with you? Hey, Ronnie Nollins. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I think when YouTube played the Super Bowl right after 9/11 and they played Streets Have No Name and all the names of people that had died.
There were a lot of people upset about that. There was a lot of people who did not like that.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I know, but, a lot of people are like, damn, we just wanted to watch the Super Bowl. Once again, can we just have a day when we're not thinking of the tragedy?
You just need one day.
That's all we're looking for. And now they just... I saw you two, and they do an in memoriam where they'll play every song and dedicate it to the dead. Earth's dead. They call it the Earth's dead. And they just list every person who's passed away.
It's going to take a while.
Oh, it's... I got to tell you, when they got to Julius Caesar, I was choked up. I'm like, I forgot he died. That was BC. Also,
there was still so many to go after that.
Hey, Matt, what's up, bub?
Hey, Ron.
Hey.
You're talking about songs not being played. My brother and I went to go see Leonard Skinner Reboot Part 2, whatever the hell they are. And show ended, and he's freaking out. It's like, oh, my God, can you believe they didn't play Freebird? I had to say, relax, dude, it's the encore. We all know this.
I remember Rossington Collins, though, which was a couple of people from the band, and they would do a musical version, no singers, and then they would just put two spotlights on the microphone to remind us where our Van Zant should be.
Aww.
And then later they said, well, we'll never sing that song. We'll only do it this way. And then later they went and got his brother and then returned to their name,
right.
Skinner Boys. And we're like, why couldn't we have the singer all that other time then? Seemed like it would have worked out nice. I think they're down to like one member of
really?
That. Yeah. The one dude, I think, is all that's left in Skinner.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to have a majority rule.
Well, it really depends on which guy is missing.
Right. If it's the singer/lead guitarist, it's a little easier than just saying it's only the bassist is left. Or
yeah, I mean, let's face it. No one sat around saying to Bill Wyman's not here. This isn't the Stones anymore. But to go and see that Doors show without Jim Morrison, no.
Yeah,
they had 75% of the band.
Right.
And no one felt like they really saw the Doors.
Yeah, if you are missing lead singer and that person is also, say, songwriter, you know what I mean? That's the band pretty much.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would agree with that. But I was going to say, even if he wasn't a songwriter, if I saw The Who without Roger Daltrey, I don't think I would say this is The Who.
Right. You would think.
Even without Keith Moon, I feel like I saw The Who.
Right.
Without John Entwistle, I saw The Who. But there's two dudes that you're like, you got to have both of them.
Right. Without Daughtry, it's like a Who-like concert.
Yeah. And the same if Townsend wasn't there, I'd feel the same way.
Right.
With you two, I probably could show up in none of the four members. And I would just say there's Brother Joe and he's holding it up. I think it's perfect. I think To You is every bit as good as you two. And I get to be closer. And you can drink here at a reasonable price at Smith's. I'm trying to think. I mean, AC/DC is probably the only band that kind of retained everything, even though they switched lead singers.
Van Halen. Well,
no, not for me.
No,
I think with Sammy, it's a really good band that they had,
but it's a different band.
It seems like a different band to me. I don't know why they just didn't change the name.
Yeah, because initially I was going to say that was the case, but you're right. That easily could have been, okay, now we've got a new band.
Right. That's why I respect Clapton. He doesn't go around acting like he's in the same band. He just goes, we're a new band. That's it. This is a brand new band.
There's no reason to lie to you folks.
Yeah, we're not going to lie. And guess what? You're not going to hear the other songs. I'm just not going to, you're not going to hear a Cream song all of a sudden in the middle of a Blind Faith. Doesn't go down that way. But see, that's the thing. Like when they did add Sammy to Van Halen, they started to talk about it every show. You know what I mean? Like every show. Do you miss Dave? Like, oh no, dude. You see that? We got Sammy here.
We're doing a different thing.
Yeah. You miss your old girlfriend when you're kissing this one? I don't think about it that way.
That's the mistake of not renaming the band.
Here's Paul in Chicago.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah.
I wanna comment on the other caller that said that as nobody loses. If that they don't lose anymore, they choke. The Cleveland Cavaliers were supposed to win the NBA championship.
They never were.
Of the season. Well, they were predicted to win.
No, they were not.
They were like if I'm right, I think they were.
No,
they
you're
were like
wrong.
the best team in the NBA.
No, they were not even close to being the best team in the NBA. First of all, they probably wouldn't have been predicted to beat anybody in the West.
But they also gave LeBron on the ESPYs a Best Performance Award, and he lost.
Yes, but he carried a team of bums all the way to the finals. And by the way, the ESPY Awards is like getting just a made-up fucking trophy.
Yeah.
Not that all trophies aren't made up, but this one really is. I think they let the fans vote on it.
Yeah, it's
they vote by shoes.
It seems very pretend.
Yeah.
Like, you get this thing.
But no one in the world thought that LeBron, first of all, was even going to get that team to the finals. We were surprised about that. I thought they were going to lose to Chicago.
Yeah.
I was rooting against them the whole way. And then finally, I'm like, wait, could this happen? Could Cleveland get something? Should I really believe? And obviously there was no reason to. ESPN or HBO does that sports show that really goes just back and shows people's brain injuries and how much sports has hurt them. But they did this thing where they were just so judgmental about us giving out trophies to kids today. Like everybody gets a trophy.
Right.
And this whole everybody gets a trophy mentality. And I'm just watching TV and I'm like, how do they think this is new? I had a trophy for everything I ever played in when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, everybody I know. You got a participation trophy. It was smaller, and then you might win one of the bigger trophies. But for some reason, they act like this just happened the other day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all kids who played in Little League, everybody got...
You got a team trophy. Was to signify you were on that team. I don't know. I never bragged about that trophy. I didn't walk around like I had Slammy awards.
You see this? I was on the team, so...
Got my name called out and walked up.
And I received it.
The coach said that I was improving. This young man has shown a lot of improvement.
Oh.
He had to. Because he was stunk when he got here.
Hear that, everybody? I've improved.
I mean, it's it's bizarre to think that somehow we're hurting these kids by giving them trophies. The way everyone keeps saying now, this everybody gets a trophy thing is wrong in this country. But they're little kids. Who gives a shit what they got?
We're not going to get any more trophies after that.
They're going to go home and put a fucking cape on and run around in their backyard.
I also think, yeah, you're overestimating how important it is to kids. Like, it's important, like, for 30 seconds. Yes. Just like anything is to a child.
When you're bringing it home, it's exciting. But I don't know where my old trophies are, and neither does anyone else. You only put them up when you're a little kid. It's my trophy wall. Look, I got 5 of them. All participations.
And I don't think it affects the rest of your life. And things really changed once I got that participation.
They said
trophy.
that their angle was we'll quit earlier because someone handed us a trophy for playing fucking soccer or whatever these dumb kids do now. Flag football.
Yeah, I don't think that that's how. If that's all it takes, that kid probably was not going to make it.
First of all, he's playing on flag football. He should already be embarrassed. You should be humiliated that you're on a flag football team. I can't even get to tell you what it rhymes with because I'm going to keep my gig here today. Here's Gary in Canada. What's up, buddy?
I love the new show. You guys are a bunch of major dudes.
It is amazing.
Hey, I just wanted to, you were talking about halftime shows.
So?
No one ever really brings up Prince. And
Well, that's what started it.
Yeah.
Gail brought it
I
up. That's
brought
what
it
started
up.
the conversation.
I'm on your side.
Yeah. We said that Prince was the all-time greatest halftime show.
Yeah.
Well,
It's more rare. It's rare to say, I really enjoyed that halftime show.
Yeah, the awesome thing with Prince is like everybody was crazy about the Janet Jackson nipple slip. Well, he stepped behind that curtain and he had like a 4-foot extension on his guitar and it kind of looked like he had a dragon dick or something. Yeah. He was ripping off like a 4-minute face melter. Yeah. It was pretty awesing.
Yeah.
It was pretty awesome.
So
You're
awesome.
right.
If I just think of the outline of a man's penis, I just go crazy.
Pretty much the coolest thing I could think of.
It's pretty awesome. When you thought about his dragon dick, just fucking ripping out this 4-minute face melter. Jesus Christ.
That guy's a major dude.
He is a major dude. Joe in Chicago.
How
I
you
love
doing,
Gary in
Ronnie?
Canada.
You guys sound great this morning.
We sound great every day, dude. This is our pacing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But particularly today.
Okay, but to me every day.
Well, anyway, it's kind of interesting. I was talking to someone the other day, and yeah, the trophies are given out, and also this guy was a coach, so every kid gets a game ball at some point during the year. So that was kind of interesting to me. But then he started talking about now they start doing drafts, and so they rank everybody in there on their team highest to lowest. So it's kind of bizarre to me that they're at one point, recognizing everybody's special, and then you're totally isolated.
Well, you always start the year with drafts, but the kids aren't watching it, but there's no doubt, because I've been, I've coached those sports before, and in the later rounds, there's all a sense of, embarrassment, you know what I mean? And you're like, everyone's going to get 1 or 2. So, like, just run them off. And you're like, let's see. I got this kid ranked a 2 on a scale of 100. I'll take him.
Plus,
you're going to get that kid.
Plus, kids already do that anyways whenever they play pickup games. There's always the fat kid who gets picked
that's
last,
actually much more devastating.
They do it.
And there's so many, like, Apatow even brought that up. And he's like, when you're a guy picked for last in school, and you're like, now you're a fucking grown man.
Yeah.
Like, why are you still bringing that up?
First of all, you say that. Try being a girl. You're always picked last.
Yeah, but it's not as devastating to a girl.
Yeah, I guess it was. At least we were all together. It was all the girls like, hey,
well,
are we going to get picked at all?
Yeah, it's for.
Then they just start picking up cute
you guys
ones.
are playing.
Well, you're pretty cute, so you could play with us, I guess.
I think the worst thing is like when they say kids would say stuff like, "Okay, I'll take Joe, but we get 4 outs." one of the outs will just be Joe. So that way we can make it easier. But
Anything to
yeah,
get on the
I mean,
team.
there's no this whole thing that something happened because you're a kid and you got to hold on to it forever. I never fucking got that. You know what I mean? Like that whole thing of, oh, no one ever says, you know what? In third grade, they started saying who was cute and I didn't get picked. But for some reason, they take the kickball thing. You know, so what? You weren't a good kickball player. If you were the best kickball player, it helps you zero in life now.
I'm going to be honest, it's not going to come up again.
Look, hey, dude, if they picked in math, I'd be like you, okay? I'd be the you of math. They wouldn't give a shit. But I would just go like this, math, that's for douchebags.
Damn it, he wins this too.
Math ain't gonna help anybody in life, am I right, guys? Anyone who does math is not friends with us.
We've set up a system that you're not going to like. Math team.
Good. Go ahead up there, mathlete. You're the best mathlete in the school. Then we drop the M and you get nothing. I don't think it's a big deal, and people hold on to it.
Yeah, it seems silly, but I guess, I don't know. What I mean, there's got to be other things like people hold on to, though, from school, like if you were picked on, or I guess people, those formative years.
Here's the things that they worry about. If someone touched your balls, you fucking, for whatever reason, carry that around forever. You know, Morrissey just acted like he was sexually fucking assaulted because someone grabbed his crotch before he got on a plane. I'm like, haven't you ever been patted down in your fucking life? You know what I mean?
What kind of grab was this? Was that like they lingered?
There's no way that somebody took a 50-year-old man was stroking his penis. You know what I mean? They just fucking patted him down like anyone that's ever been by the cops. I've never seen a cop going, I really like this part of it. They're just making sure you don't have something sharp. That's all. Maybe if your zipper wasn't so thick, Morrissey. But really, if those TSA members wanted somebody, they could have had better looking people than Morrissey in a heartbeat.
I don't know. It's kind of a heartthrob.
Still. And also he says he doesn't have sex.
Yeah, he is asexual.
You can't be a heartthrob and be asexual.
I guess you're right. That's a good point.
I have fantasized about not having sex with him. And basically now you're in the same relationship with Morrissey that you'd ever be.
Maybe because he's an asexual, he misinterpreted that for that reason.
I think that's the whole thing. That
he's like, we just had sex.
Like any touch to him seems so inappropriate and disgusting. I'll tell you right now, I'd rather blow him than listen to his music. Yeah, I said it. Maybe I'm just not suicidal enough to get it. Cheer up, Marcy. Come here. I'm going to give you a big asexual hug. And then why don't you write a tune that we could all dance to. Here's Ben in New York.
This is Ben Fung Torres from Rolling Stone.
Hi, Ben Fung Torres.
Hello.
That was good. That was good, dude.
Yeah, the reason why all the kids have to get trophies is because their parents are the crazy people that make them. They'll sue the schools. We used to have this marathon, and everybody that qualified for the marathon got a shirt. Well, even the kids that didn't qualify for the marathon wouldn't get a shirt, so the parents would come and say to the school, if you don't give the kid a shirt, we're going to sue you. And so it's the same crazy parents that, you know, whenever the umpire makes a, call at the plate and calls the kid out, it's the parents that come down from the stands and say, and the coaches say, the kids don't care. It's the parents that care more than the kids.
I brought this up before that in my league, in my hometown, we played a lot of sandlot ball. Like all day long, you could go play a game. And it was always, baseball season, it was a baseball game. Basketball, you went to the courts, you waited till the older guys to get done, then you jumped on the courts. It was just 24 hours a day, football, just playing without pads. I never saw a kid cry over winning and losing until they gave us uniforms and the parents came to see us.
Right.
Now, no parents ever walk down the street to say, I want to see you guys playing Sandlot ball.
Right.
You know, you never look up and your mom would be sitting in a chair. Come on, Ronnie. You know, but we get a fucking thing that says Linwood Sunoco and they're down there and they're all tied up in it. And it always seemed bizarre.
I guess I never really thought of that it's entirely the adults who put the pressure on making it something when it could be fun, you know? It's
well, now adults are everywhere. You know what I mean? Adults are always with the kids when they play, even when they're having a play date. The moms are sitting there looking at them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a new fangled term. I never heard that term when I was a kid even. Like, that was nothing.
I don't know how kids learn how to cuss now. That was the thing. You learned how to cuss and spit and, you know, do stuff. But you're not going to do that with your parents around. That's the exact opposite of playing.
You can't cuss at a play date.
You must just feel the same way like when you're in jail and the guards are watching you from a tower. Just look up and two moms are walking back and forth. You're just sitting there to your friend going like this, don't look at me, but you're a fucker. That's the contraband that we have right now. You're a real fucker.
What did you say?
Yeah. Everything's cool. Hey, Rod. Hey,
how's it going?
Cool.
Parents are nuts when it comes to sports.
Yeah.
They're nuts. Like, I used to coach hockey, like youth hockey. I didn't even have a kid. I just, you know, grew up in the sport and played it and said I was going to give back to my minor hockey association, you know, go coach. And the parents are crazy. Like, I was coaching Pee Wee hockey, and there's some parents thought their kids was the next Crosby or
right.
whatever. And I'm like, guys, they're 12, 13-year-old. Like, let them have fun, you know?
Yeah, they're not going to make it. They're better off. They'd have a better chance if you said, I want my kid to hit the lottery than to play professional hockey.
Well, yeah, and what I used to tell the parents the first meeting, like, listen, you know, there's none of the kids you're going to make the big leagues. Make sure they get a good education. Maybe play university hockey. And then after that, if they're good enough, they want to go play out in Europe, they can. But, you know, make sure that they get a good education. And then after that, whatever they can do.
Look, when you're coaching Pee Wee hockey, you're just trying to teach kids enough so when they're older and watching hockey, they're going to understand the strategies of the game.
Yeah, you're teaching them the game.
You're teaching them to be fans of the game. They're not going to play.
I'm teaching the game, and then I'm teaching them, like, you know, like systems and whatnot that, you know, hopefully when they get older and they want to go play high school hockey or play junior hockey and whatnot, that, you know, they remember when I was coaching them and people, oh, yeah, I remember, you know, this and it's easier for them to progress. But, you know, and there's some parents, like, I literally seen parents in the stands with stopwatches and they come after the game, well, my kid only played this much minutes and he played blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I thought the parents want me to coach to win or to have fun. And they're like, well, what do you mean?
Yeah, they don't. Winning is fun to them. And yeah, you know, that's also what you really need is a bunch of fucking 11 and 12-year-olds crying.
Yeah.
Because they didn't beat a bunch of other 11 and 12-year-olds. Well, kids, we had a good year this year. We went 3-8. Personally, I'm destroyed by this. I had a kid on the team that I coached, and his parents at the end of the year gave me a picture of me and the kid saying, so when he makes the big leagues, you can remember that, you know, that you were here for him. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I mean, this kid, he probably hit like 380 for us, right? But if he really had big league potential, he would have hit like 970 in that fucking. There would have been nobody that could have thrown the ball by him. Yeah, he's good for around here. That's fine. But let's face it, he blows compared to a big leaguer.
Well, people got really wrapped up in that team.
What? Men in Black?
Mm-hmm. Men in Black.
That's why I renamed our team. Forget what we were named after, a mirror company or something.
L'Oreal Limited.
Oh yeah, it was 2 L's in there. But But yeah, they get nuts. They can't help themselves as parents. Here's Eric. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Ronnie. John Smoltz, I think it's John Smoltz who just got into the Hall of Fame from the Braves. And in his acceptance speech, he lectured for about 5 minutes about parents making kids play sports all year long. Parents throwing curveball pitches, breaking curveball pitches in Little League. He said Tommy John surgery is not supposed to be something your child has at 14 years old. He lectured him about letting them play other sports and have fun. It's a really good clip, if you guys can find it.
I don't want to, but I appreciate it. See, that is a major change that they'll take the kid and they'll just have him, specifically do that one sport over and over and over. And that's where you start hearing about Tommy John surgery because
they're overworking themselves at such
there's one muscles.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? There's certain things where you used to just play all the sports.
Right.
Now, on the other hand, if you do have a kid who's good enough, then he's got to work at it or because the other kids are. That's what's happened to it. So you can't be like, oh, well, I let him play all the sports. And then they're like, oh, too bad he didn't have an extra pitch. He'd be making, $300 million now. But you fucking wanted him to play other things. Aren't you happy with yourself? You cared about his schoolwork, too. But it's just like, the pop stars now are all Disney trained. That never used to happen. Elvis wasn't on TV when he was 4, the way fucking JT is. That kid's a goddamn robot and has been since he was a little kid.
Yeah, that's a person who's never had a normal life, ever.
I don't know, but is there a normal life?
No, I guess not. But to be groomed for stardom at a very young age is...
Well, they were right, though.
Yeah.
It fucking paid off. Well, you got to have a parent who's insane. And Michael Jackson's like, my dad was awful. Is he? You sitting here in this giant house able to molest children without even being fucking arrested? Joe Jackson was a genius with his kid. Father of the Year, I'd give him. So you took a couple punches in the neck, and now you don't want to have sex with people your own age. But don't you enjoy all your gold records? Fuck, you made something out of Marlon and Randy somehow. And they had nothing coming into this.
It was worth getting the Switch.
Is that what he did? Hit him with a Switch?
Yeah, they'd have to go out and pick their own Switch. I just remember that from the Jackson 5 made-for-TV movie.
Well, that thing was amazing. Mr. Gordy, he said shoulders. That was the best thing.
He said shoulders.
Let me tell you something. If my dad ever sent me out to get my own Switch, he'd never fucking see me again until he hunted me down. Once I'm in the backyard and then in the Switch part of it, not only will I not get my own Switch, I don't even know what it is and how to find it on its tree. Is this a good Switch or is it just a branch?
You would just see coming back with really weak little twigs.
Just like you be the parent, you tell me go get the Switch.
You know what you've done. Now go get a Switch.
Where's the Switch I got last week? Why are you throwing away the Switches?
I got you a perfectly good Switch.
I had to take all the leaves off of it, get it nice and switchy. And what do? You throw it away? You know I'm going to be bad again. Just hit me with your hand, or don't you have something around here?
I'll get you this one this last time, but please save this one. I want to be in the backyard every time I'm bad.
Too much. I mean, I don't mind the hitting. It's the finding the Switch and preparing it. It takes forever. I could be doing other things. You know what? Here's what I'm doing. I'm going to get it now, but then I'm going to keep the Switch in my room. So if you want a Switch, I'll go get it for you. Because you can't be trusted with the Switch. It's always that thing, like I'll be in a meeting and like, oh, when I was a kid, I get hit with something, and they, and I'm like, well, you're not getting hit now. Why are you still fucking suffering with it? You got hit years ago. Years ago. No one ever says, I used to get hit, now things are great. You'd think they would.
So much better now.
Yeah. So much better now that I can punch back. Let's go over here to Chuck. Chuck.
Hey, Ronnie, what's going on, man?
Oh, it's Chuck from North Carolina. Long time, buddy.
Yeah, I've been trying to hide out. A lot of things going on.
Well, I understand.
Listen, I wanted to tell you, man, I played Little League baseball and Babe Ruth baseball with Cal Ripken Jr., and he was a good damn ball player from the time I met him in like the third grade. Anyway, his daddy was the minor league baseball coach in our town in Asheville.
Uh-huh.
So that's why they live there. But when his dad could come to our games, if our coach pitched him, he would make him take him out so the other team could hit and learn and play ball instead of him striking every damn body out. And I thought that was cool as hell, man. I mean, he thought more of the other kids learning the game than he did his boy getting out there throwing curveballs and change-ups at 12 years old.
Well, here's the thing about Cal Ripken Jr. in Little League. He missed like half the games. It's kind of ironic when you think about it. The guy missed a lot of games.
He was a little guy, man. He wasn't big at all.
Yeah.
But he had eyes. Bro, you know how you see these people now buy these contacts
Sure.
that are different colors? When he was a kid, his blue eyes looked like they were on electricity or something.
Yeah.
They were just wild looking. But, man, he had the sanitary socks, Wilson baseball glove with a W on the thumb.
Sure.
Bat and gloves. And his dad would sometimes hit infield us.
Wait,
Why
was it a big deal? Was he the only kid wearing Sannies?
Well, I mean, back then, hell, that was back in the 70s, late middle 70s. Hell, we didn't have sanitaries.
I like to put some Sannies on.
And he would take those stirrup socks and cut them and put elastic in the bottom of them and stretch them all the way up so all you saw was the black stripe up the side of his sock.
Don't you hate the way ball players now wear their pants all the way down to their ankles? It disgusts me.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, me too. Every game I watch, like, pull your fucking pants up. Show a little calf out there, my man.
And I remember another thing his dad did to us. He'd come on Saturdays when he could. He had this big old Buick 225.
Yeah.
And he pulled his first time I ever saw a fungo bat. Yeah, the big
he pulled the fungo out. Yeah. You gotta have a fungo.
Man, he could hit that thing a mile high.
Yeah.
And I was the catcher. You know, you hit infield, they throw it back to you.
Sure.
You hand it to the guy, and he hits it. Goddamn life, the first time he did it, he throwed it back to me. He done throwed it to everybody. He said, "Get this catch." And he took that ball and hit it and shot it straight up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, just, for the catcher.
I can't. There must have been something about Asheville back then that you were shocked by fungo bats and sanitary socks.
Well, I mean, when you're 11 or 12 years old, that's a mountain town. We was back up in the woods, man. That was something else, man. Cal was a really good ball player and respected everybody on the team. He didn't act like he was better than anybody else, or his dad would probably whip that ass.
Yeah, he probably would have. All right, thanks, Chuck.
His little brother wasn't too bad either.
Oh no, his brother played in the pros, and like you said, that was a family that played. He's got a minor league park named after him, and I hear he shows up every once in a while. It's got to be great.
The other brother? The other brother has a park? Oh.
But it's got to be great to look up, and there's a park named after you. All right, thanks, Chuck. I got to go to break here. We will be right back. It's the Bennington Show.
Wait, 1, 2. How many shows does this guy have again? You're listening to Bennington on Opie Radio, XM 103, Sirius 206.
Yeah, I got quite a few shows. Why point it out? Getting a music show soon, too. Seems like the voiceover guy got a little angry. Let me ask you guys something. Over the years, you've upgraded your phones, your TV, your car, but what about your underwear? That's where Tommy John comes in. Tommy John is the revolutionary men's underwear that combines leading-edge breathable fabric with masterfully innovative design for a fit so perfect. It's like you're wearing nothing at all. The leg never rides up. Waistband never rolls down. Every pair even comes with a no wedgie guarantee. Plus, their undershirts go on like a second skin and never come untucked. If you want to look and feel amazing while keeping cool and comfortable all day, switch to Tommy John. You'll love their underwear, undershirts, and their best pair you'll ever wear, or it's free guarantee. Check out Tommy John's complete line of phenomenal underwear, undershirts and socks at TommyJohn.com now. Use the promo code OPIE to get 20% off your first order. That's promo code OPIE, 20% off at TommyJohn.com, TommyJohn.com. It's a little J.C. Brooks in the Uptown Sound under the covers covering Wilco. I wonder if you're Wilco, if you're like, oh, that's cool. We're like, hey, they changed a lot of our song.
Hey, that doesn't sound anything like us.
They don't sound as sad and as depressed as we sound a little up about it. I don't know if I can go for that. This is the Bennington Show. Coming up a little later on our show over on Raw Dog. It's Unmasked today with Ed Helms, who's got out a little movie called Vacation, which if you're over the age of 30, you might remember the first time running through. Now, let me tell you something about this. The critics killed it, destroyed it.
Wow.
Hated it. And I thought it was very, very funny.
Now, do you think it's just they're trying to say, oh, we're comparing it to the first one? I mean, that's the only reason you think?
I don't even identify with Rotten Tomatoes anymore. I don't know what happens there. Not that I ever identified with it, but I don't know what to see, because like they took the new Mission Impossible and gave it like a 93%.
Right.
But, now that they're getting rid of Peter Travers at Rolling Stone, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go anymore. I don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
To tell me what's happening.
But you said,
yes,
well,
I
here's
did.
the thing. Here's
I
the
did
thing.
say it.
It's going to be a difficult road to take on a beloved comedy.
Okay.
But you feel like they accomplished it. I mean,
yes, I did. I laughed, and I talked to some other people who saw it. They all laughed. I mean, normally I don't think them that far off from what the critics think, but this was funny. Now, it's a dumb comedy, but so was the first one. The first one was not genius. It wasn't brilliant. It was a collection of gags strapped together into a movie that, ended up working. It was the same as this one.
Right.
Also this weekend, the Wet Hot American Summer Netflix is out, and we're going to have Mr. David Wayne on our show today as well. Now, we are giving out a DVD signed by all the people. Chris Stanley, who are the folks that are on this?
David Wayne, Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Ken Marino, Janine Garofalo, Judah Freelander, Elizabeth Banks, and Molly Shannon have all signed this DVD of Wet Hot American Summer.
Well, we're hoping to get Mr. David Wayne.
Yeah.
He might be
He
the
could
type
deny
of guy that
us.
says, I don't sign. Now, how are we doing that, Chris?
You have to come up with a tagline for the new Wet Hot American Summer and post it on the interrobang.com. Under the post, a Wet Hot American contest to win a huge Wet Hot American prize.
It's a massive prize.
Well, it's a massive prize. The tagline, David Wayne said they would pretty much consider using. Here's some of the ones that are up on the iBang right now. This could be a winner. Wet Hot American Summer, and we're not talking about Caitlyn Jenner. Okay, so
that's in the mix.
Well, it's funny, and then it also, it's ripped from the headlines.
Topical.
Yes, it's topical. Here's one that says Wet Hot American Summer, saving waffles since 1981. You see, now Chris likes that because it's straight out of it. You know what I mean?
that.
Straight out of Compton.
JJ, save me a waffle.
Gypsy says Wet Hot American Summer, you'll laugh till you're moist. And that ties in with the white thing. This one just says Wet Hot American Summer, rust and piss. So that ties in with headlines from a couple years ago. That troll.
It's good stuff.
Wet Hot American Summer, just the tip. Here's Gypsy, Wet Hot American Summer. We came, we saw, we came again. So that's
like
fun.
that one.
That's fun for everybody. Did you have one of these gals of your own that you went to throw in?
Yes, I had one that was Wet Hot American Summer, Wetter, hotter, Americaner.
All right, so you're still using stuff from yesterday.
Oh, I thought you were
it.
asking me what mine was, because it was beloved. It was voted best in the room.
I remember that.
Yeah. What about you, Joe?
Wet Hot American Summer, slippery when wet.
All right, so that ties in with Bon Jovi.
There we go.
And it's new, so that's something for you. It's not yesterday.
It's a misunderstanding.
It's not a
I'm still riding high off that one.
I guess you are. Big Piss Stanley, what do you got?
Wet Hot American Summer. Don't forget your bottle of dick cream.
Ugh. That's the
I don't know if they're going to be able to use that one.
Yeah. I mean, there's children, damn it, who see posters. Look at Dan has walked over. This always makes me excited. Now, Dan writes for cartoons, so I don't know whether this is something that he could adapt to. It's human beings.
It's live action.
This is a live action.
Oh yeah, this is for man or beast. Okay, Wet Hot American Summer. Every time you think you're out, summer pulls you back in.
All right, tying in with Godfather 3. You know, the success of Godfather 3 means you want to go and lift from it.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The great helicopter scene.
All right, so by Dan's point of view, I could do like Wet Hot American Summer. Darth Vader is his dad and Leia's his twin sister.
Yes, that's a great one.
Because that everyone likes Star Wars.
Yeah, I like that.
Now, if you went to the interrobang.com, put that in, you'd be a front runner.
I could end up winning. So, yeah, go to the iBang right now, write in this, and you could end up being a giant winner. But you know that there's some people that this is their job, just writing taglines? Oh, God, Anthony's walked up. And then nobody even asked for you. No one.
Anthony.
He's laying down laughing right now. Because you know your shit is bad. You know your shit is bad because even...
And I
wasn't going to even put you through this.
Wet Hot American Summer. School's out until September.
What's that mean?
I mean, that just makes sense.
That's just truth. That's just true.
Yes, it certainly is.
Yeah.
Wet Hot American Summer. It lasts for 8 weeks.
That's funny.
Wet Hot American Summer, July 4th, and then later Labor Day. Come on, Anthony. Why would you even try?
Informative.
Well, you should have been like, you should just use Gail's from yesterday. That she's riding.
Work for me.
Yeah. All right, some people just wrote some of these in. Wet Hot American Summer, sluts, butts, and D's nuts.
Okay.
Wet Hot American Summer, I want you inside me again. And Wet Hot American Summer, it's a dry, wet heat. Who's your favorite character in Wet Hot American Summer?
JJ. Hands down. Zach Orth plays JJ.
What do you love about that?
Get McKinley laid.
Do you mean sex?
Wet Hot American Summer, a.k.a. moist, warm Mexican spring. I don't even get that at all. But go over to the iBang, play along, and was that your hand in the air, Joe?
A little bit.
Why do you want to get back in this? You haven't had one that's worked yet. Why do you want to do it? Why are you and Anthony killing yourselves?
It's persistence.
Yeah.
Tenaciousness.
Go ahead.
Wet Hot American Summer. It's like Alien versus Predator, but funnier.
Oh, man.
No.
This is
that
not your
failed
strong
on
suit.
an Anthony level.
On an Anthony level?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Like mine was this, Wet Hot American Summer. We're throwing toonies around like they're loonies.
I like that one. That one's good. I like that.
No, Anthony, no. Don't get back up here.
Anthony.
You're not the... This isn't your thing. Creativity isn't your thing.
I'm calling the fight right now.
Yeah.
We'll call the fight. Wet Hot American Summer. Get wet with us.
All right. Here's the thing.
Sexual.
You are so good at getting coffee or a beverage or something along those lines.
Top notch at that.
Yeah, he's the best. You're the best at that, Anthony.
We're constantly hydrated.
I know. I'm drinking
I've
too
never
much.
been more hydrated.
Then my
in my
doctor
life.
told me he's getting a little worried about me. He says my bones are wet right now.
Anthony, lay off the liquids.
He said, can't he get you a solid every once in a while?
Are you trying to kill him? You know he can't have too many liquids.
He's drowning from the inside. I guess we all drown from the inside.
Sure. That's where we do it.
No one drowns from the outside.
That's just swimming. You should be able to figure that out.
Chris.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
He doesn't swim.
Nope.
He doesn't swim, he doesn't drive, and he barely rides in the back of trains.
Very stationary.
I never see you try to catch a bus. That's something you hate?
Oh, I refuse to ride the bus in New York City.
You know, I used to be like that. I really turned around on the bus.
Hate it. I hate the bus.
Not only do I like a bus, but I like to start singing Here's the Bus Driver. Oh my God, Dan is back. Let me guess. Flintstones meet the Flintstones? Is that you, Dan?
Wet Hot American Summer. No one knows what you did this summer.
That's actually really fucking funny.
Because it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. Seriously.
The amount of celebration for not having a terrible one.
First of all, I didn't know that they were a team. I thought they would compete. They felt like they all won.
The friendliest team.
But seriously, that line is so funny. I had to think about it for a minute. No one knows what you did. That should be the parody song, a movie that we're making. You know, we're always saying we've got the money to produce a movie.
Yeah, that's it. We've got it.
Yeah, we've got the cash. It's just sitting around. We make Dan's idea. No one knows what you did this summer.
Hey, what did you do this summer?
I like not to keep it to myself.
I'm a private person.
Oh, God damn, that's a funny line.
They are so happy right now.
They should be. Well, you can head on over to the iBang and try to win this rockin' prize. And Chris, you can say what it is one more time.
It's a DVD copy of Wet Hot American Summer, signed by Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Ken Marino, Janine Garofalo, Judah Freelander, Elizabeth Banks, Molly Shannon, and fingers crossed, David Wayne.
Huge prize. Come on, guys.
That was a hell of a team they put together early on, huh?
It's nuts.
And they discovered 2 movie stars.
Yes.
I mean, the 2 biggest stars in the movie, they didn't even know.
Right.
Actually, Paul Rudd
was like working in film. He didn't have the career he has now.
He wasn't hanging around with those guys either, right?
You know, I know that he did one of the Stella shorts with them, so I don't know exactly how they got like hooked up.
Who's
like
the bigger star to you, Paul Rudd or Bradley Cooper?
I think Paul Rudd. Well, no, probably Bradley Cooper.
All right, you turned it around on me mid. You were making a point and decided not to make it anymore. Paul Rudd, definitely not.
Definitely
Bradley
not
Cooper.
That
with no explanation why. Is the short answer. Yeah, Bradley Cooper is literally a movie star and an Oscar-nominated movie star right now. I think the last 3 years.
Yeah.
He was. I wouldn't have nominated for any of them, but that's me. I'm different from the Academy.
Yeah, and he was completely unknown when he did that movie. And, like, who would think that that character... Would he have rethought his choice to be in that movie?
Definitely not.
Our gang put up I didn't know this. Our gang put up a thing on the iBank today about it?
Yeah.
All right, what is it?
Camp Appeal, summer camp on the big and small screen.
Well, that's what you're reading to me, but I'm asking who's in charge here? Who can I talk to about this that isn't going to be reading it right now?
Well, that's from Leslie, and then we're putting up...
Oh, God, I'm going fucking nuts. Just forget about it. Ours is already up there. You read me the wrong one. Who did it, Joe? You?
Dan and I both did it.
Well, why don't you feed me, Seymour, and tell me what's happening with this? What exactly did you do?
Okay, so there's stars that came out of this movie. It's before and after Wet Hot American Summer came out, and we list all the films.
All right, let's go down the list then. Let's actually do it.
All right. Well, first we have Paul Rudd, who has been in he's Ant-Man now. He's been averaging about 2.5 movies every year, roughly.
Is that right? Is he in that many movies a year?
Yeah, and
you know what? Here's the thing. If nothing sticks to him, like you never hear any kind of, Paul Rudd screwed up or Paul Rudd, this movie didn't work. Like if he has movies that come and go, it doesn't slow him down. No one and he's been around forever.
Yeah, that's
It was in
nothing.
Romeo and Juliet in 95.
And Clueless. The love interest of Clueless.
Oh, the brother love interest. He should have been hunted down like Woody Allen then.
Yeah, when I was looking through his list, I thought, it's Bradley Cooper. He's the biggest star now. He'd probably done the most films. But no, Paul Rudd has just cranked
He's
them out.
done more films.
Yeah. Right.
But he hasn't had the weight of a Bradley Cooper.
That's true, yeah.
3 straight years in a row, you're nominated.
Yeah.
That starts to take you in Al Pacino, early 70s mode.
Yeah, yeah.
Bradley Cooper from the Actors Studio television program as well.
So, yeah, then we'll go into David Wayne, who directed and wrote it. This was his first movie, who he admittedly said he really had no clue what he was doing. Not knowing that it would launch these many careers, and he did it with the State and all these people he worked
friends.
with.
Yeah, I mean, they were all friends together. And if you even go back and look at his films, most of those guys are in there on some level. If
Right.
Not, even if it's only 1 or 2.
Yeah, they always had like a lot of really great featured players. Like
Yeah.
they just had really funny friends always around them.
And he's personally made 2 of my favorite movies, Role Models and They Came Together, which I fucking find funny.
Yeah, it is funny, but for some reason the critics didn't like that. I thought it was great, though. I thought it was really funny.
Next, we have Michael Showalter, who also started out in the State. He's since become an author, writer, director. He's also
Author and writer.
Author and writer, believe it or not. With screenwriter.
He just meant his penmanship. The first one was creative writing.
He also can write in cursive.
What are we, just waiting for you to read this list? This will be in a conversation, Joe.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. Yeah, so before and after this movie, this really launched the careers for everyone in the State and Stella. And growing up, that was also just a show that was just so quotable for all of us.
Yeah.
Super funny.
They were
Gail was
beloved.
obsessed. You were obsessed with
Obsessed.
Stella.
Yeah, I think that the college was 4 years of communicating within Stella quotes.
Now, didn't you leave out the guy from Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
Oh, yeah, we did. Paul, I think his name is Paul.
Joe Latrulio.
Joe Latrulio, yeah.
He's actually one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything that he did that didn't work. I think he's hysterical. All right, so you can win this sign. Head on over to the iBang. It's going to run throughout the weekend, and you just add some of your lines to this. My cuz just wrote in Wet Hot American Summer fart noise. Some people they don't, you know what I mean?
That's not going to win.
They just want to see the world burn. That's what I say. They just want to see the world burn. Why don't we take a break here? We'll be right back. This is the Bennington Show.
Wait, 1, 2. How many shows does this guy have again? You're listening to Bennington on Opie Radio. XM 103, Sirius 206.
Hey, Joe, we don't want to run the same promo over and over again. You know something? You're a good listener. It's how you manage to stay on top of the news and the latest issues. Even have a laugh while you're busy doing other stuff. Maybe it's time to listen to great books. Just download the free Audible app and get into a bestseller like Stephen King's latest, Finders Keepers. Or laugh yourself silly with musings on life with the Parks and Rec cast like Nick Offerman's Gumption or Modern Romance by Aziz Ansari. Like memoirs, Audible's got them all. President Jimmy Carter looks back at his 90 years in and out of office in a full life. Or hear Willie Nelson take on his amazing musical career and life in the way that only he can with It's a Long Story. Choose any title from 180,000 and listen for free. Go to audible.com/radio now for your free trial. Whether you're on the open road or you're working out in the gym, discover Audible stories that surround you. Again, that's audible.com/radio. It is the Foo Fighters covered by 1,000 Italians. What is that up on the iBang as, Chris? Turn your mic on.
It's on.
Okay. Anyway, it's up on the iBang if you'd like to go see it right now. It's amazing.
It gives me chills watching that. It's such a perfect sing-along song, too. It's something that you could actually sing with a big group. I think there's those are the best songs. Everyone could be involved in a song like that.
Well, not only are they all singing along, but there's 100 and some drummers, there's 100 and some bass players, 100 and some guitar players. It's just this really beautiful, joyous thing that got put together by these guys because they want the Foo Fighters to come to Italy. I guess they weren't scheduled on the tour. Right. So it's one thing to listen to, but make sure you go over to the iBang and check this out. It's called 1,000 Musicians Play Learning to Fly. Here's the only problem with it. I now know that we're going to see it a million times and it's going to become a Coke commercial and Red Bull. But this was just the joyfulness of people who like and I don't know I don't know where you would put this if you were Dave Grohl.
Right.
I don't know if there's a spot that a human could look at the joy that their song brought years after you wrote it to all these people. It's got to be just overwhelming.
The image of that many drummers in unison
Phenomenal.
is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. And they're all having a blast doing it. They all feel part of the one when they're doing it.
Got that wall of sound going.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the Great Wall of Sound, I guess. But I don't know, something like that just shows up on your doorstep if you're Dave Grohl. It's got to be the most phenomenal thing ever. He is a guy who's brought a lot of joy to people. You know what I mean? He's turned a lot of things into fun. You know?
And he's a real rock star too, which I think people love.
Well, he's the last rock star.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's the last person who really is that bigger than life guy.
Maybe him and Jack White, I think, are among our last.
Well, the thing about Jack White is no one's going to sit around and do this for Jack White, if we're going to be totally honest there, because he's not a nice person.
I will say, though, that I think that you could do this with Seven Nation Army. It has that same kind of...
Well, every soccer audience has done it around the world. Steve, by the way, Bayshore, who I haven't heard from in a long time, said Morrissey can only be asexually assaulted. Everybody knows that.
That's what makes him so confused.
Was Famous Smoke Shop just now throwing Tommy the Z-Man under the bus for his cheesy SiriusXM commercials? Yeah, that's been happening for a long time. They're rough on Z-Man. They're very rough on Z-Man. Where's Mal at? I thought she was stopping by.
She's checking through security right now downstairs.
Checking through security? What is...
She's getting the pat down.
I guess she getting the Morrissey? She getting the Marty thumb in her ass?
Morrissey treatment.
Because 9 means 9 in this business. This isn't NPR.
I know. We're not on NPR sketch.
Yeah. We are definitely not. Christy said this. Love having the Bennington show on my Friday mornings. Hashtag Bennington. We haven't even done that in a while.
What's the best way to reach us, really? Hashtag Bennington.
Is it?
I think it is.
I don't know. I don't know if I check it that often. Come on in, Miles. Everyone just be pointing at the...
Okay.
All right.
This... I don't know what time, your NPR schedule is, but you're a full 60 seconds late.
What the hell is going on here?
I was really hoping that you would come in with all wired up like you do for NPR.
I've got a lot of equipment.
Yeah. When a girl says that, I normally expect massive breasts. Molly is, she's not only our favorite intern, but including Anthony, she's the only intern we ever liked. And by including Anthony, I mean including you as one of the ones that we don't like.
Aw.
What about Joe?
We don't need to get into it, Molly.
You know what? That's right. Joe, were you an intern first?
Yeah, it was.
Huh?
I don't even remember. Who were you an intern with?
I was with Staten Island Anna and Catholic Sam and then Dana.
Staten Island Anna working downstairs now. Catholic Sam.
She was this tiny girl who went to Syracuse.
Oh, I forgot about her.
Her dad owned an ice cream truck.
Yeah, her
That's
dad
right,
owned an ice cream truck in Brooklyn, was it? Yeah. We were always like, tell your dad to come over here.
Yeah, swing by.
Yeah. And then Dana works at MTV, but I heard she was sniffing around here looking for a job the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't talked to me. Believe it or not.
Are you guys in a fight?
Well, we're not in a fight. I'll hit her up and be like, yo, how you doing? And then nothing back. No response.
Yeah, you're creepy.
You got that creep thing going
You're
on.
creepy, and you say bizarre things that are off-putting.
Whack-a-mole City.
Okay, Whack-a-mole City.
Yeah.
Now, Molly, you've been writing, producing, directing, supplying.
Well, the last two not so much, but I'm a working girl. My first full-time job.
You loving it?
I love it.
Yeah?
I really like it. It's different, but it's interesting. It's good.
I like, there's a couple of things like, the Asians hate Negroes from Harvard. She did a bit called The Asians Hate Negroes.
No.
Because the Asians are saying that the Spanish and blacks shouldn't be getting special treatment, and Harvard should be an all-Asian school.
No, I mean, more or less.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to take it the blunt way. I'm not going to NPR this. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
He tells it like it is.
Yeah.
You're
And
supposed
I'm
to
like,
have both sides.
I'm like, see, I only have one side in my documentary. I don't like the other side because it confuses me. I like just one side. And I would have called the documentary, Where Do These Asians Get Off?
I've been coming up with headlines. That's my
Good.
new. That's my new
Oh,
gig.
That's my favorite thing to do, too.
Yeah, I've been coming up with some good ones. I've been building a reputation for myself.
Nice.
Well, what's the best headline you came up with so far?
This one was about amenities on college campuses, and it was called "Let Add-ons Be Add-ons."
Oh, I like that.
Oh, good one.
I wrote one the other day that said Caitlyn Jenner's got no balls. You know,
That's good, too.
Yeah, just because I felt like she wasn't stepping up the way she needed to.
There's a lot of meaning there, many layers.
Yeah.
That's what you need in a headline.
Yep.
Yeah. You got to give them something they can go with. The New York Post is my god when it comes to said headlines. I mean, they're the ones who came up with Skank Redemption for that.
Shawshank.
Yeah, Shawshank Redemption. I love those.
They always have incredibly.
Well, they're the best. Their all-time most favorite was, of course, Headless Body Found in Topless Bar.
Oh, my goodness.
That's their number one.
It's their claim to fame.
Yeah, that's their number one. And the Daily News tries, but
you can't compete.
Yeah.
There have been really good headlines in Boston recently because of the failed Olympic bid.
Yeah.
The Globe had "Games Over," all caps. Get it?
Yeah.
And then there was one that said "Bid Adieu."
Oh, that one's good. That one's good. You know, China just got the Olympics again, the Winter Olympics this time.
Oh, nice. That's a good one. It's a good one.
There's only two in a second.
True.
Do you prefer winter to summer?
You know what? I love the Olympics no matter what. I know some people say, oh, Winter Olympics, less exciting. But I get into it.
Well, wait, hold on. We don't say Summer Olympics. We say the Olympics because that's what it is.
Yeah.
And then you say Winter Olympics because it isn't.
Right.
It's something made up. The Greeks did not go snowboarding and playing hockey.
We need to think about maybe Autumn Olympics.
That's called football. And we're already locked in with that.
Yeah.
And that starts in a couple weeks. College football starts in just a couple weeks. Well, you go back to school, I guess, real
I'm
soon.
going back to school for the last time.
Oh my God, you're a senior.
I am a rising
You're
senior.
gonna rule the
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they talk about how the status of girls in college decreases as you get older. Like freshman girls are at the top. They're invited to everything. Senior girls are trash, basically.
Yeah. I didn't even think of it that way, but now that you pointed out, you're right.
Good point.
No one ever says, how's the old crop of girls doing? What's the story with the old crop? Maturing, are they?
They just get wiser every year.
I'll tell you this, you got 2 more semesters to get married, young lady. That's the whole reason we sent you that school. Let me tell you something. This is the other day, somebody sent something to me, and I couldn't believe it. It's Molly's sister doing a TED Talk.
You haven't seen this
What?
yet?
I don't know why I'd never seen it.
Oh, man,
Your
yeah.
sister in a TED Talk.
She gets hilarious hate from that, too.
Oh, I went and read all the comments and was cracking up.
So funny.
What was she
People wanted
TED
to kill
talking
her.
about?
Dating weirdos?
Stop it with that.
Why are you coming at my sister like that, Pat?
And that's Joe's best friend.
Yeah, that's my roommate, Pepper. Thank you.
You live with that dude?
Yeah, I do.
Now, did you come here from Minnesota with him, too?
No, he went to NYU.
Uh-huh.
And then he had an internship here, and then hooked me up with an internship here, / you guys did, and then now he works here as well as a broadcast engineer.
We would have never met either. And then Molly came because Joe told Molly.
Yep.
Weird.
So, simple twist of fate.
Something that I don't...
Then I'd be like, hey, just some regular girl did a TED Talk. Rather than saying it's Molly's sister.
Some regular girl. And then there was a talk about, so the talk is about Islamophobia, people having bias against Muslims in the U.S. because of 9/11 and a bunch of other stuff. And one of my friends from BC was at a talk that was by the, I guess the Arab Students Association, and they just showed the TED Talk, and they didn't realize that she was my sister. So it's viral.
I guess it's viral. I expected more hits on it when I saw it, though.
Yeah.
I would have thought, this should have been massive, because she's like, it's a religion of peace. And even I'm at my house going, I mean, not if you're gay or a woman. Even if you take 9/11 out of this,
sure,
you really don't want to live around people who don't see women and gays.
Yes.
And I'm going to guess transgenders, for Caitlin.
I really think that's the worst case scenario for them.
You're always thinking about Caitlin. That's what I like.
Well, someone has to,
You always include her.
Yeah, I do. I try to be as inclusive as I can. Unlike the Islamics.
Mm-hmm.
Her point was that the way that they're portrayed in movies and TV is not accurate, and that's supposed to represent the most extreme.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't bring up Homeland.
Well, she did.
Because, I know, but I'm saying she can't do that because,
bad move.
Every English person is mean in a movie, too. Every English person is up in something mean. But I agree with her that we thought Homeland was going to be great, and it turned into shit. But I also can't believe that it's religion of peace and love. More than any other religion is.
Right. I guess all religions are sort of religions of hate in some way.
Yeah, but this one has a little edge on certain things.
Whatever you say about Christianity, they don't, or at least no longer, take rocks and kill people because they got, they were fucking outside the outhouse.
Yes.
There was an Orthodox Jewish guy who stabbed people in Jerusalem.
I'm all for being against the Orthodox Jewish religion as well. I think that's a little too tight around the asshole. Most religions are. Most religions are not as accepting as they claim to be, no matter what it is.
Even though all of them are like, we're just about love and peace.
Golden rule.
Except for...
Maybe organizing anything. That should be my TED Talk. Don't organize or let anyone else organize. Hi, I'm Ron Bennington. I have a couple moments to talk to you about how whenever 2 or more humans get together, there's going to be trouble. Now, look at these figures that I have. You'll never see a single person in a war. A single person could never invade Poland or round up people. There's just not enough of him. Now look, as soon as you become this, it's a gang, and it's very scary. By the time you get to platoon, it's a little more.
This is a good TED
This
Talk.
is amazing.
Yeah. Here's Eric in Kentucky. What's up?
Hey, y'all. Hey, Molly. Good to hear you again.
Thanks.
Sometimes the movie and TV depiction, I agree, is unfair. But I recently started reading the Quran. I'm about 2/3 of the way through, just for my own education. I'm a part Jewish guy. Part
I see you as being dangerous. When I see a guy reading the Quran,
it's not a good look.
I'm calling the FBI.
Well, I do the majority of my reading on planes, so it's kind of hiding my iPad. I didn't want anybody to look over my shoulder.
That's really funny. You're on the plane, a guy's next to you reading the Quran.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I have a beard, so that never helps anything either. But, I was kind of I was absolutely going into it open-mindedly, but I was really shocked how quickly the text really pointed to kind of hate. Like, it's not the kind of stories and those types of things that you learn from in the Bible. It's a whole lot of calling out Jews and Christians and calling them wrong and talking about how they will burn in the fire. So, I mean, this is like page 3 and 4. I mean,
yeah, but I do agree with them that Jews and Christians are wrong. But then I would also throw in Muslims. I'm like,
That's where they got it wrong.
Yeah, you got 2/3 of it correct. The Jews and Christians are wrong. Why? They organize.
Yes, you hate organization.
Don't like organization.
Is that why you set my organizer on fire?
Yes. Every person should just be a single, not able to get their dreams together. That's my belief. I could put up with Simon, but not when he gets together with Garfunkel.
Right. Then it gets dangerous.
Yeah. Like if I look at a Hall & Oates, I'm like, what are they talking about over there? What are they after now?
Have you ever had a friend who...
No. I wanted one, though.
Molly, you knew that.
I guess you got to be nicer to get one of those.
I was going to say, have you ever had a friend who you like one-on-one, and then when they get into a group of people, you can't stand them?
Oh, all my friends. All my friends are that way.
Most people.
Yeah. Most people get upset about it, but I love to see people turn fake. I adore it. Like, there was nothing better to me than seeing my sister-in-law around her in-laws, where she suddenly became
domestic.
Yeah, just domesticated and more quick. Can I get anybody anything? And I go, I've been here for 4 hours before they got here, and I'm hungry. So, yeah. Now that it's treat time, of course I would. You know what I mean? Like, people are fake. Human beings are the fakest socially. When we say, like, social interaction, we're just saying be as fake as you can now. Right. Be someone else.
Have you guys heard of Beam? There's a new social media that's supposedly about to be the big.
Oh God damn!
No.
Finally,
really?
I'm finally
exhausted.
A useful social media.
Do it again. I'm so tired. All right, it's called Beam.
It's called Beam.
Yeah.
And it's like Snapchat, but you can't see what you're recording. So you put it.
This is crazy talk.
And so the whole idea is this person, some jerk, to be completely honest with you, if you read his manifesto, the idea is that it's supposed to generate more authenticity than other forms of social media because you can't view and sort of edit what you're putting out. And you can't view it, and once another person views it, it's gone forever. You can't even no screenshots, no nothing. And but then the criticism of that is basically that there's no such thing, like what you're saying, there's no such thing as authenticity because I'm acting differently here than I do with my friends, with my parents.
Well, this is always perfect. Molly is like the nicest person we've ever met. And then her mom comes around. She's like, shut up, lady. You're making everyone stupid. And her mom's like, hey, everybody like to shampooch? Her mom's just like, God, can I freshen anyone's drink for them? Oh, I have some party. Yeah.
We're trying to figure out where to go out to dinner tonight. And I was like, let's go to that Thai place we've been to before.
Yeah.
And she texted me back and said, it's Cambodian, ...
Why is it ...
It's so sassy.
Oh, you know what? Who else is Cambodian? The woman you had raised me.
No,
While you were
Filipino.
so busy playing tennis and drinking shampooch with your Connecticut friends.
She's very good at tennis now, though, and drinking.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
Takes practice.
Yeah. Molly, you wanted your parents to get divorced when you were younger. That was your dream.
That was
your dream.
No.
Well, how does your sister go from TED Talk to being a scuba instructor in Vietnam?
And now she's working in finance.
Oh, just every week it's something different.
She's got a lot of different, she likes to explore her interests.
She said that she was going to be a scuba diver in Vietnam. And that was it.
What happened with that?
She, I think, realized she wanted to make money.
Right.
And,
Well, there's a little bit of money in teaching scuba diving.
Oh, believe me, there is.
Vietnam.
UBC!
You're underwater, guy who has a spear gun up to your head.
You'll learn quick that way.
Yeah.
You've got
Of
to.
course you will. Frankie, what's up, buddy? What's up in Frankie world?
Hey, Benningtons.
Yeah.
You said something before about them hating the transgendered.
Okay.
And there was a piece on 60 Minutes where Iran is the largest, they do state-sponsored transgender surgeries. They would rather you be transgender than gay.
This is shocking to me.
Yeah.
But do these people want to be transgender, or is this a punishment?
You have a choice. Stoned to death or a new gender. It's up to you.
Slicing someone's penis off is not making them transgender. It's the only thing Pepper cared about. When I said, spear gun in the head, that's fine with me. Awesome, man. Awesome.
Sick, bruh.
That'd be so cool.
Molly is a senior.
Mm-hmm.
This year going to rule the school.
Oh, yeah.
You and the
Big
pink
time.
ladies.
Yep. There's really cool senior housing where they have a lot of parties and stuff, and my friends are living there. So
at the parties, do they all do cocaine?
no, there's not a lot of coke at BC.
That's-
A lot of drinking.
Yeah, that's not a party then.
How do you party?
I guess we play pong, and
That's not a party.
what's a party to you?
Party is sitting by yourself.
Party of one.
Party of one, please. I'll just do lines at the counter. I already know what I want. Coffee. That was another code word. Hey, the coffee's here. Huh? Is it strong, though?
Oh, yeah.
No cream in it, right? What's the cream? That's Manitow's baby powder.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's cut.
Could you tell? Couldn't you smell it?
Smell it.
Doesn't it just smell like
Holy
baby
shit.
powder?
Hey,
That's all
does
you
anybody
do.
want to smell some Coke with me?
Yes, I would love to.
We're going
Take a
to
whiff.
Yeah.
Take a big whiff.
We're going to go into the bathroom and smell Coke, everybody.
I saw them in the bathroom. They were smelling cocaine.
We'll be right back after this. Are your children smelling Coke? And we're not talking about Coca-Cola. We're talking about Coca-Cola Cana. There's a drug named after you.
I know.
And I always thought that that's why you were called Molly.
After
was a
the
nickname.
drug.
Yeah, I'm like, let's bring that stoner chick in from BC.
You know what? Everybody makes whenever I introduce myself, I can tell the person who's going to make a joke about the drug Molly.
But where does the joke go?
They just say, like the drug. And I want to be like, no, like the name.
No, get it? She's named after Molly.
Dude.
Like, I definitely want to roll with this chick. Molly. Hey, is Molly there? No, not the girl. Molly can't sleep. Got it?
Also, people will be like, doesn't it get confusing for you?
Molly, where's your sister LSD? Does that get confusing to you that your name is Molly?
No.
No, her sister's Mary Jane.
Do you guys know where to get some Molly? I'm right here. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
It gets so confusing for me.
Tell Molly we're going to be smelling cocaine in the other room. This smells bad.
You really can't tell that it smells different. I feel like you'd be able to tell.
Holy shit.
Am I being dumb?
Yes, but not about real things, just dumb about drug things.
Yeah, and
You're not
that's not so.
dumb about school things.
If there's anything to be dumb about,
Yeah.
it's drugs things.
I want my kids to be dumb about drugs.
Why? They'll get ripped off all the time. You got this oregano. Why would you want your kids to be dumb about drugs?
I guess because if they don't know anything, then they probably haven't done it before.
Why is that important to you that your kids?
Then
don't
it'll be
get drugs?
I worry about my kids, my future kids.
Why?
That's why you roll rounded.
You're a person you thought that your mom was too into your life and judgmental.
Yeah, I'm not. So you have okay. I always feel like when I come back, I'm like, have you guys heard about this, and this? But have you heard about lawnmower parents instead of helicopter parents? Helicopter parents are even further removed, and lawnmower parents just clear the way for their kids. Like they're the type of parents who show up at school and say, they fight for their kids' grades and stuff like that.
Up to what age? When do they stop? Never?
I mean, I think that there are some lawnmower parents who pave the way up until college. They get there and they say, my kid wants to live in this dorm with this person and blah, 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 blah. You know
that's a fairly new thing that parents even go up to the school.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, like years ago, see, here's what happened. Years ago, the kids would just leave and they would go, and then 4 years later, they would come back, or their hair would be long or something, and they'd be like, I hate Nixon. That was like, what happened to you at that school?
We love Nixon in this house.
This is a Nixon house. But once school got so expensive, the fathers said, look, I want to make sure I'm getting my money back.
Right.
And he started.
It's an investment.
Yeah, and he started getting involved, and like, what kind of job can my kid get?
Yeah.
That was never the point of college, that you were supposed to get some kind of good job when you left. You were supposed to go off and have experiences and grow up. But the funny thing is, that's when it stopped being okay for the professors to sleep with the students. Professors used to sleep with the students up until like the 80s.
Right.
And then when the father's like, hey, I'm not spending $50,000 a year for you to bang my fucking daughter. You know what I mean? When it used to be really cheap, they were just like, she's on her own.
She's doing her thing.
Yeah, she's 18. She's taking Molly right now. And smelling coke.
Are you guys talking about me? I'm confused.
Yeah. So lawnmower parents, see, I used to call those Korean parents, no matter what they were. I would say to my friends,
no matter what the race.
My friends was if a friend of mine and I said we're going out and they were like, I got homework. I go, who is your mom Korean? What are you fucking talking about? You got homework. What is that? That's something you don't do.
Did you do homework?
I did not do a terrible amount of homework. I did a lot of like last minute homework.
Well, that was after I went to work because I never say with homework. Not during movie time.
No. It was
put those books down. There's a movie on.
Homework was usually done on the train ride to school on my lap.
I wasn't a lawnmower parent.
No.
Yeah.
I was like, I guess you would call it an absentee dad.
No, you were around. You were there.
Yeah, I was around, but not present.
You were not hovery.
Yeah.
It was.
I always thought of kids as people.
Yeah. Human people.
I agree with that. I feel like kids know when they're being annoying. Little kids can tell, and they just do it anyway. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
He also like was very big on like actual space, like physical space. Like you never went in like our bedrooms and came in and said, "Why isn't this clean?" Or never.
No. That's your room.
That's a good philosophy.
Why would I give a shit if somebody else's room was clean? Seriously, it's the weirdest thing. It's like even now when I go over, Joe, is your room clean in there?
Yes, sir.
Joe, I see some papers out.
I'll put those
I think
away.
that's nuts to wonder what other people are doing.
Yeah, you don't have to sleep in that room.
No, I wouldn't.
My mom
I don't
sees
even
it
go in there
as disrespect for property. Like that I'm living in her house. I need to make sure that I keep the room
I don't
clean.
believe that it's your house. It's her house because you're the one that had kids. It's like saying, I'm having a guest over for 18 to 25 years, however it works out. So you give them their room.
Yeah. Well, I'm not, now this room is not even my room anymore. I'm not allowed to come back.
Is that what they said?
Yep. I'm being released into the world like a baby bird.
What are they going to do with the room? Wet bar?
Nice.
Donna?
I don't know. I hope not.
I know your dad doesn't feel that way.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
You know.
I know that. Yeah,
She's very close with her dad.
There's a driving force behind this. I'm not going to say which parent it is.
All right, but let's just say this. Why does your dad stay with her?
Oh my God.
He's so chill and he's so nice.
What on earth? Because they're in love with each other and they have children.
William's in love with booze.
This feels
married to the sea.
But they stay together because they are in a loving relationship.
Mm.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I was just thinking. It seems like his life would be a nightmare.
With my mom?
I wasn't saying that specifically, but
my mom is very fun.
Either that, fun. Fun has a shelf life. Plus, you got that Muslim-loving daughter of his that's like, hey, everyone says bad stuff about Muslims, but they're good and bad, aren't they? Am I right about that?
Woo! That's a strange TED Talk.
Yeah.
I wish that had been her TED Talk.
How did you get a TED Talk?
It was a TEDx talk, so it was through her university.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess she applied and she wrote the talk and she presented it to a board.
She picked a good thing. Like when you do that, you know it's going to get some buzz.
Oh yeah, you're going to get pops with that one.
Yeah. I guess it was a hot take, you know. It was trendy.
Was it between the terrorists and baby rapers? She was going to go in either direction.
Yeah, she was deciding up until the last minute, and then
Speaking of which, I saw this Woody Allen thing the other day. Oh, and it was on NPR, your station.
Woo.
But there was a write up about that. He was talking about Sun-Yi, and he said, "You know, I always had kind of a paternal feeling about
Really?
her."
Did you? You don't say.
Oddly.
Yeah, that's what we've all been telling you. Is so weird about it. She sees me as a father, probably because I literally was one to her.
Not literally, father figure.
Father-ish enough.
I would be a father figure.
She really looks up to me.
Hmm.
I think he also said in that thing something to the effect of, she really deferred to me a lot, but I really allowed her to make some big decisions, which was really really exciting for her.
I want to hear her. I want to hear her talk about it.
I think that once she did say something like,
Really?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
She said, "What are you, old man?"
Oh, God.
Oh, what? You don't think there are accents?
I don't know.
I don't think she probably doesn't have what she's been in this country since she was very little.
Oh, look at Woody.
Why did you never learn how to talk?
That's how Molly grew up talking because of her maid.
She has an accent.
Yeah. Molly, I only eat fish head.
I used to be able to sing little songs in Tagalog.
I'm
and
sure you did.
know some expressions and stuff.
You are my real mom. You the one that raised me. My other mama real drunk.
Zenny. Pour one out for Zenny, you guys.
Yeah. So you're out on your own now.
I'm out on my own.
Your parents send you out there in the world with nothing more than $1.7 million?
No, I'm paying my own rent and everything.
Yeah. Hold on. Let Joe have a good laugh.
That was funny.
Oh, you know her sister, and you guys, well, I'm not going to say, but they called her Crazy P.
Crazy P?
Oh, yeah, we would call her Crazy P.
You know
Because
what
she
the
would
P
just
is short for, right, Molly?
No.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Say it.
Crazy pussy.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's what they called her.
You guys call her Crazy P?
Yeah.
Yeah, she would also take pisses just in the weirdest places.
What?
Too. Yeah.
That was weird. That was weird that you even said it.
Honestly, that's why her and her boyfriend were such good matches, because they would both pee in cups when they didn't feel like going to the bathroom that night.
That's disgusting.
And here's the thing, we use those cups.
They weren't disposable.
Like teacups?
Yeah, like glass cups.
They're disgusting.
Bathroom's right down the hall.
Coming up a little later on today, it's going to be Unmasked with Ed Helms.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And that's lovely. And then we've got David Wayne, the director of Wet Hot. And also Unmasked with Brian Regan. Brian Regan.
That's right. That's happening Monday, August 10th at 3 p.m. at Caroline's Comedy Club in New York City. And you can go to the ibang.com to get free tickets. So you should go.
Waits on a train and all day. She wants to be one of the girls.
And that will be playing on a loop over
And
and over.
isn't she crazy? P peeing in teacups with Joe's roommate.
I feel like I'm not representing my family well.
You have.
Well, then why is everybody roasting them?
We're saying you're the gem. You know?
I thought that's what this was. A roast.
Didn't you say you wanted a roast?
Bean family roast.
Bean family. No, I was very impressed that she did a TEDx talk.
Yes, she did.
I thought it was a TED talk, but TEDx is like
X-rated.
Yeah. First of all,
She was naked.
Thank you,
Everything else was
everybody.
the same, but
I tried to get a TED talk where my talk was dogs can really talk when we're not around.
ladies and gentlemen, I implore you.
One time I was hiding under a blanket and I heard him talking about bones.
What? You guys heard that, right?
I love chewing on them, don't you? Just chewing and gnawing on those bones.
I knew it.
How the dog was.
They talk like surfers.
I like lapping my water up and making a little cup out of my own tongue.
Aha! I caught you.
I heard a rumor that when dogs are licking bowls of water, that they don't scoop up the water with the front of their tongue, that they actually scoop it with the back.
Backwards cup.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, that's not a rumor. That's,
Scientific fact. It is a scoop.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't know whether you can believe this or not. It's going around though. I heard it from Shorty, and he was told the same thing from Whitey.
I don't want to talk out of school, but
But they won't let me talk in school. So here's what I'm saying.
they leave me no choice.
I've got to talk out of school. I mean, they let me talk if I raise my hand, but it has to be at the subject at hand.
I'm almost done with school. I'm never going to have to raise my hand again.
You still raise your hand in college?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that happened that way.
Yeah, there's, it's a huge lecture hall.
Do you do this? Oh.
No. No.
Hold up the hand with the other hand once your hand gets tired.
I would always do this. They would call me and I'd be like this. Does anybody know what's for lunch today? And they're like, is there any question? Do you want to do any questions? Is today pizza night? And it was like, why are you bringing it up? I go, you said questions. You want specific questions about this?
You said no stupid questions.
Well, I had it was a health teacher, and also, well, I don't want to get into the whole thing because some people I know listen to the show, but he used to date a friend of mine. Buddy of mine had a baby with her, and then she was on her own, and then the teacher was secretly, they were friends, right?
Mhm.
So we'd be in health class, and I go like this. He goes, yeah, call on you, and I'll be like this. Yeah, Mr. Blank. Suppose there was a guy in his 50s and he was with a girl, let's say 16 years old. Could he still get an erection? And he would be like, first of all, we're talking about foot fungus. Second of, I told you were getting a passing grade. Stop bringing it up. I know your threats. And back then, like, even some of the parents knew, and nobody complained. It was
Weird.
It was a simpler time.
Different times.
Yeah.
Sweet, innocent times.
Oh, it was a time where molestation was just forgotten about quickly. Father never did that. Stop saying stuff. It's a praise. Why would you want your tubby little ass?
Who would want to R her?
Nice. I'm going to Army, Mother.
I've gone to Army.
Funniest. I don't know why that's the funniest thing in the world to me. I'm going to Army.
Do you remember when he came in?
No. He was in here?
Not in this room, but he was in another studio. And all we could talk about after was how even his normal mannerisms were Buster. It was bizarre.
Well, he's brilliant at that, though.
Yeah, he really is.
Mother. You want to find out what Mom's doing right now?
Don't you miss Mom?
Yeah. Is she drinking her shampooch?
Whose mom are we talking about?
What, is your mom up in Connecticut for the summer?
Yeah, she's not here. Actually, neither of my parents is here this week.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Party at the mom.
Get some.
Bean house party.
You want to have a party down there?
Not
I'll
really.
teach you how to smell Coke.
No.
I'll get a keg.
No.
No, I can't smell Coke.
I had a party one time, and my parents just instantly knew. So now I'm scared to have parties.
What are you scared of? You're an adult.
With that party that I had, somebody threw up, and then my dad found the dog eating the throw up. So that was how I got in trouble.
I remember if my mom went to the supermarket, we were rolling a keg in the back. Yay! Yay! Come right in.
Hurry up, guys.
We got 45 minutes to finish this keg. Let's all smell some Coke first.
I like the smell of it.
What are you guys smelling?
I still don't understand how you can't tell the difference.
Chris wants to know what the F is Teddy Talk. Well, you don't need to know what a TED Talk is then, my friend.
Teddy Talk.
He called it a Teddy Talk.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's cute.
That's for kids.
Yeah, that's for children that just want to talk about toys. Today we're talking about this new toy that I got. I can make a cow noise, duck noise, even a chicken noise. Why do you think that to this day we teach kids that the wrong noises that animals make?
I don't know. Some of them are really strange. Like, there's a long time ago, I found a website where it actually compared what all, like in different countries, what they say. Because, like, does a frog actually say, like, ribbit? Like, why did we decide that's the noise? But there was some South American countries like, oh, yeah, a frog goes, coqui, coqui.
It's Puerto Rico, yeah.
Do Puerto Ricans say that?
Yeah, the coqui is like the Puerto Rico's like, animal.
Look at how he started
like.
gesturing.
Wait, hold on.
Like right away. Slow down.
Like what Puerto Ricans do. They
Hey,
talk
all
to
right,
hands.
look. This isn't going to be the fucking Jets coming in here and fucking stabbing everybody. Just relax.
But then they say coqui and their name is coqui.
Their name is coqui, then they make a sound that goes coqui.
So it's like Pokemon. Like
Yeah, it's
they
like
just
a Pokemon,
They only
yeah.
say their own name.
It's a Pikachu. That's what.
It only communicates in its own name.
So, your thing is you would name this a coqui, then it makes a coqui sound.
Yeah.
Now, did you have a pet meow when you were a kid, or what did you do with it?
No, but I had a pet Ruff. And a pet elephant.
Oh, no. You just left it. I knew that you meant elephant. I know.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Elephant, by the way.
You know what I would do if I ever fought an elephant?
What's that?
I'd wrap him up and sell it. But the initial thing is we lied to children from the get. Just think of how many lies that we tell them right off the bat.
Oh, yeah.
Animal sounds themselves are a lie. We told them the Santa,
Yeah,
the
Tooth
Easter Bunny,
Tooth
the
Fairy.
Tooth Fairy. We have no respect for children.
Well, it is kind of strange when you think you build a child up that way. You set up all these like imaginary things, and then they want to rip them away and be like, "Grow up!" Like,
stop it! You're 5 now.
Like, why didn't you just set that up from the beginning if that's the person I was supposed to be?
Could Santa bring me this present? You know your dad's laid off. But what's that got to do with Santa?
Aww.
Your dad has to pay Santa to bring those presents. When Molly was a little kid, like, she couldn't even open her door. There was so many presents.
That's
No,
true.
no.
Rich girl.
Oh, God. No. I had a very normal amount of presents.
Yeah,
How
a
many?
million. You know what her parents got her for her 16th birthday?
What's that?
Rhode Island.
Wow.
Yeah,
So generous.
there it is.
I wanted a bigger state.
Then her mother says this. Now keep it clean, not like your room. Yeah.
It's a disrespect for property.
We respect property more than humans here. What?
Yeah, we don't really have that many family photos, but we got a lot of. It's very
Shocker.
clean.
Yes.
They have a lot of family portraits.
She's opening up a present. It says Clorox. So I'll put this over next to the bleachers. Thank you, Mom.
I love it.
That's good, honey. Run and get me some more shampoo.
Why is he called a shampooch again?
That's just a nickname that she gives it.
Because when she's drunk, she can't say pain.
No.
Takes away the pain.
Let's take away the pain with a little pooch.
Shampooch.
I only got time for one pet. My little shampooch.
Yeah, this is.
And then any hangover, she just come in and start to inspect the room. What's with this dirt? What's with the dust bunnies?
Mom, please.
Have you been drinking shampooch again?
As soon as your dad goes to work, I'm choking you.
Need some hair on the dog, lady.
If I see another speck of dust in here, I'm coming to pour gasoline and lighting this room on fire. I'll clean it through fire.
It's not clean at all.
Thank God she didn't do that.
Yet. I hope you're not sleeping there tonight.
After a couple shampooch, who knows what could happen?
Shampoots and smelling a little Coke. Life takes on a whole new buzz.
Do you think that your parents ever did coke?
Oh,
Are you sure?
my parents never even smoked a joint.
Really?
Yes, my dad was stabbing Hitler in the. You know what I mean? That was for Negro jazz players back when my dad was younger. My dad, by the time he was 21, had like kids and a house.
That's weird.
And, you know what I mean? Like there was no youth for that generation. There was no party time other than a good stiff drink.
Yeah, that's all they had.
4 fingers, honey. 4 fingers when I get home. Seen a lot of shit overseas. I've seen my body float by the boat. Give me a little whiskey.
Just have a pint.
I stared Mussolini in the eyeball. Mind if I have a cocktail? My grandmother used to have us mix drinks for her, so she didn't have to get off the couch.
Really?
Yeah. And I remember once I made this cardinal mistake of instead of whiskey and water, I gave her a whiskey and 7. And she's like this. What are you trying to do? Rot my teeth out? And to this day, I think it's the funniest fucking line I ever heard in my life. Like, sorry, Marge. What do you have there, Grandma? Get you a nice cold one? I loved being around alcohol when I was a little kid. I loved when adults drank, even when I was like 4 or 5 years old.
Well, they were always saying, like, make me a highball. Like,
Yeah,
they were always yelling.
But you know is that no one ever got up to make their own drinks in that family? We're all like,
no one did.
yeah. And they would come over to our house and like, what do you got? And I go, well, I'm an alcoholic, so I got nothing. Get off your high horse. My grandmother said I was on my high horse for quitting drinking. You're looking down on everybody, not family.
Get off your high.
Look at me, I'm up high.
Loving every minute of it.
I'm up so high with my alcoholism. This is great.
Oh my God.
But I used to love it when I'd be little and the whole family would drink and they would start singing and stuff. Like even when I was like 5 or 6, I'm like, this is fucking amazing. You should have more parties.
Yeah, there's like a weird comforting sound to it, right? Like adults kind of like clinking glasses and talking loud and like smoke filled kind of living rooms.
Love
it's
it.
like, yeah.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
They make a big deal about 5 minutes left. Like we're fucking landing this thing. We're going to be back in just a couple hours.
Yeah, I know. We'll be back. Don't you worry.
Can you hang around, Mo, or you got to go?
Yeah, I can hang around.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't even have parents home this weekend.
Yeah. It's a wild weekend.
Let me tell you this. You better take another run at that Dan.
But at the Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'm seeing somebody.
Whoa! Picture!
That feels good when everyone's so surprised.
Yes. And she is. No, let's see a
Selling my
picture. Come on,
parents.
grab
Gotta
the
get
phone.
my phone. Hold on.
Yeah.
He's an Irishman.
A real Irishman?
Oh.
No, not real.
Okay.
He's just drunk.
Just Boston Irish.
Never mind.
Okay.
Just a racist drunk.
Hold on. This is him
Congratulations.
painting. Wait, no, I'm not going to show you this because that's embarrassing.
Perfect. Show
What
us
do you
that.
mean? What's he painting houses?
Is it a coloring book? Is he a part of that craze?
All right, I'll show you the painting thing.
Yeah.
Paintings him just pouring a beer on a magazine.
Oh, he really does look like a Mick. He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah.
Is it East Side Dave?
Now, what's he painting?
He was painting a picture. One of his relatives is having a baby, so he made a picture of a duck for the baby's room.
Sure. This is all during the Troubles.
Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's very cute.
Yeah.
Nice score.
What's his name?
His name is Dave.
What are you going to do? Marry
It
him to
is.
keep him in the country?
No.
Do it. Do it.
Where'd you meet him at?
School.
He goes to school?
Yeah, he goes to BC.
Wow, that shocks me.
Why?
Normally they're in there like just janitors or security guys, but I never see the Irish walk in. What's he studying? Poetry? Is that it?
Right, English. He's very sensitive.
This is a poem I wrote called Me Mom's Death.
He does say Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Of course he says that. What else are you going to say?
Moses.
No one ever says Moses.
You're right.
And Moses, too.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
All right, we got a break for a couple hours.
Yeah, we got a break for a couple hours.
Coming up next is
Accelerated.
Accelerated, yep.
your chance to win the signed Wet Hot American Summer. Go over to the iBang. That contest will run for, Chris will just come back in on Monday. And then a little later on today, David Wayne on the show. And then...
Super excited about that.
Yeah. And then, of course, it's Unmasked right after that. So we're wrapping this one up, but we will be back in 2 hours.
Yes, not too long. You can wait it out.
No.
We're going to.
We're going to take a 2-hour nap right here on the floor.
I put cots out for everybody. We dim the lights down.
I
Yeah.
was wondering what was with the cots.
Yeah. Well, it's a flop house / studio. You know.
Kind of squat.
All right. So we'll see you back here then. 12 o'clock over at Raw Dog Channel 99. Molly's, you're going to be here. Gail, you going to be here for...
Yeah, I'm going to stick around.
Okay. So it's all,
definitely.
You know, as the kids say, it's all happening.
That's what the kids do say.
Yeah. And then the kids also say, stop hitting me. We'll see you then in 2 hours. This is the one and only Bennington Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
That's right. Tuesday is gone, but Friday is here, and Bennington's back. This is the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
Molly Bennington is in the house. Joey Jojo Bennington.
That's it.
Stanley Bennington.
What's up?
So many Benningtons today.
Yeah, well, you know, we're a family band. What can I tell you?
Family reunion.
We were actually just setting up a wall of air guitar and harmony. Tuesday's gone so
I actually
good.
had to jump in on air piano because I just saw a lot of guitars going
That was
around.
really smart, too, because it's a big part of that song.
I did air drums.
Yeah. Well, you're always on also Joey Jojo is also an air drummer.
Well, yeah, I grew up playing air drums, and I'm dabbling in air bass.
Joe does something I've never seen before, which is air producer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, turn up the headphones right here. Sounds good. Hopefully your agent's not riding my ass. Air agent.
This sounds great take, everybody.
Good.
Great take.
One more time.
Well, you know, it was the end of movie week, and Molly came in with this from Dazed and Confused. The end of the keg party when Tuesday's Gone kicks in.
A heartbreaking moment. The party is over.
The keg's kicked.
The keg's floating, man. It's just floating.
Then the foam's coming out.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Nobody slept all night, and you just start thinking eggs before we go home.
Yeah,
Eggs.
definitely.
Definitely do
The
some
omelet.
breakfast.
It's bacon.
I ain't paying for it, but I'm going there.
I'll pay you back.
Oh, no.
Spot
We're-
me.
We're
No
dining and
one's paying.
dashing.
Yeah.
No one's fucking paying.
That's the difference between your group of friends and mine.
Yeah. Well, I had my friends would always do and hindsight is very horrific, but walking around before our order got there, are you done with that? And then just taking some crust and rubbing it around. There's still plenty of good. Yep.
No.
Sop that up.
Yeah, Warty was very big into that. Yeah, I didn't say it was pleasant. I said it was kind of horrific in hindsight. Hey, by the way, in between shows, Molly went and had juice with her.
Why you gotta bring that up? Come
with
on.
her sister, and
What
her
did you
sister.
say?
She says they were telling you a story about you pissing in a cup, and
You told me on my way to the bathroom. Joe was like, "Oh, we didn't really call her that."
Yeah.
And so I was like, "Oh, Melissa, this is so funny. They just came up with a story off the cuff about you."
Well, yeah, I'm not going to tell you that right before you go hang out with her.
so it was a true story.
Yeah, it's a true story.
Now, why would she do it, Joe?
Piss in a cup? Because they're too lazy. My friend is the same way. They're just too lazy to get up and use the restroom like normal human beings.
How far away is it?
I want to say 10 paces. 10 paces to the bathroom.
Now, is that something that your sister had done before, or?
I have never heard of this in my life.
But she readily admitted to it.
Yeah, she said right away.
Yeah.
I just can't. I've lived with her my entire life.
Molly said to me, right? She goes, "How did you know about it?" And I said, "I saw the video." She goes, "There's video."
Is there really video?
Yes.
Urinegirls.com.
I hope not. Come on, Melissa.
It's too late. It happened. The
And then
TED Talker is a cup pisser. He doesn't care who's watching.
We don't judge her. It's fine.
I'm judging her.
No, we don't.
Would you do that?
Doesn't matter. I accept her.
Yeah, she made it out to be like an issue of convenience more than anything else.
Well, I'm even worse. I'll piss in a toilet. So that's really
Weird.
disgusting.
Why would you do that?
I know, and people drop heat there.
Why would you mix the two?
I know. Oh, I can't stand it. I think, I don't think girls understand our urinal system that we have here, but one of my jokes is always to rub someone's back while they're peeing. I would always do it. With Fez, I would walk in and pull his shirt up, and that would literally stop his pee right there. And then he told me, "I'm going to get a bladder infection because of you."
Yeah, this is something that we don't have, or like pee jokes.
But who is what's the guy's name that he's from SNL and now he does Last Man Alive?
Will Forte.
Will Forte. There was a story about him that his joke would be, just like I go in and touch people while they're peeing, his joke would be, he walks in behind them, sticks his hand up underneath them, and tries to stop their piss with his hand.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
With his hand?
Yeah.
The joke is on you, Will. You've got a piss hand.
Okay, that's one way of looking at
He's
it.
probably grazing ball, too. I mean, he's getting up in it.
Well, once you go up.
Oh, yeah,
do you really-
clearly
that's the
doesn't
worst
care.
part,
Yeah, seriously.
Ball is the worst of his
They
worries.
say piss isn't bad for you, though. They don't know why we wash up so much after it. Piss is actually
gross.
Because you just find it to be
The
gross.
smell alone should be a wash.
Maybe you better check your diet then.
Mine is as clear as water.
Mine's like Cristal. It's bubbly.
And quite tart. Dry as a bone.
Normally, I let my piss last for a couple of years in a barrel. Later, just to celebrate.
There's a philosophy requirement at BC, and there's one professor who makes you do all of these, like, sort of thought experiments to try and get in touch with your philosophy better. And one of the things that he makes his class do is go to the bathroom and drink water while they're peeing. So it kind of feels like a renewal of some kind.
I don't take beverages in the bathroom.
I would say this. I had a girlfriend who I saw her fat dad go into the bathroom with a sandwich.
No.
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 Yeah. It was one of those bathrooms where you went in to piss, you saw that he had the full, magazines and
It's
books.
decked out, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not decked out, like all in one big
I
shit
decked
basket.
out is one way.
You're like, I don't want to
Decked out.
think how long you're in there.
It's disgusting. I think of that all the
Chris
time.
decked out.
It's like, wow. Reading material, huh?
Real decked out, real nice.
Beautiful. Hey, that basket of magazines and books.
You won't believe it.
Beautiful.
It's a real classy place.
Gorgeous.
You never want to leave.
Gorgeous.
What is
to
that,
you, my
Wicker?
friend. I raise my glass to you. Bafungo, my friend. Bafungo.
Why is he saying that to me?
To your shitting health, my friend. Congratulations.
You made it.
Hey, you can get Brian Regan tickets for the next Mass. That's going to be exciting.
It's happening Monday, August 10th at 3 p.m. at Caroline's Comedy Club in New York City. Go to theinterrobang.com for a chance to win your free tickets.
Get them while they last, too, guys.
Yeah, it's going to go quick.
It's going to go real quick. We'll all be there.
Hold on. Eric is giving us a little spy report.
Spy report.
Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Gail. Hey, I saw Straight Outta Compton last night. I went to a screening, and it was a 10. A+. It's the movie you want. It was great.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
They finally got it right. Like a movie biopic that isn't like sort of schmaltzy and romanticized. They really got this one dialed in.
Well, I saw the preview, and it looks great. I plan on seeing it when I'm somehow outside of the city, in the country, near white people.
Yeah, the theater was participatory.
Well, I don't mind that. I just don't want a drive-by to happen while I'm enjoying the show. You know?
Yeah, still with the drive-bys? Are they still doing that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not
you
even
can
that,
always
but
go
there's
to
also a
see it.
couple stab-bys. Saw the Orthodox Jew the other day. Stab-bys.
Hard to pull off, too.
Yeah.
I am really excited about it. When I saw the trailer, I was really pumped, but I also thought, do I just love this song? And it's like, like sometimes if a trailer has a good enough song, somebody edits it real nice, you're like, that's going to be the best movie ever. And then you see it and you're like, oh.
Well, you know what else
trailer.
I've noticed now, though, with trailers? Is like they take some rock song and they do it like hauntingly slow.
Yeah, there's
I don't know why that happens. What was the last one with Suicide Squad?
Oh, that was I forget the name of the song.
There was one, like, I can't remember which movie it was, but it was like the slowed down version of Beyonce, like, so crazy right now.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what that was.
Oh,
for.
I think that might have been 50 Shades.
50 Shades,
There it is, yeah. But that's the new trend.
Yeah, the trend is to slow it down and make it sound like crazy. And then somebody did Creep, but like in a real slowed down.
It was Bee Gees that started a joke.
Oh, yeah, so they did I started a joke.
Right.
Like, why so slow?
It's creepy.
Are you trying to kill people?
Too slowy.
Why so slowy? Janice had a question for us. We haven't talked to her. Hey, Janice, how are you, darling?
Janice.
Yeah.
Oh, Molly, woo!
Janice, woohoo!
And I so love Bennington Fridays. Yeah!
Oh, yeah, they're nice.
I was just laughing at your friend's father. How hungry can you be that you have to take a bath?
Well, here was this thing.
In the bathroom.
This fucking guy, he wasn't even hungry then. He just took it in because he knew he'd be in there so long.
I might eventually get hungry.
Grit through whatever this fucking problem was he had. He was an animal. We could have, like, if we ever do a movie, we'll have Janice singing something slow for us.
That would be nice.
I love singing along with you guys at the end of the show.
Oh, yeah, it's nice. You know, Joe, I don't know what happened here. Don't cut that fucking song off anymore.
Okay.
Stop cutting the song off.
Let it ride.
Let it ride.
Ride, let it ride.
Play that one.
Little
instead.
BTO for everybody.
You could sing that one slowed down.
Yeah.
Ride, let it ride.
By the way, I also want to bring up something about Tuesdays Gone, which was Molly's thing. Leonard Skinner is the only band who's ever been able to rhyme wind with wind, and then a third time again with wind.
So much rhyming there.
Yeah.
You know, I never even noticed that.
You better. You're going to be out of school in a year.
That's the kind of shit they're going to ask you.
You're fucked.
You know what? Yeah. You know how long your school years feel, and just a long winter.
Yeah,
that's over now because once you get out of school, there is no way of telling time anymore. It's not like you have a, certain regiment, like you're just working and then that's it.
Yeah. I saw this thing online that was some web developer
on a lion.
Was it Cecil?
Oh no!
You don't even say that.
Why?
He's a dead lion.
Why bring up Cecil?
Don't say Cecil's name in vain.
What about Beanie Boy? Did he hear about Cecil at all? Only Janice can remember that cartoon. So go ahead. You saw something.
Yes,
with a lion.
I saw this thing with a lion online.
Are you lying?
I am telling the truth.
Okay.
Yes, Janice. It was a website where the speed of your scrolling corresponded to your perception of the length of a year. Like, so at the beginning, it took forever to scroll because, your first year of life is your entire life. So
I don't know.
It's based on that
Like that
perception.
went by like a shot. I
don't even remember it.
I can't believe I'm walking.
I was 0 yesterday.
But don't you remember summers feeling like forever? Forever.
Ever.
And then once you get to age 30, because for whatever reason, I think because that year starts to be a similar percentage of your life to the rest of them, it's rapid fire.
Well, I mean, here's what gets weird. I think when you get to the point when you can legally have sex with people that are half your age,
right?
Is when like when you're 40 and you're like, I can now legally have sex with someone who wasn't alive when I was 19,
right?
And that's that Woody Allen thing's like, you can be a baby and like, oh, I just noticed you're fuckable.
Oh, that happened.
This works out great then for all of us. So that is weird. But when people will be like, they can, they'll be like either 15 years older or 15 years younger, go like this. Well, back in our day, back in our generation. And when you're younger, you're like, if you're 7.5 and someone else is 7, you look down on them.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you don't even know what you're doing. You're like a baby.
I'm a lot older than you, so
Yes.
let me just tell you.
Let me be the one who decides.
But yeah, school years felt forever. And a perfect example of this was after preschool. I went to like a day camp. So it was probably like a month long, and it was just like an hour or two a day or something. And, then fall rolled around, and I was like, pretty exciting that I'm going to be in first grade this year. My mom's like, no, you're not. You're going into kindergarten. I was like, no, I just graduated kindergarten. She was like, yeah, that was a camp, and you were there for like 3 weeks. It was a day camp. It was like 2 hours long a day. And I was like, yeah, I knew that. And I tried to like play it off, and I remember just going into my room and being like, shit,
Yeah.
I have to do kindergarten all over again. I thought I did that already. This is ridiculous.
I remember that night we were laying in bed going, is she just stupid or does she not pay attention? God, she's dumb. I don't think she's going to. Should we hold her back and let her tower over the other children?
That was never going to happen.
But I think for elderly people, life slows down again. Because you're hanging with your friends and you're playing games and you're smoking pot. And you know what I mean?
But you still live each day with relationship to the rest of your life. And I don't know. I don't know because I am not old.
See,
yet.
I don't think you have to if you get high and you meditate, you can make life
Right. Stretch it out.
Yeah, you can stretch it out because you see them and they always say like that's the happiest time of your life when you retire, and this is on purpose retire, not forced out of work, which always hurts, and before the health starts to go. And they say that 10 years or so just feels like it goes on and on and on. And then the next thing you know, of like all your friends start dying around you,
And then you're just like not even that shocked. You're like, oh.
No, you're like, oh yeah, I got to go over. Two of my best friends for the last 50 years are dead now. I gotta help them clean out the garage.
There's there's a woman who swims where I swim who's 95 and a half. And it
Jesus.
cracks me up. When does the half come back into your age?
Well, maybe she's leaning towards 100 and really wants it.
You know, because when you're 6 and a half.
Yeah.
And now she's 95 and a half.
Well, you know what I think makes life slow down a little bit is football season.
Yes.
Baseball season seems like it goes fast to me.
Flies by.
But football season feels like it's once a week.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like baseball not drags because I like it, but it just feels like it goes on forever.
Yeah, but that's part of the beauty of it. Like, there is no measurement to that. It's just on.
It's just never not baseball.
No one's ever sitting around going, we're in first place. I hope we hold on. You do that constantly in football.
It's not September, is it?
Yeah.
That's when you fucking pay attention.
You're like suddenly like, oh, this leisurely game just became tense.
There's a wild card.
Yeah. I've got to get in it. That's how poor Janice is feeling about our Cubs again this year.
You know, my father-in-law was getting all excited, thinking maybe I will see something before I die. It's like, okay, Dad.
Seriously, he'd have a better chance of seeing Godzilla come out of that lake. He'll have a better chance of Martians fucking landing here, and they'll still beat the Cubs 2 out of 3 games. All right.
Your Molly's sister would have done good at the
Yeah, exactly.
the first Cubs game. They had a.
I'll talk to you later, sweet girl.
Oh, sorry.
Bye.
My poor sister, man.
Poor sister, she chose to piss in a cup.
She's about that life.
Yep,
you know what I mean?
She chose the life. Life didn't choose her.
She's the lazy drunkard.
One of the things that really wigged me out about that website that I was talking about was that it said the summer after your freshman year of college feels as long as your 57th year. And I just recently had that summer, so now I'm freaking out.
Well, what part is freaking you out about that?
That
this is your last summer?
No, that freaks me out too. This is my last real summer. But that a summer that I just had felt really short, and that's how years are eventually going to feel.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I just told you, like, if someone said, I probably have, about 6 years ago, we did Regan, 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
If someone said to me, have you seen Brian Regan? I said, yeah, I just saw him. He's doing great.
He's doing really good.
Doing
Just
great.
talk to him.
Yeah.
But after college, I think is like such a huge jump. Like when you're out of school age, then it goes really fast. Like 10 years, which 10 years is like your whole life when you're in school. You're
Well,
like,
when you're
that's
10, yeah.
There's a word for it too. It's called xenosign. And that's the feeling of your age passing by more quickly and quickly. And there's a whole
See, I
science
think it's
behind it.
up to you, though. I think that we control time and our perception of it. It's up to us whether or not. Because look when like we were exhausted in Montreal. Those 2 days drug on. If you want to slow down time, get as uncomfortable as you can possibly can. You know, you don't run into guys in prison and like the years are just flying by. They're like, oh my God. Every
was just
day is
convicted.
excruciating. I mean, summers are
Right.
faster than winters. We can agree to that.
Yes.
Even though they're the same length of time, a summer whips by, a winter crawls by.
Yeah. But also, as so much like your theory of it getting slow again when you're
Yeah.
older, I think so much of that has to do with when you're working age. Because like it just seems like there's not enough time to do anything. You're cramming everything into like these little days and then you lose time like nothing.
Well, I just want to point this out about Molly's sister peeing in a cup. And I think this is important to know.
Yeah.
She also used a saucer.
Oh.
And you know why, she said?
Why?
Because she's a lady. That's why.
Didn't know she's so dainty.
She's a little lady.
It's classy. She made that choice.
I'm pretty sure I'd overflow any fucking cup.
I feel like I could piss gallons.
Yeah.
I think this is fine for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Sometimes I piss. I'm like, Jesus Christ, how much piss is inside
Morning
of me?
piss?
Yeah, morning piss, yeah.
Oh, that's, of course.
Or
that.
like at night drinking that first piss. It's like,
Yeah.
good God. I guess there's a little beer coming out
That's
of me.
when you get something, and you don't really get this when you quit drinking, but the piss shivers, which is like a little orgasmic feeling that you get on that first violent beer piss.
You're like, I'm an adult and I almost had an emergency. I ran here.
Screaming enjoyment.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes.
Sweet piss shivers. This is the best thing that ever happened to me. Now, you won't get 7-Up shivers if you sit around and drink a bunch of 7-Up. You don't get the same experience.
No, your mouth hurts from all the sugar. I'm looking forward to any sort of piss.
But it is embarrassing if you have a very lengthy pee while you're in a public bathroom, I feel.
Oh, I always like to say this. Oh, you did have to go.
I like to say, did you fall in?
Oh,
Nice.
that's
Funny.
good.
That's nice.
Sometimes if you stop in between, I sort of think maybe they'll think it's someone else. Stall.
I always
This is the second person.
I always think that you're trying to send me messages. I just start writing the code down. Dash.
Someone in
dash.
trouble?
The Japanese sub's coming this way. I started a joke.
Yeah,
I don't know what the purpose of that is now.
I don't know. But it's like the new bung.
I think it started with Social Network when they did Creep. Remember?
Right.
Very weird like that. I can't believe that asshole Sorkin's making another computer
He
movie.
loves it. He loves the internet age.
Ugh.
Or did it start with Donnie Darko with Man Mad World?
That was already
cover?
sad, though.
Yeah.
That was already slow, right?
Was the
No,
original
the
slow?
original
was what
wasn't.
Tears for Fears.
Yeah, the original was not too slow, right?
I don't think it was much faster.
Yeah, it's like, all around me are familiar faces.
Fun out places.
Yeah, yeah. There's a couple yeah-yeahs in there.
I think it has to do with the fact that weird is trendy right now. To be like quirky, sort of off kilter is something that people find to be cool. I think that's why.
Well, I don't know if they even think cool exists anymore. I think they just put weird as weird, but cool is off the fucking boards for this generation. They got nothing.
My aunt was trying to explain this to me a few years ago that, like, she was like, I don't know what's going on with the kids. Like, everything's random. I'm like, what do you mean? I don't know. They keep saying random. That's random. I don't know why they say it. I'm like, what does it mean? Why are they saying it? I don't know, but they say random all the time.
They think things are random and basic.
Okay, that's random.
Okay, just got called basic.
I'm a basic.
And I think that's random that I got called basic out of nowhere.
I never felt so old talking to her and be like, what does it mean? Why are they saying it? Because everything's random, I guess. I don't know.
What was the other term that I just heard a housewife using not too long ago? God damn, it's going to, this was it. On fleek.
Oh, yeah.
wait,
Eyebrows
what?
on fleek.
It's literally what she said, but she said it more like this.
Yeah.
My eyebrows are on fleek. Have you noticed?
Because one girl made a Vine and it went viral.
What was it?
She said, we up in the club, finna get crunk, eyebrows on fleek, the fuck. And that was it. And it took the world by storm. And then suddenly the next day, everyone's like, my eyebrows are on fleek today.
Yeah,
I don't know what
it's in,
you're
like,
saying.
every rap lyric now.
Yeah, I think Nicki Minaj really took and ran with it.
I can't get my eyebrows on fleek. I don't know what's
can't.
happening with me.
I try, and they're just not on fleek.
Andy in Cleveland. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. The slow music got a huge bump with Got No Strings on Me from the movie Pinocchio. They put that in ahead of the Avengers 2 trailer in the background, and that really, I think, really got the more recent stuff to kind of follow suit.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it's been happening long before then. And the kids might be right that it started with Mad World, but it's now almost, even when it's supposed to be like a rom-com.
Right.
You know, we still have a slowed down weird thing. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a eerie cover of Hey Joe. Kind of freaked me out when I first heard it. It's Charlotte Gainsbourg.
I love Charlotte Gainsbourg.
I like it.
And I love Serge, her father, Serge.
And what did she do Hey Joe for? There he goes.
He ran away. Said
We'll never know.
That's how it sounded like he was leaving.
You actually heard his feet go.
Boing. All right, this is Charlotte Gainsbourg.
Yeah.
That's perfect. We got it.
But that's so funny because it's like that's what her dad's music was like whispery women.
Right, but he actually wrote originals. So.
Ooh.
Face, Charlotte.
Some covers.
I don't know. I was walking through the lobby listening to Hits 1 today and heard the fucking theme to the Munsters playing.
I know.
So I don't know what they're up to anymore. Dan, dan it, dan, dan it. You're like, what?
I don't
Great
know.
sample.
I don't know if it sounded like the guy from Fall Out Boy. I have a feeling that it was Fall Out Boy. But they're just singing.
The Monsters theme.
Why?
There is a mean kind of monster here.
It's a song called Uma Thurman by Fall Out Boy.
It is Fall Out Boy.
Good ear.
Yes.
The girl with the golden ear.
So they call me.
Sit next to Piss Cup Sister.
Pissis, we all call her.
Oh, the Piss.
Oh,
Please don't call me
Pisses.
I'm begging you guys not to call me Pisses.
Does your whole family pee in cups? Or
No.
Could you,
You were raised
like,
that
if
way?
it came up, like you had to?
If it came up?
Yeah, like
in what
it's-
situation would it come
Well,
up?
let's suppose you were locked in a room, like they wouldn't let you out, and they just sent you a piss cup in.
Yeah.
Would you be able to piss cup and then hand it back to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Without spilling a drop?
What would you do?
I'd be pissing right on the fucking
On
I
the
would-
hand
yeah, I
that
would-
feeds you.
Yeah, I would not make it any easier on them. You're getting some of this piss too. Now let me the fuck out. Coming up, we've got David Wayne from the Wet Hot Weekend, and then also a little later on, an Unmasked
With Mr. Ed Helms.
which is going to be exciting.
Super exciting.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I did it, so I know that was fun.
I know.
And then I'm also looking forward to that. Are we playing the other Unmasked next week?
Next week, yes, next Friday.
Good. I might even write a companion piece for that.
Ooh.
But I never do that.
That would be great.
All right, everybody wants to bring up Hurt by Johnny Cash. We know. We know. I will make you hurt. Hey, Maureen, what's happening, honey?
Hi. Oops, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I was just wondering if you guys had seen that tweet. I guess it's a tweet. I'm kind of a girl of the 80s, but
That's okay.
That Madonna had put out saying, "How do I get through the day?" My children, her adopted children, David and Mercy, give the best foot massages, and something about that felt kind of wrong. Like I thought, oh, is that why she? And then I is
Yeah.
it?
I'm looking at the picture. It looks like she's trying to rub her arthritis into them.
Take the pain.
Well, should like Angelina Jolie answer back? Well, you've not had a deep tissue until Pax
Yeah.
has gotten a hold of you.
Oh my goodness.
I wish that they were rubbing her breasts like that and say, I don't know what gets me through the day.
So much hotter.
Yeah.
Or at least shoving them back into her shirt.
So these are the African kids?
Yes. Yes, I've not seen Rocco or Lourdes having to give mommy a.
Yeah, you're coming up with some good points there. Some of the Africans have to rub the feet down. See, I don't keep up enough to do good celebrity gossip.
Yes.
But she was able to just lock off names and.
I know.
Now, there is a good celebrity gossip piece that I like this. It's up on the iBang, and it's Amy Schumer riding on the back of J-Law's jet ski. Now, I know from when the movie came out that Amy didn't know her and was all excited that J-Law name-checked her somewhere.
Right.
And now they're jet skiing together in the Mediterranean.
Jet skiing best friends.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's going to happen with us.
Yeah, I think it will.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think it will. All right, talk to you later, sweetie.
All right, thank you.
The only thing is, when I jet ski, it's over fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the only thrill left for me.
Rock and roll. That's the last bit of cool left.
There is no cool, honey. It's all gone.
You really
missed
think there's nobody that's cool?
it. Mm-mm. It's all over.
Who is the standard of cool for you?
All time?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. I mean, Brando carried it for a while. Jack Nicholson carried it and carried it well.
Yeah. I didn't know him during that time.
No, none of you kids did.
Paul Newman was pretty cool.
Paul Newman was super cool. The Stones were cool, but now cool is, it's not happening. You don't have it. You have grown men who are like, I'm so stoked for the next Star Wars. My mom's going to take me.
Bruh.
What are you throwing gang signs at me, bitch?
We don't do that here.
This is a no gang sign zone. All around me, there's familiar faces.
Is Johnny Depp cool?
You know, I don't think you can go back to the pirate fucking thing so many times and still be cool.
You're right.
Enough with the fucking pirate, dude.
He was cool in Blow, maybe.
Well, everyone's cool when they have blow. Have blow. We've got to go to break here, huh, Chris? Because we got to stay on top of this today.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Coming up, it is Unmasked, and also this whole weekend is Wet Hot American Weekend. Now, your real last chance to head on over to the iBang, write some of the taglines, and off we go.
And that's for your chance to win a DVD copy of What Hot American Summer, signed by Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Ken Marino, Janine Garofalo, Judah Friedlander, Elizabeth Banks, Molly Shannon, and David Wayne.
Sweet.
Ridiculous
Could
prize.
not be a bigger prize.
Could not be a bigger prize to give out, and yet, why are we doing it? Why will we go out of our way? Love.
Pure love.
Love for the subscriber.
You're a very special subscriber.
Here's one thing. You thought you subscribed for radio, you subscribed for love. How's that grab you?
You subscribe to my heart.
We love you more than your parents could ever love you.
Oh, much more.
Yeah.
I heard a sweet diss that was, cancel my subscription. I'm tired of your issues.
I don't know where that came from or the weird one or why that's called a sweet dish. But
pretty sweet dish.
You know, the piss sis says it that I'm going to follow her.
You know,
Piss sis is all about
stop. You know, piss sis.
And by the way, you know, when it's one thing to do a roast, but to bring up something so personal as someone's sister pissing in a cup.
And then pretending like it's not real.
Yeah.
It's almost worse.
Okay, Chris, I told you that one in confidence.
Oh, Foggy Otis. Head on over to Twitter. Foggy Otis has got a viral rendition of him doing a song that has been taken off. One of the old Dead songs. So, got to go to break here, though, Chris?
Yes, we do. We got to go to break.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Because people are asking, could Morgan Freeman throw us to break?
California. Bennington. We'll be right back.
Terrible.
You're listening to Bennington on Raw Dog Comedy Hits, Sirius XM 99.
Tito's handmade vodka. America's original craft vodka. Now, just even think about that for a second. Nobody else in this country had even attempted to make a craft vodka. Why? Because they were so afraid of the Russians, so afraid of the Polish. Well, you know what? The Cold War is over. I took down the wall personally. And how did we greet those people? With our own vodka from Tito's. And what did they say? Some Russian version of gracias, I'm sure. I don't know what they say to say thank you over there. But I know this. I go, here's some vodka for you. Real vodka from Tito. And also, here's something we have in our country called warm socks. I don't want you to put your cold feet inside some kind of cardboard shoe while you stand in the bread line. And here's a Tito, okay? And this is to warm up your soul with. Tito's vodka, he turned it around. He jumped outside of the box and changed it all. And the reason why he did that is because he did it for fun. He did it to make vodka for his friends. He did it to be, to set out to do something from his heart. And what do you know? It catches on with everyone. Now it's one of the most famous vodkas in the history of the world. And the reason that the Cold War has ended. Russia and the United States no longer sit and threaten each other with weapons because we want to keep both races alive to see if they can ever come up with another vodka to beat us now. They don't want this whole thing to go out with them being the number 2 vodka nation. So Tito, not only making a great vodka, but bringing peace to a world that quite frankly doesn't deserve it. You know what I'm talking about when I saw that lion get killed the other day. I was so mad about that, I put my own dentist in a headlock. I said, I just wish you're that other dentist. I wish you were. Stop this. Tito's Vodka makes the world a little warmer, makes the world a little better, brings us all together just a little more. I wrapped up a bottle for my grandmother the other day, and she said, can I hold it down? I go, yeah, you can hold it down, even at your age. You're fine. Tito's homemade vodka. Chris Stanley?
Yeah.
Hit my click track.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
It is the wet, hot American summer weekend. We are the Bennington Show. And I think that this is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. A movie that was not a success of box office or even a critical success become so beloved over the years. Yeah, why did that even happen?
It had, I think, all the elements of a great comedy. It was silly and it was lighthearted, and I think it was just like the perfect recipe for cult status.
But why didn't people like it at all? Even critics, when it came out.
I don't know. I mean, do critics ever really like the silly, zany comedies? I feel like
that's a good point.
I feel like critics are always against that.
Yeah, we were just talking this weekend. I thought that the new Vacation movie was quite fun and captured the tone, and the critics are slamming it.
But the thing is, critics, this isn't the kind of thing for you. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't geared towards you. I don't know, because
critics these days are just like fanboy weirdos. They're not, right. It's not Pauline Kael anymore. There has never been a movie that has spawned, I don't think, this many comedic stars. A lot of times you'll see a movie like Diner and a lot of people come out of it. But the comedy stars that came out of Wet Hot American Summer, it's stunning.
Yeah, and so many of them were not yet stars. Like, you'll get a big, comedy cast where a lot of those people are already established, but it's almost like they all grew from here. This was the starting point for a lot of them.
Let's go over the names of some of the people that are in this.
All right, Amy Poehler.
Love.
Door.
And she wasn't SNL's Amy Poehler then?
No, this movie came out July 2001, and then that's following September, then she went to Saturday Night Live.
Unbelievable.
Ridiculous, right? And she was an Upright Citizens Brigade before that, and then it just blew up straight from there. And then Bradley Cooper, who only had a very small part.
Right.
But as years go by, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That's Bradley Cooper doing a gay scene.
Michael Showalter.
One of the writers of this, incredibly funny, and of course writes books and writes screenplays and acts in movies. Does stand up, does sketch, has a great life.
Michael Ian Black.
Again, same exact thing. He's on the Gaffigan show right now, but you've seen him do a million things, and he's always hilarious.
Paul Rudd
has gotten a few film roles. Has done well for himself.
Ken Marino.
Another kind of a workhorse, great actor, was just doing a series last year, will do a web series, will do movies, and maybe slightly too attractive to be a comedian.
Right. It's not really fair
if
you have
cheating
both.
a little. Yeah.
H. John Benjamin.
Who doesn't like him?
Yeah, he's beloved.
Janine Garofalo.
Now, she probably had the biggest career before this happened. She had at least a 6-7 year jump on everybody in doing movies. Also, by the way, looks great today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She aged well.
When I heard about this movie, it was pretty much like, okay, the guys from the state are doing this movie and Janine Garofalo.
Right.
That was really all I knew from it.
Elizabeth Banks.
Huge star now, producer as well, incredibly sexy, but a regular guy type of gal.
And this might have been her first role or among her first. And she's really, really funny in it.
She's really funny in everything. That's the strange thing. And again, too beautiful to be funny.
Shouldn't work out that way, but
Shouldn't
yeah.
work out that you get a sense of humor. But I also met her, and she's like a big football fan. And she's just like, I just like putting on sweatpants, and I don't get it. It's just, there's some cheap.
It's not fair.
I was a tomboy as a kid. I was probably 30 before I figured out I was supposed to wear heels.
Molly Shannon in her first role after leaving Saturday Night Live.
Well, she's just brilliant.
Yeah.
She's brilliant.
Comedic genius.
Yeah.
Judah Freelander.
Again, the world's champion. I mean, when you're talking about the champion of the entire world, what more do you want?
And those two characters, you know what their names were? Gail and Ron.
Not odd.
Mm-hmm.
It's not odd.
Molly Shannon and Judah. Gail and Ron.
We stole that from them. When we said,
Yes. This is actually an homage to that movie.
we've got to pick names. Let's go with our favorite movie.
Joe Latrulio.
Love.
Yes.
Love him. Steals everything that he's ever in.
Yeah.
Literally steals it. Like Anthony is our version of him.
Yeah.
Because he's always in a good mood and he has a couple of skills that you didn't expect him to have.
And Christopher Maloney.
Who?
The chef.
Chef.
Huh?
Yes.
He was on he was
I'm
long
kidding,
time.
Chris. I'm just joking.
That was one of those roles where I was like, oh, I had no idea that he was a comedic actor.
I still just think he's more of a scary guy than anything.
He was just on Oz before that. He was like a weird rapist.
I didn't know that Oz was around that long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you find some rapists unweird?
Oh, he's quite normal.
So we're all excited about this. This came out last night, but since we had to be up at 6 this morning, we won't see it until after we leave here today. But then throughout the weekend, we'd have seen it. Now, there's a couple of articles up, not only about that, but summer movies, and your chance to win on the iBang as we're giving away a great prize for taglines.
A massive prize.
Yeah.
It's a DVD copy of Wet Hot American Summer, signed by David Wayne, Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Ken Marino, Janine Garofalo, Judah Freelander, Elizabeth Banks, and Molly Shannon.
That's unbelievable.
It's huge.
Years in the
I
making.
want that prize.
We have to write some taglines.
Now,
Don't.
Of the five of us, who do you think will be the first one to finish the series?
Me. I'm finishing that series.
You really think so? Because I know that I will be done by tonight. There's no way.
I'll probably watch a couple and then forget. I'll put it next to my half books that I've read. Yeah, I read most of that book. It's really good.
Did you guys read the first half? So good.
To a point.
I couldn't put it down until I did. And then I couldn't pick it back up again.
You just can't.
Yeah. I can't even. I'm already off Mr. Robot for a couple of fucking silliness.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm still in.
I'm like 2 weeks ago, it bored me. I said, well, I'll just watch the rest of it later. And then when it came on this week, I'm like, oh, well, I'm already behind on the other one.
Forget it.
Yeah, I don't know where I am right now. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll be talking with David Wayne. He is the director. And again, he's another guy who went out and had a brilliant career.
Yes.
After this movie. And for some reason, people have never let go of this movie, no matter what else is happening with all these stars.
Well, the guys from the state all have this really unique brand of humor, but I would say David Wayne, I think, has the weirdest tweak to all of it.
Is that right?
I really think that he is the weirdest weirdo of the group.
All right,
And that's why I love him so.
I want to get this straight. You were saying someone is weirder than Michael Shore. And that's all I'm going to say.
Wait. Sense of humor is what I mean. Weirdest sense of humor. Not weirdest person.
Yeah. Now, out of all of them, I think that Ken Marino looks the most sane, seems the most sane, but I don't think that he is at all. After having him on the show a couple of times.
Yeah.
He's a completely different kind of guy.
Well, and I think also his look attributes to that.
Yeah.
Like, you look at him and you're like, that guy shouldn't be funny.
Right.
He seems like the jock in school. Like, how
He
that
is
guy
kind
funny?
of the jock. He's also like the pro-American guy. He's a conservative guy, which is always funny in someone being, when a funny person is also reverent of church and state. It's a bizarre thing to be, you know? It's a really weird way to be. It is the wet, hot weekend. And what's really funny when you look back on this is that when they did these movies, when they did Wet Hot American Summer the first time, these were really the outsiders, the different kind of guys. Now they are accepted and they have power in the industry, and yet still don't they all feel like outsiders, Theo?
Yeah, and I think that also has to do with their sense of humor too. Like, I don't think like that you could be inside guys with their kind of twisted look on things. Like it's the definition of that type of alternative comedy. Like they were at the forefront, or at least at the core of that, I think.
You know, well, the whole thing about alternative comedy is like the jokes, not all the jokes are for you.
Right.
The person who is purchasing this. Yeah.
Some of this is for me, to make me laugh.
Yeah, at you. At you, the person who's purchased this and has invested yourself into it. I love the fact that you think that David Wayne is the strangest of all, since he is the director and certainly is the person who's got to hold it all together, you know?
Yeah, but I think it comes from, I think a lot of it is born from his mind, especially if you go back and watch some of like their early stuff together.
And by early stuff, you're talking about which show?
The State, but also the Stella shorts, which they made, and I'm telling you, like me and my friends burn DVDs of the Stella shorts and pass them around. We'll just like enjoy them
instead of making purchases.
They weren't for sale. They weren't for sale.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
He had to pull them off the. Okay, that's interesting. Then I know he did Wayne Days.
Exactly. Which was very much Wayne Days was like the Stella shorts with like some budget to it. You know, like I love that dude.
Well, he'll be here in just a couple of moments. And this is, you know, here's the great thing about David Wayne, I would imagine, right? Is not only is it like he doing this for himself, but this is a way for him to get his old buddies together.
Yeah.
And there's just something about those phone calls. I know Christopher Guest does that with his crew, where he doesn't tell them when or how. He just calls them up and said, it's happening.
Right.
And they all just, whatever they're doing, they just drop what they're doing and get back together. Now, I do that with you guys, but every single day.
Right.
We haven't really had that opportunity.
Guys, the band's getting back together. Yeah. I saw you yesterday.
I saw you 12 hours ago.
You know, years from now, we're all going to get together again for my funeral. And,
Jesus.
Yes.
Oh.
You guys aren't coming?
I mean,
yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Bring something nice.
I'll bring sausage bread.
Any songs?
You know, you haven't brought sausage bread in a long
She's
time.
slipping.
Yeah, she's slipping. You just came in without egg and cheese today.
I don't know how that happened.
Literal sausage bread.
Oh, by the way, I forgot this is a special, so we should really be focused.
Focus up, guys.
Wet, hot American summer.
Yeah, Wet Hot American Summer. Go over to the iBang. There's a couple of different articles that you could read about it. Between Two Summers is up there. Also, there's a list of all these summer movies of all time. And really, these things, Wet Hot American Summer was always like a play on Meatballs and those type of films.
Yeah, Meatballs was probably, I mean, certainly growing up, it was my favorite summer movie.
And Wet Hot American Summer, I think, pays homage, as well as takes shots at that movie and other movies like it.
Well, the best shot I think that they take at Meatballs is they have this big pep talk before the big game where they play the other camp, and then ultimately they're like, hey, we thought about this and it seems kind of silly and vapid. Like maybe we could just, just hang out. We don't need to do this. And then they walk over to the bus. Hey, do you guys want to just cancel this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hey, they're cool with it. So we don't have to play the big game.
And I get them. I'd rather not play the big game. I have a bunch of children there. Who cares about it? Also, your chance to win a prize. Head on over to the ibang.com for this fantastic prize as well.
It's a DVD copy of Wet Hot American Summer, signed by Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Ken Marino, Janine Garofalo, Judah Friedlander, Elizabeth Banks, Molly Shannon, and David Wayne.
You guys have been working on that a long time.
Yes.
Many
Too
years.
long.
Many
Literally
years
too long.
in the making.
But now it's the perfect prize at the perfect time.
I just saw all of them at a party yesterday, man. God, it's years
the perfect
right there.
prize, the perfect time, and we have no idea why more people aren't interested in it. Wet Hot American Summer. Well, I think it's time to bring in the director of Wet Hot American Summer. Gail had already given him as the weirdest, which is going to make this interview some uncomfortable. But over the course of the weekend, you'll be able to hear Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Janine Garofalo, and Ken Marino all being interviewed all weekend long. The cast of this. But, you know, whether you like it or not, when you get a group like this, the director is the center of that group. And whether you like it or not, it is a reflection of his personality. So David Wayne is stopping in here, and in terms of like most valuable players, I could never really put it, like I couldn't even tell you who was the center character of the last one. Was it Showalter?
I guess in a way, because he's like the big love interest.
There's Coop.
Yeah. Oh, Coop. Coop and Katie.
I mean, I could see why people would say that, but I think Coop could have disappeared from the movie and it would have been fine. You know what I mean? Like, normally if you have somebody at the center of something and when they're not on screen, you're like, well, what's happening with Coop? But you just follow wherever you happen to be in this world, that's where you are. And that is why I think that it's kind of a director's movie.
Right.
Because when you have an ensemble, it's up for the director to keep that together.
Yeah, and a movie like this, it's like he's curated all his favorite people. You know, it's like he brought all of his funniest friends, and like, I think that's why it puts him at the center for sure.
Well, we can honestly say this. At no time have we ever had any of the people from this cast on our show without them making for some uncomfortable moments. So let's see if David Wayne can keep that going.
It's tradition.
It's a tradition, and a tradition that we've all grown to love. It's on Netflix this weekend, and this is the Wet Hot Weekend for Wet Hot American Summer. First is the director, David Wayne. David Wayne in studio with us. Big weekend everybody's excited about. And we're going to be playing interviews all weekend from all the people from Wet Hot American Summer. You were just saying as you came in, you're from a radio family?
My father, hello, good to be here. My father was a DJ originally from Brooklyn and then in Cleveland, but then he got into the business of buying and selling radio stations and running them in Florida, Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, all over. And it was so I used to spend a lot of time down there.
Well, it's those are always interesting markets too, because unlike a lot of the Northeast, those markets are always separated from each other. So when you are doing Florida radio and you're doing any of those cities, you're literally about the biggest star in those cities, because you don't have a movie industry and a rock industry and even the television industry is small.
Right. Except in Miami.
Miami, of course, is
a whole other country.
Yeah, it is. It is a country on its own. A lot of people excited about this coming back. Gail, you really grew up on the movie and all the people.
Oh, Gail.
Yeah,
it's
so nice. True. I'm so excited. And not only did I love Wet Hot American Summer, but I've been following you guys since the state and like was obsessed with the Stella shorts. Like the Stella shorts were the most quotable things growing up.
The Stella shorts is an embarrassing but wonderful part of the history where we made these shorts kind of not thinking that there was going to be internet that would keep them alive forever.
Well, I always thought what was great about like the state is, first of all, there's so many talented people, but also often their own weird way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like a lot of groups where you can say, oh, I see how they all came together. But the state, everybody in the state seems to have this one peculiar thing that almost makes them the outsider of everything.
Well, I guess in some ways we were all outsiders in our own growing up communities in one way or another. And so that's probably what attracted to us together when we were in college back in the 80s.
Yeah. Well, no one ever brings that up, but there's a lot of power in being the outsider. You know what I mean? The real creativity always comes from the person who doesn't fit in. That's basically punk rock. Right.
And
there.
it's also nerd culture.
Yeah.
It's both.
Which nerd culture has now become mainstream.
I think it's
culture.
become the culture.
Yeah.
It's become the dominant pop culture.
And yet someone will try to say to you like, oh, I watch Star Wars a lot. Like it's something weird.
I'm a nerd. I like the biggest movie coming out.
Like everyone else we know, that's what you've done.
I particularly like Sports Illustrated models being like, I'm such a nerd.
Yeah, exactly. It happens all the time. I put on glasses, so that makes me a nerd.
I love to just geek out with my friends.
But this stuff that you guys were doing back with Wet Hot American Summer was really nerdy in every way. You know what I mean? Like there was a bizarreness,
card carrying, hardcore.
There was a bizarreness to it, and it was such a unique point of view because a lot of people around the country outside of the Northeast don't understand, the camp culture as it is. And a lot of non-Jewish people don't understand. No, you give your kids away for 8-9 weeks out of summer.
I know. It's interesting. People, my friends who are now parents who have moved from that area to places like California or other, they don't understand. They're like, they can't find summer camps that work the way that we did it. But it is a specific thing that we remember, which is the way Jewish kids from the Northeast or the Midwest a little bit, or, the DC area would go, to Maine and New Hampshire and Vermont or Massachusetts and go to camp for 8 weeks. And it was usually either Jewish camps or camps that were mostly Jewish kids. Mm-hmm. And it was a very, very specific thing. But needless to say, that probably contributed to the fact that the movie did so poorly originally. But I think what made it last in a different way was the fact that it wasn't really about that, about knowing that. It was just that our specific memories were real and specific. And that's what I feel like when I see a movie about something that I have no relation to. I can tell that the filmmaker cares and knows it, and it's real to them, and that's all that matters.
That's always the amazing thing about seeing a foreign film. Like, you can watch an Iranian film, and at first you're like, what the hell is going on? I'm reading. And then like 18 minutes and you're like, oh yeah, that's the way my uncle is.
Yeah.
And we used to do the same thing, but with kickball. And like, it's really, I think the reason why we have film to begin with is just these stories need to be told.
And they remind you that we're all human and everything's the same. And even though our movie obviously is also crazy, cuckoo and absurd and silly, it's still the same underlying idea that there's a heart and soul to people and our yearnings and all that.
Well, especially with youth, right? I mean, I think that is something that it doesn't really matter if you were young during the time period.
Right.
It's like everyone experiences the same limited experience. You can only do so much when you're young.
Right. And things are dramatic and crazy when you're a teenager. And the only thing that could possibly matter is, can you make out with that girl? And, I think everybody relates to that.
It's life or death. It's life or death. When she doesn't like you back, you could have 8 divorces and you'll never feel as bad.
And when I went to summer camp, I felt that way every day. I felt like every day was a whole 3-act story of drama happening that was so heightened. And so to me, it was the most natural place to set a movie because it already was like a movie.
Where does the kind of absurdist shared humor that you guys are into, because I think it's one of the hardest things to do is to not he's hitting 2 waters at the same time.
I'm double fisting.
Yeah, one more water.
One's a water and one's an iced coffee.
He really likes water.
I'm going to be like doing it double time. This is the kind of behind the scenes stuff that the kids love.
Yes, this is the extras. The interview extras.
Sorry.
But you guys share that strange thing. And do you ever worry, okay, this could break the reality that we've created? How far is too far?
I think the answer to that is always can only be your gut and what you feel. Like there's no answer to comedy is so subjective, and it once you start dissecting it and quantifying it and writing rules for it, it gets really tricky. Even though we do sometimes have to do that or feel like we have to do that in order to get the job done. But I think our taste, mine and Michael's, and as well as the rest of the group, has just veered towards that sort of whatever you want to call it, absurdist, breaking the fourth wall, commenting on itself kind of comedy, and just enjoyed it. And coming from loving Steve Martin and loving Woody Allen and loving Monty Python and SNL and in the early days, and just taking our own spin on it and following our heart and coming up together in a bubble. We were not part of the Groundlings scene or UCB or Second City or anything like that. We were just we were teaching each other everything from those crucial years, age 18 to 25, you know.
Now, how much do you think you guys came in like with your own experiences? Do you think you grew that sense of humor together? Was it necessary to all be together? Do you think that it could have existed on its own?
I'm sure it could have existed on its own in some way. I mean, I was funny and doing things before I met the state, but clearly those years were when we all developed and learned together as a group, and very much as a one-celled, 11-headed being for very crucial beginning years of our career and college and graduation from college. It's just it's impossible to even conjecture what it would be like had we not all met at that time.
When I think that for me, Michael Showalters is one of the most interesting people, because I would think, is he trying to make me laugh or trying to annoy me? What is the purpose of what he's doing? And like when he starts to talk like about a sandwich, I'm like, does he mean that, or is he just trying to show me how weird it is to talk about a sandwich?
Yeah,
like I can't believe that he's just not a famous painter. You know what I mean? It's like there's a strange kind of Warhol.
He actually is an amazing. He does drawings.
It seems like you would have to be with that personality.
I think a lot of his art that really tickles me and isn't what I do, the same exact thing, is just that the way he does this sort of repetitive thing, or something you would just nail into the ground to the point where like, what is going on here? And then I just can't stop laughing.
But what do you do when you have a serious meeting with those people? You know what I mean? Like, hey,
we serious really, XM.
Yeah, we have to really sit down and talk about some business stuff. Can that happen? Can everyone turn it off?
Yeah, I mean, like me somehow right now. I think if you're going to be a productive comedian, you have to not always be making jokes.
Well, then the other part too that's amazing is the other names that you drew to you when you did this. At the time, they're not stars.
Right.
But now we're looking back and we're like, look at the movie stars.
Well, we just were very, very fortunate to have people like Bradley Cooper and Elizabeth Banks walk in and audition for their very first part in anything.
Insane, right?
Yeah.
I mean, looking back, that's insane.
Yeah. I don't know.
But that would also...
Someone had to give them their first job.
Yeah, but it very rarely happens that they come in together like that. Yeah. And then, of course, even wanting to come back and do this project means they're still connected.
Well, and we've stayed connected, to varying degrees to every member of this giant cast over all the 15 years in between. And so when we called them a couple of years ago and said, hey, we want to do this as a Netflix series, no one was like, who are you? They were like, oh, great, let's do it.
We've got origin stories going on, and talk about being nerdy, but to go back and treat this as if it was, a comic book where this is important to trace this back. This is what this has happened.
Well, one of the things that was really important to me was that I know we've had such amazing fans of this movie that have kept it alive well beyond any expectation over all these years. And it was really important to me that we serve those fans, and that people who love the movie have a satisfying follow-up that isn't a retread, but is very much a connector and a companion piece, and references the movie in the way that you want it to. And so that was often the goal.
It hasn't been frustrating that as this has followed you project to project. I know every time any of you guys go out and do stuff, this comes up again.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great that anything you do, people remember and want to talk about beyond the cycle when it came out. It's a wonderful gift. And, I mean, it was interesting. I do a Q&A for some project, a TV show or a movie, and usually the first question is, when's the Wet Hot prequel coming out? That was until, it used to be, when's The State going to come out on DVD, until that happened.
Right.
So now somebody has to come up with a new question.
Now, Ken Marino is also one of those people to me that's so amazing. And I was just actually talking about this with Ed Helms, who I know you've directed before.
Great guy.
But I don't understand people who know what really is the jerk, like what is the asshole in them, and then how to present it,
right,
and then still stay funny when you do that.
Well, you know, Ken Marino has the benefit of being an asshole.
Right.
So deeply through and through. He's just a chicken shit asshole. And that really just helps inform every moment of his on and off camera behavior. No, I'm joking.
But I think it's amazing that, like, if you truly are an asshole, you don't know it. You're like, hey, I'm doing what I have to do. But he is one of those guys who knows how to turn it on, and he has the look of someone, you know what I mean?
Like, you know, what you just said is exactly right. And I think Ken keys into that in his performances. You know, he doesn't, his characters don't know they're assholes either. You know?
Right.
And he understands how to play that card and play I mean, he's just a consummate, amazing, great actor.
Yeah, he's truly an actor first, I think. Don't you think? Like, he's...
Well, he happens to also be one of the greatest writers I know and one of the most talented directors I know. But so he's just a super talented dude.
But I mean, like, you could easily see him in a mafia movie and nobody would have a problem with it.
He can play non-comedic beautifully, and has many times.
Yeah.
But I just think what makes someone a good comedic actor is just that they're a good actor, period. And that comedy is just one of the hardest forms of acting to pull off, but it's still the same exact thing. It's like, you know, can you understand and then exhibit a character's emotion, you know, goals and what they want in a way that feels real and that you're watching the person instead of somebody indicating. And it's amazing watching great actors do it, because I dabble in acting, but I don't have those deep tools like some people.
We're talking about, and all
we're
weekend,
talking about deep tools here.
Yeah, we're talking about deep tools all weekend long. We'll play stuff from this. Netflix is releasing them all on the same day, so it's Wet Hot American Summer, first day of camp. It's streaming on Netflix.
You can see all 8 30-minute episodes on Netflix.
Now, was it a matter that you could get everybody together at the same time, or?
It was basically, it was one of those things where once we knew that everyone wanted to do it or was up for doing it, and every single one of them said, you know, I don't know what my schedule is, and we didn't know when we could do it, and so we did it in those steps. Then we went to the Netflix and said, hey, we have everybody, we want to do this, let's do this, and then that was a whole discussion, and you know, you got to make a deal, and then finally we had a shoot date, and it was a very short period of time where we had to shoot all 8 episodes, and instead of trying to figure out who was available when, which was just a losing battle, we basically said, here's the dates. And then we went to every actor and said, when can you come to Los Angeles during this period of time? Just pick period, and we'll make it work somehow. And it was challenging but fun. And and as always happens, the obstacles or the limitations create an opportunity to inspire really elegant, fun ideas that you would have had otherwise, and make you pick what's important.
And you brought some people into this that weren't in the first one, and then we can be concerned about them because why weren't they in the first one?
Right. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, that you got to watch, and you'll see how that all plays out.
But tell us some of the names that
we have. John Hamm, we have John Slattery, we have Kristen Wiig, Lake Bell, Jason Schwartzman, Michaela Watkins, Jordan Peele. I'm forgetting many, I'm sure. Josh Charles.
I've never met a man who wasn't deeply in love with Lake Bell. There's something about her that just seems like perfect girlfriend that everyone's looking for. But then the women, of course, feel the same way about John Hamm. I always find it interesting that he's so attracted to comedy because he could be the Cary Grant. He could go in any direction that he wants to go.
Well, I happen to have known John for a very long time, and he's always been just a comedy nerd in a way, or he's always hung out with comedians, always been friends with comedians. And, it happens that he got this perfect pilot that really fit his skill set unbelievably, which was Mad Men. I don't know if you've heard of this.
Yeah, wasn't it on TV for a while?
Right, TV,
Yeah,
exactly, which is our sort of short lingo way of saying television. So, I think that's always been part of his soul. It's just not the part that most people know. And then just to comment on what you're saying about Lake Bell, the more you get to know her in person, the more you will feel like she's the perfect, like she is.
Is that right?
She is stunning personality, and she is smart and curious and fun and funny and nice and generous, and she's a great lady.
Well, and also really unique. There's nowhere that you know where to put her. There's no category out there because physically she's unique, and then just her whole personality incredibly unique.
And she's also another great director. I mean, she did her movie in a World is fabulous.
I love that movie too.
Yeah.
The only, we're talking about radio. That's the only voiceover movie I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
About the complicated game of being voiceover. You worked booking voiceover people.
That's right. Yeah, I did it for video games for Rockstar Games. Yeah,
that's a whole world. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually. But they don't really seem like they go after actors as much anymore, right? Or at least they don't want a big starring.
Yeah, I mean, like they'll go for like a few names here and there, but especially like there's just like a massive amount of voices in those games.
And that world has its own stars, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like they'll cast somebody and then that character will become incredibly popular and they'll continue to bring them back.
One of my old program directors did a voice in something where he's out killing people, and he actually shows up now to these Comic-Cons and people wait in line.
Yeah.
And he has no idea what he has no idea what the game is.
I mean, video games, as far as devotion and the size of the whole thing, it dwarfs every other form of media.
I've done some voiceover in that and can't always even find my character because it takes you, you have to really play the game a long time before you beat me up.
Exactly.
You don't get to beat me up early on. But there is something about a bunch of people who come together every once in a while. I think that is almost like the most romantic idea, like getting the band back together.
It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And when we did this series, it was really surreal how much it felt like we were putting on a shoe that we took off 15 years ago and it fit perfectly. And it was a wrinkle in time. It was sitting there creating that look again and doing these kinds of jokes together, this exact grouping of people, even though some of us have seen each other over the years. And it was wild. And all the specific memories of making the original movie were jogged, and it's hard to describe, but it was a real blast.
Well, the original movie has such a great sense of, it just felt like you guys actually were at camp. It really felt like you could feel that you guys were all really connected.
Well, we really were at a camp, living there in the bunks, eating the camp food, and it was pouring rain every day. We had nowhere to go, so it was a lot of bonding, a lot of drinking. It was the first movie that most of us had ever worked on, so it was definitely, the line between being at a summer camp and filming a movie about one was very gray.
Did you feel pressure at that time?
Covered in beer.
Yeah. Did you feel pressure? Did you like, hey, we're young, let's just have fun?
No. I felt the daily pressure of directing a movie, which I had barely ever worked with a crew as a director before. I'd gone to film school, and then we did the State, where all of the stuff that I directed on the State was taking my own camera by myself and doing little run and gun pieces. And so, I was nervous and working my ass off, but I also... No, I didn't feel like, I'm directing a cult movie that's going to be watched for 15 years.
You're more worried the people here aren't going to believe me. You know what I mean? Like,
that's just trying to get through each day and make it and be true to what it was.
There's always that thing when you're just first starting something where people are going to look at you and just say, what are you doing here? Why are you acting like this is real?
Well, I think that I've heard that goes, no matter what happens to you, no matter how successful you are, everyone feels like a fraud all the time.
Yeah. That's the thing that we should probably teach kids. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to feel like you're faking it for a long time. I know when I got to New York City after so long and found out I was on one of the meetings on the corner and I'm going, corner office and stuff going, there is no one smarter here than anyone I ever went to school with.
No.
There's no I always thought there would be some genius ideas coming down.
There are people that I meet where it's exciting to meet people who either have such a specific, amazing skill that you can't just get, and anything from like a session musician who, can sit down and just like, they can do one thing so well. And that's really, I love that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And on a film set, there's a lot of those people because you bring in a specialist who's a stunt coordinator or somebody who knows how to do a certain kind of flip, or somebody knows how to do a certain thing with the camera. And I love seeing people with those kind of skills. And then of course there's people you meet who are so experienced in, for example, in what I do. You meet, you talk to somebody like Louis C.K. and you're like, okay, this guy has not only luck of the draw, unbelievable talent, but also 4 decades of developing it and learning, and has actively made it himself so smart, And I think that I feel like those are people that are working on a different level.
Well, Louis C.K. told me something years ago, and it's actually before his latest show hit big, because he had a lot of starts and stops to it. But he said he had watched this thing early in his life about an Olympian, and he goes, it's the same thing. If you want to be a comedian, if you want to be a film director, you have to dedicate why would these guys work so hard to get a medal? And comics sleep until noon, then smoke pot, and then look at the paper, So he was just beating everyone else by 8 hours while they were sleeping in. He was like, how does this camera work? Does it edit here? Or do I, and now once he got to the point and did that show all by himself, it was like, how did that happen? Well, 15 years. 15 years.
And I've taken real inspiration from that kind of thing, specifically from Louis and others that worked there. I mean, remember in the Jerry Seinfeld documentary, he talked about when he discovered that you could actually write after lunch too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's true. And there's one of the things liberating to me to realize, and if people ask me advice, is like, there is no big mystique or secret to it. It's work.
Sure.
And I remember Woody Allen was saying that once in an interview, just like, you do your work, you work hard, and if you have talent, then the money will come in, the luck will happen at one point or another.
Sure.
But it's getting up early, and it's giving up things that you would otherwise want to do,
But you love hanging out with these people, and you love taking this work and molding it. I'm so lucky. Yeah. I mean, I get to, most of the time, what I do every day is hang around with people I love, who I admire also, who are so funny, and just like try to craft funny jokes or scenes or writing. And it's a really, really lucky, great job. Well, you guys are too always about shaving it down. So you know what I mean? You've got these crazy people who can go into characters and stuff. But how do you put it together and then make the pacing exactly?
Well, I've always been very editorially minded, since as early as I was working, in college. I always thought about, okay, there's so much power in editing, and there's so much power in taking out things, and the knowing that if you cut, one of the producers of The State once said to me, if you cut great jokes from a sketch, then you know that what's left is really great. And I also always remember that if you want to write a great screenplay, write 10 and then pick the best one instead of just writing one. And I know that another thing I would say is we've now are doing our 7th season of Children's Hospital on Adult Swim, and that has been an amazing playground and training ground for how to tell stories in such a short period of time.
Fast.
Each episode is 11 minutes. We always try to put in at least 4 storylines in each episode and make them complete. And it's just this incredible discipline. You learn how little you really need to use screen time to tell a story.
You guys are always walking and pushing, and everything is physically taking place all the time, really, really fast. So sometimes it seems like the episode is over like that, but you've heard 9 characters jumping back and forth and 4 different storylines.
Well, on that show, we often have the same number of scenes as an hour-long drama.
Right.
But it's just...
Yeah. Well, you did They Came Together, which it reminded me of like the 70s Mel Brooks stuff that I grew up with. But that kind of stuff is always funny because, like, okay, we get that we're also parodying, we get that we're going to absurd places, and yet you still want these two characters to get together as if it was
That's
a
the
Nora
trick.
Ephron. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at the end of it, I really would have felt bad if it didn't go the way that I want.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, and that was certainly the goal. And same with Wet Hot, where we both kind of undercut it at every turn, and at the same time, hopefully, and a lot of the reason for that is because people like Paul Rudd, and specifically Paul Rudd, are so charismatic that and the chemistry between Paul Rudd and Amy Poehler, and they came together. You want them to be together, even though we're reminding you every second that it's just a movie, and we're making jokes about it. You know?
Well, we were saying that earlier too about Janine, that we loved her so much, and we really did want her to find love. And this almost everything that she says is so sincerely absurd throughout that entire thing. But at the end, you're like, I really hope she gets together with that gay guy. That would really work. That would really be great.
Well, you'll enjoy the series.
This weekend, it's actually like 3 a.m., I think, between Friday and Saturday, somebody told me that it's going to be released almost like a...
Yes, well, I think it's out.
Yeah, it's out today.
Yeah.
Wet Hot American Summer, first day of camp, streaming on Netflix.com right now. Go to Netflix.com for more information. And Chris, we're giving out something to the people too as well.
Chris, I hear we're going to be giving something to the people. Will you let us know what it is?
What it is.
DVD copy of What Hot American Summer, signed by Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Ken Marino, Janine Garofalo, Judah Friedlander, Elizabeth Banks, Molly Shannon, Mr. David Wayne.
This is very exciting.
Well, can I tell you, we've collected this for years. Every time somebody comes in, we have them sign the same one because we believe this day would come.
Wow.
We knew
This is the day of the Messiah. This is the day of the reckoning.
It's all happened.
Who knew?
This was our way of saying it takes years to get something great, just like we were talking about earlier.
Like a fine wine.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it under my arm and run out of here before anyone wins it.
All right, David. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank
we'll
you
see you
so
next
much. Thanks.
Welcome back to Bennington. This is the road trip segment presented to you by Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Wyndham Grand, Wyndham Garden. Earn up to 2,000 Wyndham Rewards bonus points when you book at Wyndham.com. Terms and conditions apply. There's a Wyndham waiting.
You make that sound so exciting, Chris. You know, the movie Vacation is out, and we've got an Unmasked coming up with Ed Helms in just a few minutes. But it got me thinking, when you guys were younger, did you go on road trips? Chris, did you ever do road trips?
Well, on one road trip, yeah.
And where'd you go?
Jersey.
Jersey? You know, that's also
a very quick road trip.
Well, it's where a lot of people who work here live. So it's not what I consider. Were you a road trip family? Andy?
No, but we just went to one when my brother graduated from James Madison. We all got into a van and drove up to Virginia, which was god-awful.
God-awful, it's again.
That sounds great.
That sounds nice. He's only went to Jersey.
Overnight. Yeah, we're getting slightly. I guess the next person is going to be North Carolina. Now, I know Joe said your family road trip, right?
Oh, yeah. Like every single state.
And what about you, Gail? Your family road trip?
Oh, I come from a family of road trippers.
Oh. There were some road trippers. Further away than Jersey?
Further, as far from Jersey as the continental U.S. allows.
Without drowning, yeah. I think that there's certain things that you've got to see that are just too Americana. Like here, you guys, locally, you've seen the Statue of Liberty anytime and any day of your life. But do you know, to a lot of people who don't live in this area, that is a point to be thinking about. Like,
Right.
we're going to see the Statue of Liberty.
Like you want to check it off your list of
Right.
amazing things you've seen.
It's why a lot of people get on those double-decker buses so they can go Brooklyn Bridge, Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building.
Cross them off. Cross them off.
Because you really do. The Empire State Building is one of those buildings. There's only a couple
Yeah.
in America that you got to say, oh, I was in the Empire State Building.
Does Chrysler Building have that same status outside of New York?
No.
No, it doesn't?
No one even in New York goes, oh, I was up at the top of the Chrysler Building.
Right.
And there is a thing there.
But it's such a stunning building, you would think that it would have more tourist pull, but...
Gorgeous building. Love looking at it. But it doesn't have the Empire State Building.
And now it's third tallest. Back to third tallest, so...
Yeah. in the city. And it was like the tallest building in the world for 15 minutes. But, you know, both those buildings were built at the same time. Now, I'm going to ask this around the room. Have you been to the Grand Canyon? So let's just check off some of these things of whether you've been there or not. I'll say this. I've been to the Grand Canyon. Yeah.
I have been to the Grand Canyon. Yes.
I have not been to the Grand Canyon.
Wow.
Yes.
You've been to the Grand Canyon?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I have not. I have not been.
All right, so 60% of us have been to the Grand Canyon.
I would have thought that you've been with all your road tripping.
I gotta call my dad. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, you know, now that
You
you're an
embarrassed me
adult,
at work.
now that you're an adult, you can take a road trip without him.
Right.
Yeah, like Kerouac was all behind that. All right, Gail, give us another one that you feel like you need to see
Okay.
as an American.
One of my favorite that I've seen was the Crazy Horse Monument.
Well, the Crazy Horse Monument is somewhere in between something that's real and something that's kind of made up. Now, Joe, I saw you nodding along. Crazy Horse Monument?
I've been there.
Yeah. Nope.
No, I've wanted to go though.
I can't believe that you would bring that up before Rushmore.
I know.
mean, Mount Rushmore is the real one.
But for some reason, that monument was, I mean, first of all, it's massive, but it's so stunning. And when I was a kid and I saw it, it like took my breath away it was like something out of a sci-fi movie or something.
Right.
It looks so surreal.
But Mount Rushmore is also completed.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. It has that going for it.
And that's really the Americana one, you know, which, by the way, Mount Rushmore is not as big as I wanted it to be.
Right.
Well, Crazy Horse is supposed to be bigger, but it's not even going to be completed, not only in most people's lifetimes, but in our lifetime, it won't even be done.
Yeah.
First of all, you should have just said it won't ever be complete. You should just left it at that.
But that's the thing that I thought was so cool. Like, it looked like, it's almost like he was like breaking out of the rock. Like, because it was unfinished, it's so surreal looking.
Yeah, that's a strange one. All right, here's one that I think we expect most Americans to trek to. Although I live very close to it. Have you seen the Liberty Bell?
I've never seen the Liberty Bell.
I have seen the Liberty Bell.
I have not seen the Liberty Bell.
I have seen the Liberty Bell.
Now, Chris.
Yeah.
And I saw JB Smoove say this the other night on Four Courses. You could almost ride a bike to Philly. I mean, you can get to Philly about as fast as you can get to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
There's no reason for you not to be down there and have seen the Liberty Bell.
Take a day trip. It's a nice city.
I have to take it. I have to do it. I have to finally get down there. I'm a bad American right now.
Betsy Ross's house is there.
Where they signed the Declaration of Independence.
Well, not that isn't at Betsy Ross's house.
She was busy.
But yeah, I feel like that's one of those things. All right,
you know what I love about about Philly is when they're talking about the stuff you can see there, and then they're like, you got to see the Rocky Steps. Well, there's an art museum attached to it. That's actually really important.
Where? Near the Rocky Steps.
Run up the Rocky Steps, come right down.
In the back of the Rocky Steps, there's a museum with paintings.
Keep your eyes open.
I've never been in there because it cost $8. The Rocky Steps. That's really embarrassing. All right, let's move on to this one. Have you been to Washington, D.C.? And have you been, well, out of everything in Washington, D.C., what do you think is the important one? You got the monument and then you got Lincoln.
I think Lincoln is probably...
So you got to walk up those steps. Have you guys done that?
I have, yes.
Yes?
I have not.
Yes? No.
I have not.
That one shocks me.
Wow.
Just recently, I had with you, Ron, when you drove me around that cab.
You did not get out of the cab.
But I got to see it. I thought Jefferson Memorial looked badass.
And you were incredibly drunk.
That shouldn't count. I wanted to say I was sober for all of these monuments.
So was I.
I count it.
Now, wait, there's one in New England. I think you got to be to Plymouth Rock. Now, if you really think about it, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Good point.
But Gail, Plymouth Rock.
I saw it on a class trip was the first time I think I saw it. I think I've seen it twice. It's a lot smaller. A lot smaller than you think.
It's better be called stone than a rock. I don't know what I expected a massive rock.
Yeah.
But they never landed on this. It's too small to have landed on.
And I think they also said it used to be bigger. It's just worn down.
They say that people also chipped off things.
Right.
That's why they have to be careful.
Okay, I have one that it's smaller in real life. The Alamo.
You know what? I've never been to the Alamo.
Not been to the Alamo.
Neither have I.
Never.
Hold on. I thought that you were doing it because you have.
But how about just as like this? Neither have I.
Neither have I.
Yeah, San Antonio, and everybody there is very proud that they have the Alamo. It's a very big part of what they try to promote the whole time.
Now, I have one that I wasn't with you, so I don't know if you have seen this.
Okay.
Who has seen the Hoover Dam?
I've seen the Hoover Dam.
I have not.
I have not seen the Hoover Dam.
I don't know if I've seen the Hoover Dam. Is that weird?
Vegas? Were you ever in Vegas?
Yeah.
Well,
chances are I've seen the Hoover Dam.
Well, no, you got to drive outside of Vegas. Yeah, I remember, and we got up, and it was with some people, and they're like, "You want to go see the Hoover Dam with us?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want to get out of this casino and get some of this fucking bad luck stank off me." And we go out there, and I'm like, "Why are we standing at the top of this dam?" Everybody was excited about it.
It's really scary, though.
Yeah?
Like, you lean over the edge, and
I feel like
that
I could
swoop
slide
is
down
like-
it, though.
It does kind of look like
it doesn't feel like I'd fall
you
straight
just
down.
belly flop.
Challenge accepted.
What is it? All right, Niagara Falls.
Frankie Angel.
You got to be at Niagara Falls, Joe.
I've never been there.
Gail?
Yes. Twice.
No.
Anthony?
Never been in Niagara Falls.
Weird.
I'm just realizing how many I haven't seen. I
Yeah,
came in
that's a
here
good
like
one.
with my guns.
Well, you have yet to see. That's the good
true,
thing about
yeah.
it. So
You have so many ahead of you.
You're a Midwestern guy. What's stuff that you got to see in the Midwest?
Well, you go down the Mississippi River a bit.
Yeah.
You hit one of the good baseball towns in America, Gateway Arch.
Oh, that's a good call.
Oh, I have not seen the Gateway Arch.
Only drove past, never went in.
I went up once.
Yeah.
You can see everything. You can see all the brown in East St. Louis, and then all the green in St. Louis.
Yeah,
Lovely.
I don't. There isn't. The same thing happens in D.C. when you go up there. Like, there's nothing to see. I even think when you're in the Sears Tower in Chicago, you're not like, oh my God, this because there's no other buildings that are big for you to see.
Right.
You're just looking out over flat space.
I didn't go up in the Sears Tower, but I saw it.
Well, now they have the glass floor, so you're looking straight down.
It's just
You like that?
Oh, God, no.
Why?
I hate heights.
You do?
Yeah.
Could you be on the outside of this building, holding on to like a rope ladder?
No.
That's one
I
of the
can't
things
be
you gotta
3
do in the
stories up holding onto a rope
That's what you got to
ladder.
do in the promotions job. You got to
Yeah.
carry the T-shirts up and down.
No elevators.
Oh, you go on the outside. You go,
Just a nice pulley system.
you go to the roof with them. It's the attic that we're keeping them up there. Why don't you get another? Here's what you can do. Do me a favor. Go out and get some fucking sausage, no cheese.
Oh, my God.
You prick. All right, what are we missing?
All right. Would you consider the Pacific Highway, the Pacific Northwest Highway? You wouldn't call it?
But I would say the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh,
the Golden
yes.
Gate Bridge.
Seen it.
No.
No, you guys?
Never.
I've never seen it either.
Yeah.
But I do have one on that note. Would you guys consider Route 66?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
no.
even though I get it, I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. No, I kind of think that you've got to,
How about this? Fenway or Wrigley Field?
Well, of course, I've seen them both, but no, I don't throw that in there. What about the Needle in Seattle?
The Space Needle. I
Yeah.
have not seen it. I've never been to Seattle.
I would consider it.
Yeah, I would too. And I've never been to Seattle either.
Yeah.
What about Cape Canaveral? The
Seen
place
it.
that we do our moon launches. Is that something you guys would even care about?
Yeah, I would
would.
care about that.
Absolutely.
You go out west, hit Wyoming, Montana, Old Faithful.
Oh,
That's a good call.
Yeah.
That's a
Old
good
Faithful,
one.
and I've never went into the Old Faithful. I've been out there, but I've never, went and sat in that line waiting to see it.
Right.
I saw it once. It was 2 minutes late.
How faithful.
Yeah, I know.
Old Faithful is just
Old-fashionably late is what I say.
Plug that thing
That's
up.
sweet. Hey, we've got the Unmasked coming out right now. with Ed Helms. But this is a reminder, you can come see the next Unmasked, which all of you guys are excited about, Brian Regan.
That's happening Monday, August 10th at 3 p.m. at Caroline's Comedy Club in New York City. Go to the ibang.com for a chance to win free tickets.
I'm so excited about that one. It's going to be great.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
I know.
I'm about to lose my mind, and I think I like it.
You like that part of it, huh?
Yes. I like losing my mind with Brian Regan. I already know what I'm going to ask him in this.
What's that?
How'd you get so funny?
It's a great question.
Brian, how'd you get so funny? I think this is going to be a grand one. And I'm not kidding about this. This is one that you can bring the children to.
Yes.
When the act is, PG rated or even G rated, I'm willing to go to that spot with them. By the way, did the Gaffigan ever play on the Catholic Channel?
Oh, yes, it did.
That's something we should have announced, promoted, and I would have liked to have heard the way they set it up.
Yeah.
Get
Get some tape on that one.
Well, this is Unmasked with Ed Helms. Everybody likes him from The Office. Yep. He's the guy that you love to hate on The Office. Also, the Hangover films. And then finally, this little piece of work called Vacation, which is why we were talking about all the spots that you need to see for a vacation. But all weekend long, it's the Wet Hot Weekend. If you'd like to win a copy of Wet Hot America Summer, signed by who, Chris Stanley?
By Michael Showalter, Michael Ian Black, Molly Shannon, Elizabeth Banks, Mr. David Wayne, Judah Freelander, and Ken Marino.
Huge.
Real quick, have you seen Graceland? No.
Yes, I have.
Have you seen the Hollywood sign?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I have.
No.
Have you guys seen Arches in Utah? The Arches.
What Arches?
What Arches?
The in the desert. There's Arches National Park.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen that? Okay.
So I drove past it. I had to drive in.
False to say that.
So this is all part of Holiday Road, part of the old vacation series. This is Unmasked with Ed Helms. Finish your granola bar.
Hi, Ron. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still chewing on a granola bar, but I think I can talk.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Vacation out this week, and I got to tell you, I went to see this film concerned. I was concerned going in, and the laughter was amazing. Everybody was loving this film. I think it's one of the toughest things to pull off because it's not a remake, and yet the tone of the original film runs all the way through it.
That's a huge compliment. Thank you. And I I shared your trepidation reading the script. I was concerned and kind of not that excited about doing it until I read this script and realized, oh, this is the next generation. This is Rusty's story. We've never seen adult Rusty before. So I get to create this character and bring my own instincts to it. And that really made it feel like just this really fun, open opportunity to play in the Griswold universe, which has meant everything to me as a kid.
Yeah. Well, I don't even think that the sequels that they did years ago captured the tone of the first one. I thought that they kind of went off and did things because I think it's one of the hardest things to do to pull off that kind of comedy, whether it's Vacation or whether it's like some of the films that Paul Feig or Judd Apatow do, where you're putting together a lot of laughs and yet have to create a weird reality where this stuff could happen.
Yeah, and you have to kind of push. You have to sort of push reality in a way. I think it's this delicate cocktail of audacity and tenderness.
Yeah.
And Judd Apatow does that so beautifully, and Paul Feig does too. I mean, both those guys I love and admire. And I think John Francis Daley and Jonathan Goldstein, this is their first movie, and they knocked it out of the park in terms of telling a kind of, at its heart, a sort of poignant family story, just wrapped in the most whacked out, ridiculous, insane package.
Right. Well, people that are of a certain age will look at this and know it's hard to be a son, and then it's also hard to be a father.
Right.
That's why these things work, because I always think that the father is somewhat on the outside of every family, and then he uses the vacation as isn't life great, kids?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Yep.
You
Yeah.
get 1 week to nail it.
Right. And aren't I awesome? Like,
Yeah.
aren't I just the greatest patriarch? That's so funny. I remember Stephen Colbert told me once that something about how the reason your kids will always love their mother more is because or the reason your wife will love your kids more and vice versa is because they are blood relatives. To her, you're just some jerk she met in a bar. And I think you're right. Like every dad is overcoming that reality all the time.
Well, there's a reason I think that dads have to keep pictures of their family on their desk. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah. That's the people at home. Mothers don't need that. They're thinking about it 24 hours a day.
They're wired. Sure.
Yeah. But see, I think that's the initial genius of this. And by the way, when I was watching you, I was thinking Jack Lemmon. You know what I mean? Young Jack Lemmon role, which is the guy who wants everything to go well, and it doesn't. And yet, even underneath all this niceness, there's some kind of rage.
That is a just mega compliment, because I really love Jack Lemmon. And I think that's very perceptive. That's exactly right. There's a frustration, a rage that things aren't going the way that the character wants, despite their best efforts. And the reason for that is that they have these wonderful intentions and good values, and they just don't have the tools. They don't have or the confidence or the social graces to kind of, to make the situation work the way they want. And, I relate to that. I think a lot of people do to some extent or another, but I relate to Rusty Griswold. I think it also is something kind of intrinsic in Andy Bernard, maybe in a little bit more dysfunctional way. But I have tremendous compassion for characters who want to do better and be better people, but just get in their own way.
You sure? Yeah, because it's hard to be alive. It's hard to do life.
It's hard to move through this world.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy, and particularly when you feel like I've done everything I'm supposed to do, and now I'm not getting paid off.
I'm supposed to. Like, I think I'm doing this right. I hit all the checklist. Why am I riddled with anxiety and terror?
Yeah,
and I feel unloved despite like tremendous outpouring of love. You know, we just have all these mental blocks and hurdles.
And that is, that goes hand in hand with comedy. Like, when you talk to comedians, they're never truly satisfied at any time.
I think there is something. There's a sort of intrinsic neediness in comedians. I love what Judd Apatow said on some podcast. He said that for the moment that people are laughing at me, I know they don't hate me. for just that instant, yeah. Or I butchered it, but it's something like that. But it's I love that idea, because it nicely sums up what I think is a very common comedian's worldview, which is kind of trepidation and an assumption that an assumption that you're disliked, or an assumption at some very base level.
Sure.
That's hard. So laughter is a way to sort of, soothe that.
Yeah, it's something that, obviously you don't want to be too content and then go out and try to make comedy.
Right.
You know what I mean? It would work against you. We were talking about you worrying if they got it right. The writer-directors had to be out of their minds to know that what they were up against. Was there any of that feeling on the set, or did you guys feel like you were in the pocket the whole time?
Well, I think that by the time we started shooting the movie, we had all gotten past the any baggage that we brought to it in terms of feeling the weight of the originals or feeling the expectations of the audience. You kind of have to put that aside because that kind of stuff will just get in the way of creativity and get in the way of a confident execution. So we really didn't dwell on that stuff once we got started. I think we all felt incredibly confident about the material. The guys wrote a damn funny script.
Sure, it's really, really great.
Yeah.
And I said, you got to match John Hughes at that point. You know, John Hughes is the guy who wrote the original script, and then he ended up taking over comedy in the 80s. And these guys were there for that. I mean, it's a really fun compliment to say, like, I'm laughing, but I watched this screening with a lot of young people some of them weren't getting the old Vacation jokes at all, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's part of that's part of that meta joke that we set up in the beginning where, you know, this vacation will stand on its own. I think, which is an expression of both our acceptance of the baggage, but our excitement and confidence in this material. And it was important. I think we all felt a need to convey that to the audience in a kind of ironic meta way. But it's honest. It's a really honest expression. And I hope, I think it does reflect that kids don't have to have any context.
No, I don't think so at all. Other than their own parents, you know what I mean? Other than taking road trips, which is the best, worst vacation anyone could ever have.
Sure.
My family's the only thing that we ever talk about when we get back together. These nightmare, weird trips, and why did our dad take us there? But we don't remember much else from third grade, you know what I mean? But we remember the fishing trip to Canada. You know?
Well, I love that Rusty in this movie has so completely whitewashed the memory.
Yeah.
You know, he references the experience of the original Vacation movie, which, as we know from watching that movie, was horrendous for all of them.
Sure.
And yet it's such a fond memory for him. And that's part of that fatherhood process of just kind of deciding the kind of dad you want to be and what you want to provide for your family. And I think it's kind of adorable, but it's a little sad, but also really kind of it's admirable.
It's kind of that sins of the father keep going on from the Bible.
Yep.
But I think it's probably true of all adventure. You know, no one ever talks about Lewis and Clark saying, "Oh, we had to shit in the woods and there was mosquitoes." You know, they're just like, "Oh, it was amazing."
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm sure every adventure was horrendous in history.
Yeah.
And yet that's our goal, is to go out and have them. But the weird thing about this, you did a road movie, but you went home to shoot it, right?
That's exactly right.
You were back in Atlanta.
We shot almost all of it in Atlanta, which is where I grew up, and little bits and pieces elsewhere. The whitewater rafting stuff we did in North Carolina, which is where I went to summer camp for years. So very nostalgic kind of place for me to be.
You had never shot back home all these years?
No, I never shot. Like, so many movies shoot in Atlanta now, and this was my first one.
So being back there, how do you not go out, you know, to your aunt's house for dinner and bowling with the boys?
I did all of those things.
You did them all anyway.
I played golf with high school buddies a bunch, and my mom was on set probably 80% of the time.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Had that ever happened?
No, God, no. But she just became part of the crew, basically. Yeah. And she's a very kind and curious person. So she just went up to every crew member, you know, what do you do? And what's this? what is this chord? Or what is that? And everybody kind of just, fell in love with her. And by the end, she was basically like directing the movie. You know, she'd say, like the directors would turn to my mom, "What do you think, Pam?" And she'd say, "Too many curse words."
Yeah, it's not. There's a lot of scenes in there probably not perfect for your mom.
Yeah,
to be hanging around with.
No. In fact, the scene where I describe or I attempt to define a rim job for my older son. My mom was on set that day and came up to me in the middle of it and just said, I don't get it. What is a rim job? And I had to explain to my mother what a rim job is. Like that scene that I with my son happened for real with my mom.
They're like, keep rolling. This is perfect. But that, I guess, added to that family thing for you down there.
Absolutely. I think it was a really strangely happy time for me making this movie because I haven't lived in Atlanta for over 20 years. And so to go back and spend 2 months there, and really I lived I got this condo less than a mile from the house I grew up in. And it just was everything, just the streets and the driving around. It put me right back in a very nostalgic, family-oriented mindset. And that was kind of perfect for making this movie.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? And sometimes it's just one little sight or a taste or a smell or a sound, and you just go right back.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a creek that runs behind my house and my old house, the house I grew up in, and it had this sort of peculiar stink.
Yeah, sure.
And it didn't smell bad. It was just sort of an organic, like urban waterway smell. And that same creek went behind this condo that I stayed in. So I would walk out to the car in the morning and smell this, and it just was like, oh my God, I'm 13 again.
Yeah, it just happens that quick. You time travel.
Yeah.
You lost the accent growing. Did you do that on purpose, or because no one would guess that you're from the South?
Yeah, it was not a really deliberate thing. I went to college in Ohio, and I think that's sort of where it dissipated. But I grew up with an accent, not a strong accent, because I grew up really in the city of Atlanta, but which is very cosmopolitan. But I watch, I have these videos of high school plays that I was in, like All My Sons, Arthur Miller, very dramatic Arthur Miller play, and I'm like, I'm talking like this as Dr. Jim Bayless. This is, how dare you do whatever Arthur Miller lines.
Yeah.
And it's, I'm like, wow, I really did have an accent. But college, I think, is where it dissipated. Then I moved to New York City right after college.
Yeah.
And it just kind of evaporated.
But you were a theater kid. You knew this was something pretty early on that you wanted to do.
Yeah, I did some plays in high school and a little bit in college. Funny thing is I never quite identified with the theater scene because it felt a little precious to me or something. And really all I cared about was that kind of audacious Eddie Murphy, balls out comedy.
That was the guy for you, Eddie Murphy, when you were a kid?
Eddie Murphy was the guy for me.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I worshiped that guy. There was something about his energy. I just wanted to. He was so free and natural, and just had this swagger that I thought was so intoxicating.
Yeah. It's hard to explain to people who weren't there for it what a gigantic, bigger than life star he was. I mean, he was Elvis. He was Michael Jackson. Every concert was huge. Every movie was gigantic. And then to look back and see how young he was when that happened.
Yeah, he was like 18 on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, it's insane.
Insane.
Yeah. And without a worry in the world, it looked like. Just like here,
exactly.
I'm here to take over.
And that's the best comedy. I mean, that's when you can feel that someone's at home in those performances, and you could tell, like, oh, this is Eddie Murphy being the best version of himself.
Yeah.
And Steve Martin and Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd and all those guys, those were Like if I could have had, I had Star Wars action figures, but I really wanted action figures of those guys.
Yeah, right.
You know, because I don't know why, but from a very young age, that all of that comedy is all I cared about.
Well, it was a real golden age of summer comedy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like every year there would be something really big and something funny. And that is, I think, at the same time that the VHS got big, so you could watch a comedy over and over. Like people didn't watch Peter Sellers 150 times and were able to figure it out. But with those guys, you lived with it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And, we got HBO when I was pretty young. I can't remember when cable TV started, but it was around.
Yeah, it came to each town a little later or whatever, but it was real early 80s by the time it was everywhere.
And my dad was always, kind of a TV junkie, so he got the cable package right out of the gate, and HBO just played all these great movies on a loop, like Spies Like Us and Ghostbusters and all this, and I just was I was like a little gerbil at a water bottle, like just chugging these comedies.
It's always funny, like sometimes you find out years later, like, oh, Three Amigos wasn't a gigantic hit, you know what I mean? But it was one of those things that ran a lot and everyone loved it.
I just watched it recently because I just it came to mind and I loved it so much, and I saw it probably 400 times when it came out, but I hadn't seen it in years, so I just pulled it up the other night, and it is so good.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Good.
Yeah,
and it wasn't a huge hit.
No,
because now we have all the internet and all the metrics, and we can look things up. And I was like, I was watching it, just reveling in it, and I was like, God, I wonder how this movie did when it came out, and I looked it up. Didn't do that great.
Didn't do well at all.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, the critics were hard on it, and then you're like, for the Randy Newman soundtrack alone, there's just really hilarious songs and everything. It seemed
Blue shadows on the trail. I mean, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. But so that's the stuff that you grew up with. It's in the back of your mind, but did you know this could be a job for me? I could keep going in this direction, or?
For some reason, I don't know why. I had this really tenacious drive to kind of to get into it, and I moved to New York right after college, and I didn't quite allow myself to dive in for a year or two because I think I was just in denial or something.
Sure.
I got a normal job and the whole reason I was here was just to get into the comedy scene in New York. And after a year or two, I was like, I'm going for it. And I just dove in and.
I think it's a fear of people who are actually funny to do it. It's harder if you're actually funny to make that first step because you think if I don't measure up, now my fantasy is gone.
Yeah,
my daytime fantasy.
Listen, that is everything in life.
Yeah,
I mean, I think everyone shares a fear of effort because that's how you fail. But it's also the only way to succeed.
Sure, exactly.
So we just have to put ourselves out there, but. I mean, there are other areas of my life where fear is much harder to overcome. But for some reason, in comedy, I was able to kind of like clamp down and go for it. And it's all I wanted to do, and I put my whole heart into it.
So was that with UCB? Was that
the first? So UCB hadn't landed in New York. Well, when I first got here. So, the first thing I did was an improv class at Chicago City Limits, which I don't even know if it's still there.
I'm not sure if it's there either.
But it was an improv theater, on the Upper East Side, and a really great outfit that was there for a long, long time. And a bunch of those people wound up migrating over to UCB when UCB got here. But I did that, and then I really just did stand up. I mean, I did tons and tons of just the lowest bottom of the barrel stand-up gigs imaginable. I mean, basements on the Lower East Side with 4 or 5 people in it, and Surf Reality was a really special venue back then, and Collective Unconscious, and they were that was down on Rivington, and Surf Reality was on Allen Street, I think.
So you were doing the alternative places more than the established clubs?
Well, that's the only place to start.
Yeah.
You can't, I mean, everyone starts in the alternative places. You have to kind of simultaneously log hours hanging out at the bar in the comedy clubs just to sort of inject yourself into the community. This was sort of the process 15, 20 years ago. I don't know what it's like now.
No, it hasn't changed much. Everything that you're explaining, and there is a romance to that and a frustration.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
I always think of, remember that Richard Dreyfuss movie where he was the off-Broadway actor in New York, and when I was a kid, I saw that, I go, that seems fantastic.
Right.
But it's just horrible, you know, at the
tough,
same time.
Yeah. But what was cool about it at that time was that none of my comedy friends, none of us were successful.
Mm-hmm.
None of us had any baggage, and all we wanted was to just get a spot at the Comedy Cellar, or like a spot, or like a pre-show opening hosting gig at the at the Boston Comedy Club, which is not even there anymore.
Yeah.
And all of these, the success was measured in such small increments.
Right.
And we all, the people who were super committed and out every single night from, 8 p.m. till 2 a.m, we all, there was a understanding of kind of who was committed, and everybody, it was a fairly tight-knit group, and an exciting time,
because it has to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you don't have that, the people that you're kind of suffering through with, you've got
for
nothing.
sure. And then there are a lot of people kind of dabble and come in and dip their toe and sort of hang out for a month or two, and you kind of get and maybe they were super talented, but they didn't have the commitment to ride it out.
And that is the thing about New York. If you say, look, I'm not going to put up with this, New York goes, okay, we'll see you later.
Exactly.
You get out. That's fine. There's not this list of regret that New York has about people who wouldn't put up with the shit.
Right.
But that is, I think what's a little different that you did is that you were doing improv and stand up. A lot of people feel like they have to make a choice, like they don't go together.
Yeah, and I think that part of that is a result of how the comedy community in New York was evolving at that time.
Right.
Because when I first got here, there was no improv scene. It wasn't a thing.
It was
really
a Chicago thing.
It was all Chicago, and that was that was something that I had thought about. Do I go to Chicago or do I go to New York? And I decided New York was a better fit for me. And I really wanted to do stand up in the vein of Chris Rock and Adam Sandler and Jimmy Fallon and these guys who had kind of and Eddie Murphy, who had tracked into Saturday Night Live through stand up, versus the Chicago route. I just, for some reason, felt like it fit me better. But then, after a bunch of years in the stand up trenches, UCB arrived. And I was in a sketch comedy group at that time also. I was just trying to sort of cultivate everything I could. But when UCB arrived, it kind of lit a match in a room full of propane. Like there was all of this potential energy that had been untapped. So when UCB said, "Hey, we're setting up a theater and we're teaching improv classes," it just something gelled in the city, and it was this weird, funky place with a lot of super weird people, and wonderfully talented people that needed an outlet, and it became intoxicating and just a great place to be. But because it was so new, so many stand-up comedians were also kind of interfacing with it, like me and lots of others. And UCB was smart because they didn't, there was no chip on their shoulder. There was no kind of, oh, we're improv only.
Right,
so,
because they were new and they didn't have the old
and
rules.
So a lot of the shows at UCB were these hybrid shows with improv and stand-up comedians, and it was a really kind of this beautiful mixture that happened, and I think it was unique to New York because my understanding was that in Chicago they were very separated scenes.
Yeah, I only know Jeff Garland is the only one who ever did both, and they said, you got to pick, and he goes, no, I don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is really funny, you know, and that goes to show his attitude, but it goes to show, yeah, he did fit in both those worlds. But what was cool for you, too, being at that right place at the right time, is the media suddenly put attention on UCB that they don't normally give the clubs. You know what I mean? They kind of treated it like, oh, there's an art form happening here, and then over here it's just a bunch of drunks heckling. You know what I mean? So suddenly they were like, and of course, I guess Lauren right away started paying attention to UCB.
Yeah. Well, it was right out of the gate, Conan O'Brien started to tap UCB Theater for all of the late night sketches.
Right.
So that became this really exciting thing because it was a pretty underground operation.
Literally. Totally underground.
Yeah. Well, when it first started, it was above ground.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was in an old burlesque theater on 22nd Street. And then it moved to its current place, which is literally underground. But it was this thing where Conan was tapping Upright Citizens Brigade talent and like random people that we were all hanging out with who were getting on TV. And it was just like, holy shit, this is incredible. And suddenly it felt very tangible and real. And like we had this attachment to late night. And of course, Lauren produced Conan's show, and Tina Fey and Rachel Dratch were such good buddies with Amy Poehler and Ian Roberts and Matt Besser and Matt Walsh. Like that, they all came from Chicago together. And Adam McKay, who was such a huge influence on Saturday Night Live, having come from Chicago, he was buddies with all the UCB founders. So there was a lot of cross-pollination right out of the gate with Saturday Night Live and Late Night with Conan O'Brien. And I think that added a lot of romance and mystique and
it was
excitement.
amazing. Yeah. And then The Daily Show. You were able to get The Daily Show. You were one of those guys that went on The Daily Show for me and were so natural and everything worked. And you're about one of 10 guys that I went, oh, he shouldn't leave. You know what I mean? Like all those guys are so great on that show. And I go, don't leave. This is the biggest mistake. And then so many people went on to become successful.
Yeah.
For that show.
It's an incredible place. It's, for all of the hard work that I was putting into comedy before I started on The Daily Show, I still had this kind of fast and loose approach to it. I was very, I relied on my instincts and I kind of improvised. Even doing stand-up comedy, I was kind of loose with my jokes and stuff. But landing at The Daily Show, it immediately became clear you got to button up.
Yeah.
This is about discipline and hard work and long days and long hours and you got to get it right. And it goes on TV tonight.
Yeah.
And
that, from the outside, it looks like a half hour of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, what a half hour of fun those folks have.
Yeah. But I mean, there is nothing more fun than all of that hard work to me. But I think it was a definite wake up call. Like, and I'm forever grateful to the show and Jon Stewart in particular as a role model for that work ethic, because I worked hard at comedy before, but I didn't have the discipline and the focus that being a real professional requires.
Down to the second, down to each beat. I mean, at least you have that musical knowledge of where the beats come in, because that show is all about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tight show. I mean, you're sitting there working on scripts and stuff, and there's a producer standing there with a stopwatch.
Right.
Like, how long is that joke?
Yeah.
You know? Oh, I don't know. We got to get it tighter. And Yeah.
But I also think that gives that great thing of New York, of the old Dick Van Dyke Show, where the funniest people are in a room together, bouncing stuff around, eating Chinese food. I mean, that's the thing that any young person would love to have. But to walk away from that show, was that a hard choice for you?
Extremely hard choice. Yeah, because at that time, there were two forces at work kind of in my psyche. One was this feeling that I'd been on the Daily Show for 4.5 years, and Colbert was just leaving to do the Colbert Report, and I knew that I'd had a conversation with John that I'll be getting more sort of leading correspondent work, and that was very exciting to me. But at the same time, there was this pushback in the back of my mind. Well, am I actually doing anything different?
Right.
And am I if I stay here longer, am I expanding the perception of me as a performer? Because I knew that I could do more. I knew that I had a lot more capability than this kind of narrow character that I played on the Daily Show, which was a sort of jerkier version of myself. And I was very eager to tap that. I really wanted to do more. So when the opportunity to join The Office came, it was an 8-episode arc originally, and it was 2 months of work. Really fraught decision. I didn't quite know what to do, but I just decided that I'd gotten as far as I had on some tremendous risk and taking big chances, and I decided that this was a risk I was willing to take, in part because I had so much faith in Steve Carell and in Greg Daniels, who created the American Office. I just felt that was going to be a special show and something exciting to be a part of.
Well, you also had it right from Big Tuna. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That annoying thing. I mean, you brought up the jerkier part of yourself. To me, when someone can find that, like Jeffrey Tambor is amazing at that. But I think that you have to have so much.
Now.
Yeah. You have to have so much awareness to go, this is what makes me the asshole sometimes. How do I tap into that? Does that take a lot of study? Was it tough for you to find that?
No, you know what? It's it comes too easily to me. I think
that's so sad.
No, but you know what? It goes back to what we were talking about at the very beginning, which I never questioned Andy Bernard's intention to do the right thing. You know, like he always wants what's best, and I think I always looked at him as somebody with a very benevolent heart, but real issues with shame and rage, and that to me made him a really poignant character, and it made doing his sort of asshole aspects lighter and more fun,
right?
And because I wasn't judging him for that stuff. I sort of felt sad for him that when he behaved antisocially, but I could still laugh at it and have fun with it. And I think that's sort of my way in. Does that make sense?
No, it does.
Yeah.
But you have to have some kind of backstory in your mind of what happened to him to get him to this point, and then not necessarily share that with the audience.
Yeah,
you know? You have to care about the guy.
Well, I have to like him, and it's hard for me to do, characters that seem unredeemable or just like overtly psychotic or evil in some way, and there were some sort of story arcs for Andy that I struggled with because I couldn't find that heart that I always tried to get in there,
right?
And but you don't have as much control over all of that stuff sometimes.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you had to feel bad for him when he failed. You know, when it didn't work out for him, the audience had to think, you know what? I don't always like him, but I don't want to see him in this position. That's how, to go back to Tambor, he had that thing where you hated to see him win and you hated to see him lose.
Yeah.
You know, it's just this
There's
weird...
so much sadness in his face. It's so He's just such an automatically poignant character.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Whatever he does.
There's certain guys that can pull that off. Regal does it now. Gervais can do it very, very well. Carell had that same exact thing where
absolutely
you don't want to see him succeed, and then you hate when he fails.
Yeah,
it's a strange place.
Yeah, it's a really delicate line to walk.
It's the way we kind of feel like everyone that we work with. You know, when you think about it, you know, those are the people that somewhat become family, even though who wants them to?
Right,
you know?
right. You know, it's my parents struggled with The Office. They didn't. They I think were of a generation where awkward situations and awkward confrontations are not funny at all. They're just awkward and they're just kind of icky.
Right.
And I think that that what makes them funny to this generation is an awareness of that you can root for someone in an icky situation or someone who's behaving horribly, and that there can be. It is more nuanced. Like there can be good intentions behind it.
Yeah, I think that probably started with Spinal Tap, like Christopher Guest's films got into that thing of, oh my God, this is tense. Why are we laughing at it? This is really, really sad.
Right.
Well, from The Office, of course, you did a summer movie that did a little better than anyone expected to do and turned into a trilogy. The Hangover, did you see that coming? Did you think that thing could become that kind of craze?
No, no idea.
Yeah.
When I got that script and I met with Todd Phillips, the director, it just was it seemed like a really fun movie to do, and I wasn't getting a lot of movie scripts at that time, and it just seemed like a really cool thing to do, but none of us were that well known either. Bradley and Zach and I, and
Bradley surely wasn't the Bradley Cooper he is today.
Of course. I mean, and Zach was a pretty, alternative comedian at the time.
Yeah.
And I think that we just all gravitated to the material and thought it would be fun to do. And while we were making it, we were excited and realizing that at least we're going to like this.
Right.
Like we were having so much fun making it that we knew we were going to like it, but we didn't know if anyone else would. And then people did, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, but what is that like when you just find out, like, oh, we thought we were going to do a solid comedy, and then you find out it's a comedy that people are quoting and being crazy about?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an out of body thing because you're part of this thing, but you're also just observing a juggernaut.
Sure.
And you kind of, it's hard. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
I think, it became one of those movies, which was the kind of movies that you grew up loving. You know what I mean? The kind of movie that can be watched 50 times and someone finds another joke. You know, one of those movies that you're watching the guy not talking, you know, that's when you know you really got something. Yeah.
I always thought, in my 20s, I had this fantasy of doing a movie. I just wanted to do a movie where a bunch of guys are in a car that's out of control and they're screaming together. Because that to me, it was that simple. Like that to me is like, that's energy. It's irony. It's fun. You're rooting for these guys that are out of control and they're terrified.
Yeah.
And their terror kind of bonds them and makes, kind of, I don't know why, but just that idea is what sort of was what I craved doing in a movie. And The Hangover was exactly that. It kind of gave that exact opportunity, and all three hangovers were all screaming in a car at some point.
I actually lived it. I didn't know it could be a movie. That was literally 8 years of my life was spent that way. And I think that is what really works about that movie, that everyone's woke up in a room with their buddies going, all right, we went too far. That's probably, we're just going to do beers. You know, we're going to really cut down.
Yeah.
Beers and some pills. That's it.
Yeah, there was something very incredible about that story device, because it allowed the guys to behave in this incredibly debaucherous way that, you know, frat boys and everyone else are excited about. And then it also enabled them the next day to be mortified by their own behavior.
Right, yeah.
And that's what made moms and grandparents love it and think these guys are adorable and sweet. And I think that sort of contributed to the mass appeal.
Well, I think that, and of course it had that kind of old army movie, is that we don't leave a guy behind. You know what I mean? We go after our own dude. And the fact that Zach didn't fit in at all, and yet they still, you know, cared about him, you know, but when you get that kind of success, how do you stay as level as you seem to be? How are you not like in a white mink coat and just gold around your neck?
I spun out for a couple of years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a cocaine blur. No, there's just, definitely an adjustment period. And I think, the way I've approached almost everything in my life, whether it's my career or my personal life, I just try to look for role models, people who I think are doing it right, especially when I'm in a tough situation. Who do I admire who's been in this situation and how they handled it? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a fraught, difficult situation. It's just like a life circumstance of any kind. And so, you know, there are a lot of movie stars and celebrities that I look up to and think are admirable. And then there are others that I would not want to emulate. And that is a little bit of a compass for me.
Sure.
And and it's all you got in a situation like that, because no one can tell you how to handle it. I mean, there's no Hollywood mentoring program.
Sure, right.
And I honestly thought, like, I told my agent at one point, I was like, you know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to set up some of your movie stars with up and comers from time to time, because it's scary and you're clueless. Like, you just don't know how to navigate a lot of stuff. But at the end of the day, there are challenges, but it's also a huge privilege and super fun for the most part.
Who are the guys for you? Is it like Steve Martin? And I mean, Steve Martin is always, you never hear Steve Martin busting up a hotel room or anything, you know?
No.
So always made it look easy.
He is a wonderfully, I've gotten to know Steve over the last few years, and he is an incredibly grounded and kind person. And he is definitely, and has been since childhood, a compass point for me. Others are guys like, you know, it's not rocket science. Guys like Tom Hanks, who have wonderful careers and also wonderful public personas, and are presumably wonderful people. I don't know Tom Hanks. I've never met him, but I don't know. Lots, and then there are people in my personal life that I just think, oh, I think he's a great dad, or he's, you know, I like how this person handles their work-family balance. I want to emulate that.
Well, you also had really nice steps to your career as well. I mean, the UCB is like being a star in New York in some cases, and of course with Stewart, then The Office. And then when you get the giant movie, you've had 4 or 5 adjustments to make before then.
Yeah, I was very lucky to have a kind of incremental build, because that, I mean, the going from The Office to The Hangover was the largest leap of kind of public awareness of me, but yeah, it would nothing was overnight. Nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was incremental, and I'm kind of really grateful for that, because it's given my brain some adjustment
just a little
period.
time, to see how this works.
I remember when Carell did 40-Year-Old Virgin, he said, you know, everybody says, wow, this just happened overnight. And Carell's a great example of someone who just put in the time, from Second City in Chicago, touring company, there's so many great commercials he did way back in the day.
Sure.
And then he and Colbert were writers on the Dana Carvey show with Louis C.K. and all these great
there were amazing people with that show.
And, but I mean, Steve Carell, by the way, is absolutely one of those compass points for me. And it has been for a long time. And Colbert, I really admire. These are guys that I think have great values and great, a great work ethic, and they seem to manage their lives in admirable ways.
It's so competitive now that I don't know if you could have the Belushi personality anymore. You know what I mean? I think SNL would have just said, John, this isn't working in the first season now,
Yeah,
it's funny, but so are other people.
It's hard to imagine a movie set that would tolerate something like that too, because it's I don't know, it's hard work, but then again, there are occasionally these maverick talents that are so
big,
bewitching and beguiling and superhuman that we all just kind of bask in their glory and tragedy. Chris Farley, another one.
Well, Vacation is the first time that it seems like you've got the whole ball. Like you are the cleanup hitter for this. You can't really look around, and who else is going to be able to pull this out? And again, I will say this. I walked in wondering how you guys could pull it off, but everything is there. It's just one of those summer movies that if you look at it, it's just a collection of, one vignette after another. And if any of those drop out, you're in trouble. But it's funny all the way through. Really, really cool to see that.
That means a lot. I really appreciate that. I'm crazy proud of this movie. It just was so fun to make, and it has all of that. I mean, it has a family in a car screaming together, out of control car, and that makes me happy. I got to get that somewhere in everything.
That should be the slug line: a family in a car screaming together. Ed Helms, thank you so much for coming in here and doing this today.
Such a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And I'll see you next time. Take care.